Marshall Peak. Chapter 5392. The distance is shortening. All the theaters and the great passes set off from the royal cities without a clear goal. But today they had a destination. The Source Domain. The Source Domain was the source of the Black Ink clan, where the mother nest was, along with a gathering of many royal lords. Not only were there royal lords, there must be many territory lords and soldiers as well. Furthermore, there were not just acquired territory lords like Guqin. Many of the territory lords, there were probably innate territory lords. The Great Evolution Army now had less than 30,000 soldiers, 45 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and 1 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Such an army was considerable in size and strength. The other Great Passes likely had fewer forces than Great Evolution Pass, but there were 106 of them on this crusade. When all the armies converge into one, by then the human army would exceed 2 million. This was a full 2 million masters at or above the Fifth Order. It was also the heritage accumulated over the ages by the cave heavens and paradises. Such a force was extremely powerful, but could it defeat the Black Ink clan in the Source Domain? Yang Kai was not sure, and neither were the old ancestors. Even though the human race was strong now, who could guarantee that they would win this battle? What if they lost? Also, what was the power that limited the Black Ink clan in the Source Domain? Who did that jade white hand that old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the others saw previously belong to? Would this unknown force aid them in battle? The road ahead was full of uncertainty, but they had to forge ahead. The Great Evolution Army continued to march forward. The reconnaissance squads were always out front to check the situation. Inevitably, they encountered a lot of dangers and unintentionally triggered many restrictions which caused them to suffer some casualties. Even Dawn, led by Yang Kai, nearly met its demise. Fortunately, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had arrived in time to save them at the critical moment. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the void became. Yang Kai wondered if Guqin could have returned to the Source Domain safely, even if they had let him go. He might if he was lucky. However, he was likely to encounter a lot of dangerous traps along the way. Considering that even after countless years, the leftovers from the ancient war were still so dangerous, it was hard to imagine what kind of violent clashes had taken place in ancient days. As time passed, years had gone by. It had now been a full 3 years since the crusade to the Source Domain began. The road was fraught with dangers, but there was still no sign of the Source Domain. This made some wonder if they were going in the wrong direction. However, with more than 100 armies continuing to march forward, sweeping across such a vast swath of the void, there was bound to be one of them who was advancing directly at the Source Domain. All the Great Passes kept in touch with each other regularly. However, many Great Passes would occasionally lose contact because of the chaotic energy in the void. Fortunately, communications were always restored after a while. There were no enemies along the way, though the hidden arrays and residual divine abilities still made the void treacherous. One day, Yang Kai was exploring the hidden dangers ahead when he suddenly sensed something unusual. When he focused his senses on it, though, he found nothing. A short while later, he flashed back to dawning light and greeted Feng Ying. "Stand guard for me." Feng Ying nodded her head and acknowledged Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai then formed a set of hand seals, causing his world force to undulate as a mysterious grand array suddenly appeared under his feet. The troops aboard Dawn were puzzled, not knowing why Yang Kai had activated the universe transference law. The universe transference law allowed one to teleport across vast distances to a universe array. Ever since Yang Kai installed universe arrays in the purifying Black Ink battleships, many soldiers had begun using the universe transference law to save their lives during the battle with the Black Ink clan. However, Yang Kai rarely used the universe transference law because he was proficient in the Tao of space, making him faster than any territory lord or Eighth Order master. The only ones he could not escape from on his own were the royal lords. Although Dawn was scouting ahead of Great Evolution Pass, they were not far from each other. If Yang Kai wanted to return to Great Evolution Pass, he could just travel there on his own using instantaneous movement and did not need to activate the universe transference law. The members of Dawn were puzzled, but Yang Kai appeared truly shocked. He was following a hunch just now, but did not expect to find anything. He did not intend to return to Great Evolution Pass, but wanted to use the universe transference law to investigate something else. The universe arrays in all the purifying black ink battleships were personally arranged by Yang Kai. Thus, his imprint was left on every single purifying black ink battleship. As long as the distance allowed, he could travel to any purifying black ink battleship with the universe transference law. Others could only return to the purifying black ink battleships they had left their imprints on. At this moment, Yang Kai could sense the location of all the closest purifying black ink battleships with the universe transference law. But apart from the 4 ships around Great Evolution Pass, he was able to faintly sense 4 more to his left and another 4 to the right. There were now 12 purifying black ink battleships within range of the universe transference law. Of course, there were many more in extremely distant locations, which all felt so faint that even Yang Kai could not reach them. However, he could clearly perceive the 12 ships closest to him were within the range he could teleport to. This was a very abnormal situation. The distance between each great pass was at least a year's journey for the average warship. When the Great Evolution East-West Army set off from Wind and Cloud Pass, it indeed took them a year to reach Great Evolution Pass. A year's travel by warship was much too far for even someone skilled in the Tao of space like Yang Kai to cross using the universe transference law. However, he could now. What did this mean? It meant that the distance between the great passes had shortened to the point where he could use the universe transference law. How could this have happened? Yang Kai was at a loss, so he hurriedly dispersed the universe transference law and shot towards a pass, yelling from afar, "Continue to explore the path ahead!" Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the middle of Great Evolution Pass, where old ancestor Xiao Xiao sat with her legs crossed. Opening her eyes, she looked up at him curiously and asked, "What happened?" Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai had been out leading Dawn to scout the road ahead, never once returning to Great Evolution Pass until today. Yang Kai quickly explained, "We're getting closer to Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. We're now just 3 months away by warship." The 2 great passes closest to Great Evolution Pass were Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. Yang Kai could sense the other 8 purifying black ink battleships that belonged to these 2 great passes were now a 3-month journey away, which was the extreme limit that he could traverse via the universe transference law. Ordinary 7th Order masters could not travel such a large distance using the universe transference law, not to mention a 3-month journey. Even a single month's distance would undoubtedly be fatal for them, as transferring that far was basically the limit of an 8th Order master via the universe transference law. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was stunned by what he said and asked, "How can you tell?" Yang Kai explained what he had just experienced. She pondered deeply for a moment before saying, "Come with me." Dashing off, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the hyperspace array. The 7th Order Open Heaven Master, who was guarding this place, saw old ancestor Xiao Xiao and rushed to greet her. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao waved her hand and asked, "Is there anything unusual on this side of the space array?" The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master did not know what the old ancestor was referring to and replied honestly, "There is nothing unusual. Nothing has changed from before." The 7th Order thought about it and replied, "If we talk about changes, I am not sure if it's anything noteworthy, but recently when we sent out some jade slips to the other great passes, the energy required seemed to have decreased, but the reduction was not obvious." It was because the reduction in consumption was not obvious that he did not report it. After all, the transmission of a jade slip did not consume much energy in the first place, much unlike the transfer of a cultivator, which required an enormous amount of resources. When old ancestor Xiao Xiao heard his response, she immediately determined that what Yang Kai said was likely true. Other great passes may not have detected anything yet, but with Yang Kai's unique circumstances, he was able to notice this anomaly. Great Evolution Pass was indeed getting closer to Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass, much closer in fact. The distance between the great passes was originally about a year's journey. However, they were now just 3 months apart. This resulted in the reduced consumption for the transmission of jade slips through the space arrays. Activate the array, old ancestor Xiao Xiao ordered. Whether the distance was truly shortened, they would know once they tried it. That seventh order open heaven realm master hastily told his many coworkers, and they began to work. Head to Wind and Cloud Pass. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao said to Yang Kai, who nodded and replied, "Understood." Soon after, the grand array was ready. Wind and Cloud Pass was set as the target destination, and Yang Kai stepped onto the space array. The array buzzed, and when the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. After Yang Kai disappeared, several Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately checked the consumption of energy and were all flabbergasted. How does it compare to before? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Yang Kai had been to Wind and Cloud Pass before through the hyperspace array. Since those assigned to watch and operate the space array had been here for years, they should know the usual consumption required. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master replied, "The consumption is much less than before, less than 30% of the last time." The ones on duty here were thoroughly shocked. The consumption required to teleport through the hyperspace array increased according to distance. Thus, teleportation was only done between neighboring great passes. If the destination was too far, they would have to transit through several great passes to arrive there, as that was the most economical method. Now, the consumption of teleportation was less than 30% of the last time. Since Yang Kai's strength had not changed significantly, and the hyperspace array had not been enhanced, the only factor that could be different was the distance between the destinations. Was the distance between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass getting shorter? This thought came to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's mind. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that what Yang Kai said was true, although she also did not doubt him. What happened before her eyes served as firm proof of his words. Great Evolution Pass was only just 3 months away from Wind and Cloud Pass now. Why was this? All the great passes were advancing in tandem towards the depths of the black ink battlefield. So logically speaking, the distance separating them should not change much. Now, however, they were somehow approaching one another. This was true for Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass, as well as Azure Void Pass. So what about the other great passes? Were they all getting closer? If that was true, then in time more than 100 great passes would converge in one place. What was the mysterious place that they were converging to? Was it the source domain of the Black Ink Clan? Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's expression changed a bit. The distances between the great passes were getting shorter, which was actually good news for the human race. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had considered that if any great passes found the Black Ink Clan source domain, the other great passes would have to rush over to support them. However, if they all gathered in one place at the same time, it would save them a lot of trouble. When the human race gathered all their might, they were confident they could decimate even the Black Ink Clan's source domain, no matter how powerful it was. Meanwhile, Yang Kai appeared above Wind and Cloud Pass space array. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was an old acquaintance, and was surprised to see Yang Kai. So he asked, "Brother Yang, why are you here? Is there some urgent information from the Great Evolution Army?" These days, there was basically no direct interaction between the great passes. All information was passed in the form of jade slips. For Yonkai to suddenly appear in person, something important must have happened. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5393, Old Ancestor Sets Out. There's nothing urgent. This is just an experiment, Yonkai said. He then turned his head towards the space array that had not completely closed and disappeared. The few Open Heaven Realm Masters were bewildered. Did someone teleport here? Wind and Cloud Pass Eastern Army Commander, Yuan Shingo, stepped into the hall and asked. He obviously noticed the commotion and came over to check the situation. However, he was a step too late. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master on guard duty rushed forward to report. Yonkai from Great Evolution Pass just came by, but went back almost immediately. He said that he was conducting an experiment. An experiment? Yuan Shingo frowned and barked. What is he trying to do? Each time a teleportation was conducted, it required a large amount of resources. Though the great passes were no longer starved for resources now, they should not waste them in such a manner. When the Grand Array lit up once again, the fluctuations generated were much subtler than before. Thus, everyone knew that it was a jade slip rather than a person being sent. Sure enough, when the glow waned, a jade slip was lying quietly on the hyperspace array. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master went forward to pick up the jade slip and injected his divine sense, his expression soon changing as he frantically said, "Sir, Great Evolution Pass has discovered something." As he said so, he offered the jade slip to the army commander. Yuan Shingo took it, and after checking it out, his expression also changed. Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass are now only 3 months apart. This was very surprising news. How could there be only a 3 months journey separating them? The jade slip that was transmitted from Great Evolution Pass also speculated that not only had the distance between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass been reduced, the distances between all other great passes had also been shortened. The jade slip instructed them to spread the news and at the same time seek confirmation of this. Yuan Shingo did not dare to delay. He quickly continued to spread the word while arranging men to go to the neighboring great passes through the space arrays. In less than half a day, jade slips from all the great passes were collected in Great Evolution Pass's space array hall. Old Ancestor Xiao checked the jade slips before tossing them to Yonkai, nodding at him as she said, "It's confirmed. The distances between all the great passes have shrunk." Yonkai took a look at the messages, frowned, and asked, "What is causing this?" Old Ancestor Xiao shook her head and said, "I don't know. Whatever the case, it means that all the human great passes will eventually converge in one place. This was a good thing for the human race. If all the great passes gathered in one place, then their power would not be scattered and they would not need to fight separately as before. With more than 2 million Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 100 Ninth Order Old Ancestors, and thousands of Eighth Order Masters, such a force would be enough to take on any enemy. Even if the source domain was really that dangerous, the human army could still overcome it. You have an advantage in your ability to sense the purifying black ink battleships. Pay more attention to the position of the other great passes, purifying black ink battleships, and judge the distances between them." Old Ancestor Xiao instructed. "Yes." As they ventured deeper into Void, they not only encountered remnants of war between the Ancients and the Black Ink clan, but also a number of vivid celestial phenomenon naturally formed by the universe itself. Each of the celestial phenomenon was extremely magnificent, occupying massive regions of the void, hiding unimaginable dangers beneath their beautiful appearances. Even the Ninth Order Old Ancestors could feel a sense of danger coming from these celestial phenomenon, making them aware that falling into them would be disastrous. According to Feng Ying, there were many similar celestial phenomenon in the 3,000 worlds during ancient times. However, as the number of human race masters increased and their activities became more frequent, the celestial phenomenon in the 3,000 worlds gradually faded away. However, in the depths of the black ink battlefield, these celestial phenomenon remained unchanged throughout the ages. Technically speaking, the chaotic dead territory was also a type of celestial phenomenon. However, it was not naturally formed, but rather the result of the collision of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's powers. The chaotic dead territory was so dangerous that even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not enter for long. Only the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could move about for a short period in such a place. Yang Kai had experienced the dangers of the chaotic dead territory firsthand. If giant spirit god Aer had not protected him at that time, he would never have survived. Many of the celestial phenomena in the depths of the black ink battlefield felt even more dangerous than the chaotic dead territory. The celestial phenomena were so dangerous that even great evolution paths needed to go around them. A year later, Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass were now less than a month's journey away from Great Evolution Pass, and this distance continued to shrink. This was the same for all the other Great Passes as well, with the 2 furthest Great Passes now only 2 months apart. If this persisted, the Great Passes would converge in another year's time. Even though Yang Kai was scouting ahead of the army, he could clearly sense the tense atmosphere within Great Evolution Pass. The Great Evolution Army had begun to sharpen its swords. Although there were no clear orders to do so, almost everyone had felt that when the great army of the human race gathered, it would be the time to fight to the death with the Black Ink Clan. Furthermore, the human race had always anticipated this battle. 6 months later, Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass were only 10 days apart from each other. If this was an ordinary stretch of void, Yang Kai would already be able to see Wind and Cloud Pass. However, the energy in the depths of the black ink battlefield was too violent and chaotic. There were countless restrictions and dangers all over the place. Thus, even though he knew where Wind and Cloud Pass was and how far it was from him, he still could not see it clearly. He could only vaguely see that there was a huge object off in that direction. The great passes were about to converge. On this day, Yang Kai was looking towards Wind and Cloud Pass when he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in that direction. The next moment, Feng Ying, who was beside him, also sensed something and followed his gaze. There was nothing as far as the eye could see, but there was definitely something different about the energy fluctuations in the void. Is someone fighting? Feng Ying asked gruffly. Yang Kai silently perceived for a moment, before shaking his head and saying something must have triggered some massive restriction. The shock waves of a battle would not be this violent, although he also did not know what happened in that direction. It was certain that the place where the disturbance occurred was extremely far from them, at least 2 months' journey by warship. At such a distance, even if a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord fought, they could not possibly create such a huge disturbance. The only explanation was the triggering of some massive array. Previously, Great Evolution Pass also accidentally triggered such a huge restriction, and the impact was so intense that the pass shields were almost torn apart. As they were talking, a surge of power suddenly came from inside Great Evolution Pass, followed by a pillar of light that shot out into the void. Yang Kai turned his head to look and frowned. The old ancestor has set out. Feng Ying shouted. What just happened was obviously the old ancestor teleporting through the space array. An 8th Order Division commander would not create such a disturbance during teleportation. Only the teleportation of an old ancestor could consume such a huge amount of energy and create such violent space principle fluctuations. She has gone out. Yang Kai did not know where the old ancestor went, but since something had alerted her, it was obviously something extraordinary. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he vaguely caught a glimpse of a lofty and huge figure, covering the sky and tearing through the void. The next moment, there was a familiar aura from Wind and Cloud Pass, enveloping Great Evolution Pass. It was the aura of Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor. Additionally, on the other side, there was also the aura of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor. The aura of the two old ancestors intertwined in the sky above Great Evolution Pass, turning into a protective layer. Yang Kai immediately understood. Since Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao had left, that meant that there was no old ancestor in the pass to ensure its safety. The pass would not be able to protect itself if it encountered a huge danger. Therefore, the old ancestors of the passes to the left and right immediately joined forces to shelter Great Evolution Pass. This way, if there was any danger, these two old ancestors could respond immediately. In other words, now the two old ancestors have joined hands to protect Azure Void Pass, Wind and Cloud Pass, and Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai was now clearly concerned. A short while later, a more violent aftershock came from the direction where the anomaly was first detected. Yang Kai's brow twitched. If it was just a single disturbance, a huge restriction being triggered would make sense. But with repeated fluctuations occurring, it could only be due to a huge fight. Two top masters fighting would not create such intense fallout. It would take at least 10 or 20 such powerhouses to create a disturbance of such magnitude. When Yang Kai thought about how old ancestor Xiao Xiao rushed out just now, he immediately understood that there must be several old ancestors fighting with some strong enemies in that direction. The only ones who could compete with the old ancestors were the royal lords. It must be the royal lords who had escaped from the theaters several years ago. A lot of royal lords died when the royal cities of each theater fell, but there were quite a few who escaped as well. It was not that the old ancestors did not want to kill them, but rather that they couldn't as long as the royal lords were determined to escape. Those royal lords that fled that day all went towards the depths of the black ink battlefield. Yang Kai had been thinking about this since he found out that the great passes were converging and would eventually meet up at some point. If the great passes converged, then what about the royal lords who escaped from the other theaters? Would they converge in one place as well? There wasn't just one or two royal lords, but dozens. If all those royal lords joined forces to target a single great pass, that great pass would be able to resist. It would soon be destroyed, along with all the human soldiers inside. He had mentioned this previously with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. However, she just told him that preparations had been made. Thus, Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. After all, he was only a 7th Order master and should just focus on what he could do, rather than things he had no ability to interfere with. Now, it seemed that the old ancestors did have an arrangement for such a situation. From looking at what just happened, when there was movement nearby, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was the first to go provide support, while the old ancestors of Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass quickly took Great Evolution Pass into their protection. This was the safest arrangement. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was definitely not the only old ancestor who had set out. There were dozens of royal lords, so many 9th Order Open Heaven Realm masters would have to be deployed to face them. Perhaps some old ancestors would fall in this battle, but the royal lords would surely suffer even more. At that moment, a strange fluctuation appeared from another direction. Yang Kai frowned and quickly looked in that direction. The royal lords had split up their forces. They did not all converge in one place, but instead divided into 2 groups to attack the human great passes in 2 locations. However, were their attacks going to be limited to only 2 locations? After all, with dozens of royal lords, they could attack at multiple places at the same time without any difficulty. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5394, Deadly Flaws. If Yang Kai was in the position of the royal lords, he would also divide his forces to hit the humans before the great passes fully converged. What he was concerned about turned out to be reality, as the Black Ink clan did exactly what he feared. "Brother, I'll leave this to you," said the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass. The next moment, his aura faded and a pillar of light shot up into the sky from Azure Void Pass. The Azure Void Pass old ancestor also went to support the second great pass that was attacked by the royal lords. The void trembled and the sky shook from an ox's bellow as a master's aura approached rapidly. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the wind and cloud old ancestor riding a mighty bull, charging over from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. Great Evolution Pass was in the center, Wind and Cloud Pass on the right, and Azure Void Pass on the left. Now that old ancestors of Great Evolution Pass and Azure Void Pass have left, the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass had to shelter the three great passes all on his own. Thus, it was only natural that he came to Great Evolution Pass so that he could be positioned at the center and monitor the left and right passes. Greetings, old ancestor. Yang Kai and the members of Dawn saluted. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor did not go to Great Evolution Pass directly and instead landed on Dawning Light. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor nodded lightly, smiled at Yang Kai, and said, "Well done." He was referring to the battle at the Royal City a few years ago. Yang Kai, as a 7th Order Master, killed a Territory Lord and a 9th Order Black Ink disciple. This must have been the only achievement of its kind in the entire history of the Black Ink battlefield. Normally, the old ancestors did not take much note of those in the 7th Order. However, Yang Kai had drawn his attention. "It was a fluke, old ancestor," Yang Kai said modestly. The Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor chuckled and said, "With your abilities, if you can reach the 9th Order, you should be more useful than us old guys. What a pity." Unfortunately, Yang Kai's advancement to the open heaven realm started at the 5th Order, and then he took a mid-rank world fruit, which raised his innate limit, but only to the 8th Order. An 8th Order open heaven realm master was strong, but still not comparable to a 9th Order master. Of course, if we can find the universe furnace, we should be able to help you break through those shackles. Yang Kai appeared gloomy as he replied, "This junior is only a 7th Order master now. It is too early to think about trying to reach the 9th Order. Furthermore, if we can completely solve the problem of the Black Ink clan, then what does it matter if I am an 8th Order master or a 9th Order master in the future?" The old ancestor raised an eyebrow when he heard Yang Kai's response and remarked, "You're a sensible one." He then raised his eyes, looked to the distance, and said solemnly, "I hope that will be the case." If this time they really could completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, then whether Yang Kai was a 7th Order or 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it would not matter. Likewise for the others, such as the old ancestors. They had been on the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, but if they really could return to the 3,000 worlds, they would no longer need to cultivate and could just play with their descendants and enjoy a comfortable life. The war had lasted far too long, so the old ancestors were all eager for such peaceful days. Following his gaze, Yang Kai asked, "Old ancestor, is the situation dire?" Old ancestor laughed lightly and said, "They're just courting death." On hearing him say that, Yang Kai suddenly felt much better. He then raised his eyebrows and asked, had the old ancestors anticipated this? Not really, it was just a precaution. After all, so many royal lords escaped, and such a force could not be taken lightly, the old ancestor casually replied. We can't find them if they hide, but since they chose to attack, we must capitalize on the opportunity to kill them. It's better for us that the enemy is out in the open rather than hiding in the dark. But now that the royal lords are splitting their forces between several places, it will be difficult for the humans to deal with them. No. The old ancestor slowly shook his head. They divided their troops, but so can we. Didn't Xiaoyuya, your Great Evolution Pass, and Azure Void Pass old ancestors go to support the fight? Xiaoyuya? Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that he had heard something unbelievable. And the Black Ink clan is ultimately different from the human race. They are indeed rather strong and have caused problems for us humans when they defended their respective high-rank Black Ink nests. However, they have a very obvious disadvantage. Do you know what it is? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, they have to use their Black Ink nests to heal their wounds. The wind and cloud pass old ancestor smiled and said, "Correct. That is their biggest flaw, a fatal one if you will. The Black Ink clan's very survival is based on their black ink nests, so they are nothing without them. Although these royal lords escaped previously, all of them are seriously wounded in the process. And without black ink nests, they would not have been able to recover from their injuries in just a few years." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened, and his worries eased significantly. He had forgotten about this. The reason why Mo Zhao had not been able to recover from his injuries over the past few hundred years was because old ancestor Xiao had been harassing him. Occasionally, she would use space beacons to teleport to the outskirts of the royal city to threaten him. When that happened, how could Mo Zhao have the time to fall asleep inside his black ink nest to heal? Mo Zhao had no way to recover, so he had to drag his injuries out until the final battle, when his black ink nest was destroyed and he was killed by old ancestor Xiao. That was the case for Mo Zhao, and now the other royal lords would suffer similar fates. Although those royal lords escaped from the other theaters with their lives, they did not have black ink nests to enter retreat and heal. Therefore, they were like Mo Zhao, unable to recover from their wounds. Moreover, they fled all the way to this place, passing by many dangers along the way. If they were lucky extremely, their journey may have been smooth, but you have experienced the hidden dangers in this region of the void. We relied on the protection of the great passes to remain safe, but those royal lords had to travel alone. Many of them must have suffered additional injuries along the way. The wind and cloud pass old ancestor patted the head of the bull he was riding and joked these royal lords would be lucky to have 70% of their strength remaining. 70%. It still seemed like a lot, but it was significantly lower than their peak, and unlike the royal lords who had no way to heal, the old ancestors were different. When the old ancestors were wounded, they might take a few decades of recuperation to heal, but they would eventually recover from their injuries as long as they were given enough time and resources. So, if they didn't reveal themselves, we old folks would have to constantly remain on guard against them. Since they are out attacking us, though, it can be considered a good thing. We can kill them now, and it should not be difficult to do so. Now it only depends on how many we can eliminate. The wind and cloud pass old ancestor slightly narrowed his eyes and continued. However, the fact that they chose to attack us here meant that we are not far from the source domain. They certainly don't want us to get close, too. So even if they know that they can't win, they still have to fight hard. Yang Kai asked, "What about those royal lords in that black ink nest space? If they also intervene?" "It's possible, but highly unlikely." Old ancestor mused. "From all the information we've gathered, those royal lords in the black ink nest space should be under some kind of restriction with no way for them to easily move their true bodies. They were able to ambush our Ninth Order masters in that black ink nest space only because they had the help of the black ink nest's power. However, nothing is certain. After all, we do not know anything about the situation in the source domain. Whether those royal lords will intervene or not, we will find out soon enough. Of course, they would know when the final battle began. Things would not bode well for the humans if those royal lords that appeared in the black ink nest space could intervene in this battle. Thus, the result of this battle would directly verify the humans' previous speculations. It was always torturous to have to wait. The after effects of the fight in the void seemed to be increasingly violent, and even from a long distance, the fallout was clearly transmitted to them. Yang Kai could not tell who had the upper hand. Then, a strange fluctuation radiated towards them. The wind and cloud pass old ancestor raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said, "There, a royal lord has fallen." The fluctuation was due to the death of a royal lord. Those aboard Dawn all punched their fists in the air and cheered in celebration. Yang Kai also heaved a long sigh and began to relax. A royal lord had fallen, which meant that the human race had the upper hand. It looked like the royal lords that appeared in the black ink nest space really had not moved. Otherwise, a royal lord could not have been killed so quickly. After the first royal lord fell, the humans seemed to gain momentum, and soon the royal lords were killed one after another. The battle continued, and the energy disturbances became increasingly violent. The number of fallen royal lords was increasing, and the energy fluctuations were getting progressively more intense. The royal lords who had escaped from the theaters were now fighting to the death. It was not until several days later that the commotion in the distance suddenly subsided. Yang Kai and the others all looked at the wind and cloud old ancestor, although they already had a guess in their hearts. Since the old ancestor did not give a conclusive answer, they remained unsure. The old ancestor obviously noticed their gazes and smiled. This was a huge victory! A huge victory! Cheers erupted aboard Dawning Light. At the same time, there was also a loud cheer from Great Evolution Pass. Apparently, the Inner Sanctum had also found out about the results of the battle. Yang Kai and the others were extremely excited, but there was a hint of doubt in the wind and cloud old Pass ancestor's smile. He had sensed that in the battlefield, all the royal lords' auras had withered. In other words, all the royal lords he could sense had fallen. This was not normal. In the past, when these royal lords could not defeat the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they still had the sense to escape. Why had they not attempted to flee this time? As for whether or not they could escape, they could still at least try. Although not personally involved in this battle, Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestors' investigation found out that all those royal lords fought bravely to the bitter end. Not only did none of them try to escape, they went all out right from the beginning, not seeming to care about their own lives. That was why the energy fluctuations were so intense. These royal lords wanted to destroy a great pass, but even after noticing the response of the human race, they still did not back down. The Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor sensed that in the two battlefields, a total of 11 royal lords fell, 5 in one and 6 at the other. Under normal circumstances, a great pass could not withstand a combined attack from 5 or 6 royal lords. However, the human race was prepared. The moment the battle broke out, the nearby old ancestors all raced over to provide support. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5395, Weakened Dangers. At the beginning, there were some losses at the 2 great passes targeted by the royal lords. However, when the other old ancestors rushed over to provide support, the royal lords could no longer attack with impunity. The Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor could only sense 2 battlefields, but there could be farther battlefields that even he was unable to detect, as there were enough royal lords for them to split into more than 2 groups. If 11 royal lords fell at these 2 battlefields, then what happened to the royal lords at the other battlefields? Did they succumb as well? Could they not escape? Why did they not escape? The Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor squinted slightly and pondered. That was when Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao returned. Now that the distance between the great passes had become much shorter than before, even for a supreme master like an Old Ancestor, the consumption of resources to use the space array had been greatly reduced. Thus, Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor did not stay. Immediately after Old Ancestor Xiao Zhao's return, he left in style, returning to Wind and Cloud Pass. Inside the main conference hall, Old Ancestor Xiao Zhao's aura was slightly weakened. Although she did not suffer serious injuries in the last confrontation, there was always a price to pay for killing several royal lords. It was also fortunate that those royal lords were heavily injured to begin with and had greatly diminished strength. Otherwise, a winner of this battle might not have been determined so quickly. Xiang Shan reported gloomily. A total of 4 great passes were attacked by the royal lords: Azure Nether Pass, Purple Jade Pass, Exquisite Pass, and Constellation Pass. A total of 21 royal lords were killed in the 4 battles. The royal lords' attacks were launched almost simultaneously. The two battlefields that the Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor felt before were the ones at Azure Nether Pass and Constellation Pass. Exquisite Pass and Purple Jade Pass were a little further away, so the Old Ancestor was unable to monitor them. These four great passes each encountered an attack by 5 or 6 royal lords. A total of 21 royal lords had fallen in a battle, with none escaping in the end. The results of this battle were more than just significant. These were 21 royal lords, not territory lords nor feudal lords. Previously, the total number of royal lords in the entire Black Ink battlefield numbered slightly more than 100 before the pacification of the major theaters killed about half of them. Of those survivors, 21 were now dead, which meant that there were not many royal lords left alive from the theaters. However, many were apprehensive about this victory, and some were even a little frightened. Most of the soldiers were unclear about the situation, only thinking that the old ancestors were indeed powerful, managing to kill 21 royal lords outside the 4 great passes. However, those old ancestors who participated in that battle felt differently. Those royal lords, none of them ever even considered retreating. They seemed to be on a suicide mission. When Exquisite Pass was attacked, its old ancestor was the first to go out to face the enemy. It was 1 versus 5, so in less than 10 breaths of time, he was nearly killed by those 5 royal lords. Under normal circumstances, even though the Exquisite Pass Old Ancestor was facing 5 royal lords, he would not be at risk of falling that quickly. It was because of this that he went confidently to fight against them. However, the 5 royal lords seemed completely prepared to sacrifice themselves if they could take their enemy down with them. It only took a moment of inattention for the Exquisite Pass Old Ancestor to nearly lose his life. It was only thanks to the timely arrival of the old ancestors from the other passes that he managed to turn the tables around. A royal lord even cast a sacrificial secret technique upon his death and almost succeeded in dragging an old ancestor down with him. In that battle, 21 royal lords were ruthlessly killed, while many old ancestors were injured. "I'm afraid the source domain is not far away," Old Ancestor Shao quickly said, coming to the same conclusion as Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor. It was because the source domain was not far away that those royal lords fought so hard to stop the humans' armies from advancing. They also knew that they could not stop every pass, so they had divided into several groups and attacked at different locations. Their intention was clearly to inflict as much damage as possible. However, they did not expect that the humans were prepared or that their response would be so rapid. Thus, their plans failed. Xiang Shan frowned and said, "According to the information we collected before, there were 45 royal lords who had managed to escape the initial war. With 21 killed, there are still 24 remaining. There is no way to know where they are hiding or what they are planning to do." Old Ancestor Shao nodded. "Those royal lords are a grave hidden danger. No matter what their plans are, we can only stop them when they choose to appear." Old Ancestor Shao also carried this strong sense of unease. According to the number of royal lords who originally escaped, they could have allocated 5 royal lords to attack 9 great passes at once. However, only 21 royal lords showed up to attack 4 great passes. The remaining 24 royal lords were nowhere to be seen, while those who did appear all died. Where were those missing royal lords? It would be good if they had emerged to fight like the other royal lords, but now that they were hiding, it became a huge problem for the humans. No matter where those royal lords are hiding, Great Evolution Pass need not feel dispirited about it. Send out orders for the reconnaissance squads to return. The reconnaissance squads of the 4 great passes that were attacked earlier were all nearly wiped out. So Old Ancestor Shao was also afraid that if something like this happened again, the squad's Great Evolution Pass sent to scout the way would not be able to resist and be annihilated. Xiang Shan was about to issue the orders when a long, sharp whistle suddenly came from outside Great Evolution Pass. Xiang Shan was stunned and turned his head towards the source of the sound. This was obviously a signal from a squad doing reconnaissance. When he turned around again, old ancestor Shao had already disappeared. Rushing out the moment she heard the sound, Xiang Shan frowned and hastily tried to catch up with her. Old ancestor Shao swiftly appeared aboard Dawning Light, but found no trace of the enemy, so she couldn't help frowning and asking, "What's going on?" Yang Kai replied, "Old ancestor, there is something wrong with the road ahead." Old ancestor Shao narrowed her eyes slightly and investigated the situation for a moment before her expression changed. There was indeed something wrong with the road ahead. All this time, the deeper they traveled into the void, the more dangers they encountered. There were arrays and divine abilities left from the ancient era everywhere, along with various celestial phenomenon. However, up ahead, all the dangers seemed to suddenly reduce significantly. The reduction was very obvious, with there being practically no sense of crisis from anywhere. In fact, even Seventh Order Open Heaven Masters no longer felt threatened. Before this, even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not take the dangers in the void lightly. Old ancestor Shao frowned, looked into the situation, and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. "When did you first notice?" Old ancestor Shao asked. Such an obvious change was really a bit unusual, as there might be some different hidden dangers ahead if they went down this path. Yang Kai replied, "Just now." Nothing seemed off when the old ancestors and royal lords were fighting. However, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a change in the void soon after that battle ended. Old ancestor Shao frowned, as she was not sure why there was such a change. She had planned to recall the squads back to Great Evolution Pass to avoid them being attacked by the hidden royal lords. However, now she could not recall them anymore. So, instead of going back to Great Evolution Pass, she remained on Dawning Light to personally monitor the frontline situation. If a royal lord did attack, she would be able to immediately protect the scouting squads from this position. With a flash of her divine sense, she sent a message to Xiang Shan back in Great Evolution Pass, instructing him to ask the other great passes how their situations were. Soon, it was reported that almost all the great passes had encountered such changes, and the dangers of the road ahead had been significantly reduced. At the same moment, deep in the void at an unknown place, there was a violent surge of black ink strength. The energy rampage involved 24 figures, each possessing a strong aura. These 24 figures were the surviving royal lords who had previously escaped from the theaters. Old ancestor Shao was worried that these unseen royal lords were hiding in the shadows, preparing to ambush the great passes. However, the truth was they had long returned to this unknown land. The other 21 who did not come back here were mainly trying to delay the advance of the human race. The original 21 royal lords' strength was strong, as even if they were wounded, they were still royal lords. They split into 4 teams, and as long as they were fast enough, they had a good chance of destroying a few great passes. They did not need to inflict widespread damage. Even if they destroyed 1 or 2 great passes, the humans would have their momentum blunted and be forced to delay their follow-up actions while focusing on defense. However, the humans were prepared for this possibility, so the Black Ink Clan's plan failed. The 21 royal lords were all killed, while the human race's crusade was not affected in any way. Of course, these 24 royal lords had no way to perceive the fall of their companions, nor any time to worry about them, as they had their own mission. At this moment, these royal lords had gathered together in a certain place and were each using their own means and black ink strength to bombard a certain place in the void. When 24 royal lords made a move together, they could unleash a fearsome power that was enough to shake the heavens and earth. At the place where their raging attack struck, a skinny figure that was basically just dried up flesh and bones sat. This figure had no aura, and to any outside observer was as good as dead. Only his eyes remained bright and full of life. He was Tsang. His location was not hidden in any way, so anyone who could reach this place would be able to find him as long as they were determined enough. The 24 royal lords were currently attacking him. However, the fierce attacks, which was enough to tear apart space itself, failed to even injure Song in the slightest. All the attacks were stopped by an inexplicable energy field just one step away from Song. This energy field seemed to be a kind of restriction that resisted all outside interference and simply distributed all impacts out across an enormous area. Although the royal lords had been attacking for a long time, they showed no signs of giving up, but there was also no hint of progress being made. Meanwhile, surrounding Song, there was now rich black ink strength that filled the void. Though the royal lords were attacking, Song did not consider it to be a crisis. It was as if he was certain that these royal lords could not do anything to him. Not only did he not try to stop them, he even tried to chat with them. "Did you guys come back from out there? Look what a mess you are in. Were you beaten up before you came running here?" Seems to be the case. All of you are quite injured. Must have been a significant defeat. And the current generation have finally made their mark. Looks like this old master has not wasted his effort in sitting here for so many years. Can you tell me about the situation outside? I've been here for so many years, and I don't know anything about the outside world. What's more, there's no one to talk to here. Hey, don't be like your great aunt. She was like a boring bottle gourd or a woman. Even when beaten, she never made a sound. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5396. Who else is there to fool but you? Hey, seriously? What is the situation in the outside world today? You lowlifes have actually been driven back all the way here? Has my human race flourished so much that you are no longer their match? There are not many innate royal lords anymore. HM? Most of you are acquired and have advanced from below. It looks like a lot of those who went out from here died already. Look, don't waste your energy. Do you think that this old master will be easy for you to defeat? Save your energy and take a break. Isn't it better for us to have a chat? Hello? Hey, you. Yes. The one with the horns on your head. Yes, you tell me how things are out there. In exchange, I can give you a gift. The black ink strength surged as they madly attacked. However, even with the combined efforts of 24 royal lords, they couldn't even scratch Song. The more he nagged, the fiercer the royal lords attacked. It was as if they were determined to shut him up. At one point, a voice from the dark depths exclaimed in surprise, "You can control Shur's power? The power to devour?" Although Tsong's movements were extremely subtle, they were still detectable, so he usually concealed them extremely well. However, this time he accidentally revealed something. Tsong laughed and said, "Oh, you found out." The voice said coldly, "So that's why... Old thing, no wonder you survived for so many years. You can control Shur's power." Tsong sighed and said, "Not like I can help it. This damned place has been turned into a soulless, spiritless land by your underlings. So if this old master wants to live, the only way is to secretly steal from you from time to time." For countless years, he had relied on the manipulation of Shur's power to occasionally devour some energy from the darkness in order to survive. Otherwise, he would have died many years ago. The voice in the darkness sneered and said, "You're really good at hiding. You managed to hide your flaws for so many years that even I was unaware of it. It was unbecoming of me to keep it from you, the master of this domain. Now that you've found out, should I be ashamed of it? I'm afraid that you've forgotten how Shur died. I can't help it. This is the only way if I want to live." How could Song not know how Shur died? It was because Shur had devoured too much black ink strength and was at risk of being corrupted by it that he had to integrate himself into the restriction at the last moment. Even an existence as powerful as him could not completely resist the corruption of black ink strength. The voice in the darkness laughed coldly and said, "Very well, you want it, don't you? If you want it so badly, then I'll give it to you." As the voice spoke, the calm darkness suddenly rumbled. It was as if there was a violent energy surging in it, boiling from the inner depths and impacting the invisible restriction. Song frowned and called out hastily, "Mo, do not be rash. Let's talk about this." The voice in the darkness kept silent, and the power rumbled more and more fiercely. Song was originally withered to skin and bones, but now he visibly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a plump old man. This transformation was not done, though, as his body continued to expand and soon bulged up like a blown-up ball. "Stop, stop!" Song shouted, appearing terrified as he yelled. "Mo, stop! If you keep doing this, this old master will burst!" Mo naturally would not stop. He wanted nothing more than to make this noisy old man explode. The 24 royal lords saw this scene from outside the restriction and smiled happily. They felt reinvigorated and increased the intensity of their attacks. After a few moments, Song's whole body was swollen into a ball. He was so puffed up that no one could see his facial features. He seemed like he could burst at any moment. He shouted with difficulty, I can't hold on any more." After he said so, he lifted his chubby palm and thrusted it forward. The royal lords, who were bombarding him indiscriminately, instantly froze as if death itself had enveloped them. In the darkness, Mo suddenly roared, "Dodge!" But it was too late. When Song thrust his fat palm out, the vast void trembled and the restriction, which covered the darkness, visibly rippled. The 5 closest royal lords were swept up by the violent burst of power and instantly exploded into blood mist. More royal lords behind them were hit hard and began to bleed. The whole world suddenly fell silent with just one blow. Song's swollen body, which was like a round ball, now began to deflate and shrink rapidly. He eventually reverted to an old man, heaved a long sigh of relief, and said, much more comfortable." The royal lords, who were still alive, were all terrified as they stared at Song with immense fear. They were royal lords, the most powerful in existence in this world. 24 of them joined hands to attack Song for so long, but they couldn't even hurt him. However, with just one counterattack, 5 royal lords perished, and more than 10 of them were seriously injured. The ones who weren't further injured were simply lucky to have avoided the blow. The power of that palm just now had surpassed their understanding. There should not be such a force in this world. In the darkness sealed by the restriction, the black ink-colored ocean no longer had ripples on it. A while later, Mo angrily scolded, "You tricked me!" Just now, when Song pleaded for him to stop, he really thought that this old thing was about to burst, so he spared no effort to funnel more power into him. In reality, Song was borrowing his power to fight. Thus, once Song unleashed the accumulated power, it violently blasted out, resulting in casualties among the royal lords. It could be said that the power of that blow was not his real strength, but his combined with Mo's. The royal lords were unaware of what happened, but Mo understood. He knew that Song's attack was done with the help of his power and also the power of the entire restriction. That was why the damage it inflicted was so terrifying. It was impossible for Song to do this with his strength alone. If he really had such strength, he would not have been trapped here so close to the restriction for so long. "How dare you lie to me?" Mo roared hysterically, as if he was a jilted woman. Song shuddered a little as his body was covered in goosebumps. "Settle down, Mo, don't make frivolous accusations, as if this old master has taken advantage of you. Furthermore, isn't it expected that I would fool you? You're such an idiot and deserve to be fooled. You lied to me back then, too." Mo hissed. "You led me here and laid this restriction, imprisoning me for millions of years. You all deserve to die." Song sighed slightly and said, "It really couldn't be helped, Mo. Your power is just too overbearing. If you weren't imprisoned here, the 3,000 worlds would have been destroyed long ago. Haven't we old guys been accompanying you? Now, there is only one old man left, while everyone else is dead." Mo coldly laughed. "There's no way for you to live any longer." It was a huge restriction that required someone to be here to make sure Mo remained trapped. Thus, those Song mentioned had to remain here at all times. Unfortunately, Mo's life and no natural end, while those people who guarded this place were not immortals. Regardless of how strong they were, they would eventually pass away. So be it. The past is the past. Let's not mention it any more. Song waved his hand with a look of despair and continued, This old master will not last long. When this old master dies, you will no longer be trapped. Then whatever you do in this vast universe is none of my concern. There was a long silence in the darkness before Mo muttered, I await that day. Song raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you want to do it yourself? Just like earlier, perhaps if we do it a few more times, this old master will really burst. Humph. Mo coldly snorted, fell silent, and ignored him. Song looked at the 19 royal lords who were still alive, waved to them casually, and asked, Shall we continue? The royal lords looked terrified, and none of them dared to move. Since they knew that this man could devour black ink strength and turn it into his own power, why would they still want to fight against him? They just witnessed him vaporize 5 royal lords with a simple thrust of his palm. If he did it a few more times, they would all die meaninglessly. The next moment, the royal lords seemed to have received some instructions. All of them bowed towards the darkness where Mo was sealed, turned around, and dashed off. Soon, they were nowhere to be seen. Song secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. Although Mo's intelligence had grown considerably compared to back then, and he was much more mature, making it not as easy to deal with him, he was still rather naive. If he really pumped up Song a few more times with his power, Song was certain that he would not be able to survive. After all, there were originally 10 guardians of this huge restriction. However, he was now the only one remaining. He could still make use of the restriction, but he was now all alone. He sighed in his heart as he looked in the direction of where the royal lords departed. Sure, if you do not return soon, this old master really won't be able to hold up much longer. Will I be able to last until that day? He had guarded this place for so many eons, in this barren place with no means of restoring his strength or increasing his lifespan. One by one, his old friends exhausted their powers and died. Before they died, all of them integrated themselves into the restriction to reinforce it. The last one to leave was Shur. Before integrating his body into the restriction, Shur told Song a plan that he would retain a trace of his soul, which would cross the void and return to the 3,000 worlds. Doing so, he might have a chance to live again. He wanted to find a complete solution to the problem in his next life. Needless to say, this was an extremely bold plan, because even Shur himself did not know whether it would work. But there was always hope. Now, more than 100,000 years had passed, yet Shur still had not returned. Song did not know whether his plan had worked or not. Perhaps Shur's soul never made it back to the 3,000 worlds. After all, the road was very dangerous with plenty of traps. An empty spirituality did not have the slightest self-preservation power and might be destroyed if it encountered any dangers. Even if Shur managed to return to the 3,000 worlds, there was very little chance that he could resurrect. Song was mentally prepared for this. The reason why he agreed to this plan was also because there was really no other way. A sliver of hope was better than sitting on the sidelines and waiting to die. However, after waiting for so many years, Shur's plan must have failed. Otherwise, he should have heard something from him in these 100,000 years. The good thing was, now the descendants of the human race had finally struck back. They actually were able to drive back the royal lords from the outside, allowing Song to see a glimmer of hope again. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5397, Spiritless Land. However, Song was trapped here and unable to move. There was no way for him to provide any help to the human race. Now he could only wait. The 19 royal lords who left earlier were obviously moving to intercept the humans. In this regard, Song was not worried. Since the human race could drive them back, then they would not have any problems dealing with these remnants. The real problem now was how to handle Mo. This was the source of all the problems. Without resolving him, all other efforts were ultimately futile. When they discovered this problem millions of years ago, they also tried to eliminate Mo. Unfortunately, they failed and could only create a cage here to seal Mo inside. For millions of years, Mo could not get out of this trap. It was as much of an imprisonment for them as it was for Mo. Song gazed far away, hoping that this generation of humans could give him a pleasant surprise. In the void, both Yang Kai and old ancestor Xiao Xiao had an ominous feeling as they stood on Dawning Light's deck. It had been a month since the royal lords attacked, and the void ahead had changed dramatically. The further they went, the fewer dangers they encountered. Then, at a certain point, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if Dawning Light had entered a different world, one without a trace of energy at all. So far, although the void had been vast and seemed both silent and empty, the fact was it was still filled with all kinds of energy. It was just a matter of how much. The most common energy in the void was the various starlight strengths. The 9 heavenly layers grand array that was placed in Voidland was able to draw in starlight strength to replenish itself. Thus, as time passed, the more powerful the 9 heavenly layers of grand array would become. The black ink battlefield also had starlight strength, as well as many other strange powers in it. Although these powers could not be absorbed by humans directly, they were real, and many mobile palace artifacts and warships had the ability to draw on such energies to power themselves. This way, the reliance on cultivators to power warships was reduced. It could be said that these kinds of chaotic powers filled all of space in the void. However, this place was a complete vacuum. There were no restrictions, no residual divine abilities, no colorful and diverse celestial phenomenon, not even the power of the void itself. This was a place where there was literally nothing, only endless space. Being in such a place, one could not help but feel surreal. Even being in it, Yang Kai could not help but wonder if there really was such a place in this world. A spiritless land. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao murmured and frowned slightly. Yang Kai had previously heard of spiritless lands. However, this was the first time he had actually seen one. Is it man-made or naturally formed? Yang Kai asked. The old ancestor shook her head. I don't know. It was fine if it was naturally formed, but if it was artificially created, then it was a big deal. Does this place have anything to do with the Black Ink Clan's source domain? Is the source domain hidden here? But if this is a spiritless land, why would the source domain be hidden here? Was this done by the great experts of ancient times for some reason? Nothing was known. At that moment, an energy fluctuation flickered from the depths of the void. Although it was fleeting, both Yang Kai and old ancestor Xiao Xiao sensed it. Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look in that direction, while old ancestor Xiao Xiao frowned and narrowed her eyes. Not only did they sense it, all humans in the great passes sensed it, be it 9th Order old ancestors or 5th Order soldiers. All clearly sensed that energy fluctuation. In all the great passes, all eyes and divine senses focused in that direction. Some even rose into the sky, hoping to get a better look. Strong! Old ancestor Xiao Xiao exclaimed softly. Although the place where the fluctuation came from was still incredibly far away, she clearly perceived that whatever caused it was so powerful that she could not hope to replicate it. In other words, the one who caused this fluctuation was a master beyond her. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not help but feel intimidated. She was instantly reminded of the jade white hand that she saw in the black ink nest space previously. At that time, she sensed that the master of that hand seemed to be more powerful than a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm masters. With a single strike, he actually managed to tear apart the black ink nest space, which had sealed 22 9th Orders Open Heaven Realm masters and 50 royal lords inside of it. This showed that the Jade White Hand's master and the Mother Nest were very close to each other, and that the master who attacked had unfathomable strength. was the intense energy fluctuation made by the owner of that jade white hand. If not, who is this master that is fighting in the depths of the void? This crusade was increasingly puzzling and incomprehensible. After a month passed, the distances between the great passes had become extremely close to each other. Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass were now just an hour or so away from Great Evolution Pass. In fact, Yang Kai could clearly see the two great passes on his left and right. It could also be said that the human race had effectively become a single army. Any one of the great passes could support the other great passes in a timely manner. The power of more than 100 great passes had gathered. There were more than 100 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, thousands of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and around 2 million soldiers. Furthermore, they had the accumulated heritages of the cave heavens and paradises over hundreds of thousands of years. With such a powerful force, the human race had the confidence to deal with the Black Ink Clan, regardless of how strong its hidden forces were. In this battle, the Black Ink Clan would be eradicated once and for all. After the energy fluctuation, there was no more movement from the depths of the void, and it remained unknown what caused it. 3 days later, while old ancestor Xiao Xiao was meditating aboard Dawning Light, she suddenly opened her eyes, gazed ahead momentarily, and then dashed out. A long, continuous whistling sound followed. At the same time, from a number of great passes, Ninth Order Open Heaven Masters flew out like long bolts of lightning towards the depths of the void. Enemy attack! Yang Kai shouted, "Take your stations!" He clearly perceived that as many as 30 old ancestors had rushed out from the great passes. The only enemy who could make so many old ancestors move was the Royal Lords. Last time, 21 Royal Lords divided their 4 groups to launch an attack, which eventually resulted in their annihilation. Not much time had passed since then, but now another wave of Royal Lords was attacking. These had to be the Royal Lords who did not show themselves previously. Yang Kai wondered why they did not attack together and instead split into 2 separate waves. Were they not aware that splitting their forces and attacking at different times would be less effective? That couldn't be. There had to be some reason why they had to do so. After all, the Royal Lords were not fools. Shortly after Yang Kai shouted, a battle broke out in the depths of the void ahead, a very fierce battle. Previously, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao went to another great pass to support them, the distance was too far for Yang Kai and the others to perceive anything. However, this time it was different. The location of this battle was not far from Great Evolution Pass, about half a day's journey by warship. Divine abilities and secret techniques began to erupt, and extremely dazzling and gorgeous lights bloomed at that distant location. Underneath that glorious glow was nothing but violence and death. The battle was extremely ferocious. This was the rawest feeling this battle gave to Yang Kai. There were no probing attacks or measuring of the enemy, just an immediate life or death struggle. 1, 2, 3! Yang Kai concentrated on perceiving the battlefield ahead, and after a moment he frowned and mumbled, "The number isn't right. There are only 19 Royal Lords." A total of 45 Royal Lords escaped after the pacification of the theaters. 21 died in their attack on the great passes. Then there should still be 24 Royal Lords remaining. So, why were there only 19 in this battle? Where did the other 5 go? Feng Ing also nodded and said, "It's 19. Yang Kai immediately ordered, "Return to Great Evolution Pass." There were still 5 missing Royal Lords, and no one knew where they were hiding. If they attacked Dawn at this moment, they would not be able to resist. The old ancestors from Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass next to them might not be able to rescue them in time. Thus, it was better for them to return to the Great Pass. Naturally, there was no way for Yang Kai to know this was unnecessary. After all, those 5 Royal Lords were killed by Tsang before this, and there were only 19 Royal Lords left. What's more, these 19 were far more seriously injured compared to the previous 21 Royal Lords. Song may have only killed 5 royal lords, but he seriously injured more than 10 of them as well. As a result, these 19 royal lords were in worse condition than the previous 21 who had attacked, with many of them not even able to display 50% of their peak strength. 30 old ancestors went out to fight them, outnumbering them almost 2 to 1. This battle broke out suddenly and ended very quickly. Yang Kai was just leading Dawn back to Great Evolution Pass when the battlefield in the distance was filled with the sounds of royal lords falling, one after another. On the city walls, the human soldiers who sensed the battlefield were dumbfounded. No one expected the royal lords to die so quickly. The battle was actually over before a stick of incense passed, with the auras of all 19 royal lords that had appeared withering as they perished. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao soon returned, without a trace of injury. Xiang Shan and the others rushed to welcome her. Not rejoicing in victory, the old ancestor wore a frown on her face. After all, the previous battle had given her an extremely odd feeling, even more so than the one before it. It was as if these royal lords did not take their own lives seriously. They appeared as if they could not wait to die, and practically did not defend themselves, showing no sense of self-preservation and only attacking wildly. What concerned her more was that the 19 royal lords that appeared this time were very seriously injured. More than 10 of them could not even exert half of their usual strength. Otherwise, the old ancestors could not have won so easily even if they were numerically superior. The royal lord's injuries were odd, and she wondered if that immense burst of energy some time ago had something to do with it. Perhaps that was the case, otherwise it could not be explained. If so, that would mean that someone had struck those royal lords before them. As the old ancestor pondered, a vague guidance suddenly came to her from the darkness. It was not a word nor a divine sense transmission, but simple guidance. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately turned her head in the direction where the royal lords came from. In that instance, the eyes of more than 100 old ancestors from the various great passes also converged in that direction. Some of their brows rose slightly, some looked surprised, while others appeared relieved. When that guidance came, all the old ancestors knew that they were close to reaching the Black Ink clan's source domain, and would soon be able to clear some of their doubts and questions, be it whether the jade white hand that saved them that day belonged to a friend or a foe would be revealed soon. If they were not mistaken, the vague guidance in the darkness came from the owner of that jade white hand, Marshall Peak. Chapter 5398, You've Finally Come. More than 10 days after the 19 attacking royal lords were killed, the great passes finally arrived at the source of darkness. The void deep ahead was enveloped by a huge and dense cloud of black ink strength that appeared like an endless ocean that had existed since time immemorial. Although everything was calm, everyone felt the dread of what was to come. Even from a distance, it still gave people an extremely ominous feeling. The evil energy in this black ink ocean seemed to be able to devour one's heart and soul just by staring at it. In the great passes, all eyes gazed towards the black ink ocean, and all of them looked grave, even the old ancestors. Was this the Black Ink clan's source domain? Although no one told them what it was, when they saw the black ink ocean, they all realized that this was definitely the source domain, and that the mother nest must be inside. At the beginning of the crusade, no one thought that the source domain was so far away, and no one expected that the source domain would look like this. If too many Black Ink clansmen died in a certain battlefield, the black ink strength would form thick black ink clouds, and if enough black ink clouds came together, they were sometimes called black ink oceans, but those were a far cry from the sight before them. This was a real black ink ocean, dense and boundless. The so-called black ink oceans that they had seen previously were at most small ponds by comparison. Most of the humans only focused on this vast black ink ocean ahead of them, while the old ancestors of the great passes vaguely perceived that there seemed to be something else beyond this black ink ocean. It was something that was hidden extremely well, and no one would know it was there unless effort was made to sense it. In myriad demons past, the old ancestor used his demon eye of annihilation to see through the illusion. At divine feather pass, the divine feather old ancestor activated his true vision eye to pierce the veil of the void. It was the same for the old ancestors of other great passes. With their ninth order open heaven realm cultivation, they more or less all practiced some form of secret technique, though their attainments varied quite a bit. At this moment, when the various secret techniques were activated, the hidden objects beyond the darkness were instantly perceived by the old ancestors, and what they saw left all of them pale with shock. They saw a restriction at the outer edge of the darkness, which was like a cage that enveloped the entire black ink ocean. It was because of this seal which imprisoned the black ink ocean that did not spread outward. It was not hard to imagine that without this seal, the black ink ocean would have been so enormous that perhaps the whole void would have been filled with it, leaving no place for the human race to exist. It was a huge revelation. Such a seal was definitely not a natural formation and had to be man-made, but even the old ancestors had never heard of anything like it. From the traces left by the passage of time, it was obvious that this seal was ancient. In fact, it was so old that even the old ancestors could not figure out when it was even formed. However, the old ancestors did not need to investigate for long, as suddenly, something in the void attracted their attention. There was an old man with a white beard, sitting on the restriction, looking at them with a smile. All the old ancestors gasped. Initially, they did not even notice this man's presence. This old man seemed to suddenly appear out of nowhere. With more than 100 old ancestors scanning the area, it was naturally impossible that he could be missed. However, the old man could not possibly have just appeared there. He had always been there, but they did not know what technique he used such that even they, the old ancestors, could not detect him. In other words, if he did not want to be found, none of the humans here could find him. This old man was very strong, so strong that even the old ancestors were shaken. He just sat there with a smile on his face, yet the old ancestors all felt that he was facing them individually. This was a strange feeling, but also a sign of his supreme strength and control. They did not detect any energy fluctuations from the old man, yet many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had a clear understanding of the situation. It was clear to them that he had no ill will towards the human race. Additionally, the old man was obviously human. Without coordinating, each of the old ancestors stepped out from the great passes and converged towards the old man's location. Although they were fairly certain this old man helped some of them escape from the black ink nest space, they remained cautious as they still had not confirmed his origins or intentions. With more than 100 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acting together, the old man would have to consider carefully if he had any malicious intent. When the old man detected the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's thoughts, his smile only widened. Then suddenly, the old man appeared disappointed and frowned. As the old ancestors approached from the great passes, he clearly saw Duan's handiwork from the great passes. Back then, one of his comrades, Duan, was supremely talented in artifact refining, second to none in it. In fact, the cage where Mo was imprisoned was created by Duan with the help of the 9 others. Of course, Duan died after he created this cage, along with all the others except him. It was naturally impossible for Duan to have personally built these great passes. However, Tsang remembered that Duan had taken a few disciples during his life and passed down his knowledge to them. Thus, it seemed that the Great Pass was created by Duan's disciples. But rather than that, what Tsang was disappointed about was that he could not find the familiar aura he was searching for among these people. That could only mean that Shur's plan had failed. He must have failed to cross the void and return to the 3,000 worlds. Otherwise, he surely would have come here today. Aboard all of the great passes, all were confused when they saw the old ancestors walking towards the darkness. The old ancestors were able to see Tsang's figure only because Tsang willingly allowed them to see him, but not the others. Only Yang Kai stood on the walls of Great Evolution Pass and stared at them with wide eyes. He appeared shocked, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime. "There's someone here. There's actually someone in this accursed place." He had heard from old ancestor Xiao Xiao that there was a force fighting against the Black Ink clan, and she even speculated that the force was near the Mother Nest. However, he still could not believe it until he really saw this old man. This was a spiritless land, at the deepest part of the Black Ink battlefield. It was where the source domain of Black Ink clan. As far as Yang Kai knew, for the past several 100,000 years, no human had ever set foot in this place. But there was actually someone here. Did this mean that this person had been here for at least hundreds of thousands of years? In the absence of the presence of any energy, how did he survive? Even if this old man was extremely strong, he must have depleted all his reserves after so many years. Could it be that this old man's small universe was like his own, one that could raise living beings, allowing him to be self-sufficient? While Yang Kai was stunned, so was Tsang. After noticing another gaze upon him, Tsang turned to look towards the source and found a little Seventh Order junior staring at him. Those in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm could see him because he took the initiative to reveal himself to them, but he did not allow anyone else to see him. Even the top Eighth Order masters at the Great Passes were confused, as they did not know where all the old ancestors were going. So what was so special about this Seventh Order boy? Tsang's eyes flashed. Yang Kai immediately shuddered as he felt like he was being examined from the inside out. It was a very uncomfortable feeling that sent chills down his spine. Yang Kai frowned as he cursed to himself. Regardless of who this old man was, he should not pry into others' secrets. He felt that this old man was up to no good. On the other hand, Tsang now understood why Yang Kai could see him. When he peered into Yang Kai's small universe, he saw a World Tree clone. Strictly speaking, Tsang had a close relationship with the World Tree, and it was with the power of the World Tree clone that Yang Kai was able to sense the old man's existence even before the old ancestors. Tsang did not bother with Yang Kai and just smiled at the Ninth Order masters who came to him and gathered in a semicircle. Unconcerned about their vigilance, he said with a mellow tone, "You've finally come. I've been waiting for this day for more than 1,000,000 years." On the wall, Yang Kai became curious and restless. Although he resented the old man for prying into his personal details, what was happening was clearly an opportunity to learn the secrets of the ages. The old man, who had lived here for hundreds of thousands of years, was a character from an era so ancient there were no records of it. He must know more about Black Ink clan than any of the humans today. He could be revealing something about the secrets of the Black Ink clan right now. Thus, Yang Kai also wanted to hear about it. However, he was not strong enough and he was unqualified to participate in such a discussion. Seemingly noticing something, Xiang Shan frowned and asked, "Brat, what's the situation over there? You look like an ant on a hot metal walk. What's happening?" Yang Kai said, "Sir, if you don't know what's going on, then how could I know what's happening over there?" He then continued, "Sir, why don't we utilize our divine sense to hear what the old ancestors are saying to that old sir?" When he said this, Xiang Shan, Mi Jing Luin, and all the others looked strangely at him. What old sir? There was no such thing as an old sir over there. They only saw the old ancestors of all the great passes, leaving the passes in unison and converging in one place. Without orders from the old ancestors, they did not dare to do anything rash. None of them saw any old sir. Yang Kai said, "It's that old senior." He pointed his hand to where the old ancestors were gathered. Xiang Shan stared over there, but still could not see anything. He then slapped the back of Yang Kai's head and snarled, "What nonsense! How can there be anyone there other than the old ancestors?" Yang Kai fumed. Why did he have to slap my head? Could he not have just used his words? However, after seeing Mi Jing Luin and others' expressions, Yang Kai suddenly understood. "None of you can see him." Xiang Shan growled, If you keep talking nonsense, I will split your head in two. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Feng Ying and asked, Senior sister, you also cannot see that old sir? Marshall Peak. Chapter 5399. I'm here to serve tea to Senior. Feng Ying shook her head. No, there is no old sir over there. Yang Kai did not know what to say. Why could he see the old man when the others could not? The old ancestors all converged in that direction, so obviously the old ancestors had seen him as well. Xiang Shan and the others now realized that Yang Kai did not look like he was joking. They also did not understand why the old ancestors had suddenly left. There really is an old man over there? Xiang Shan asked with a deep voice. Yes. Yang Kai nodded confidently. Mi Jing Luen and the others frowned. Could it be the one with the white jade hand? Xiang Shan remarked as he thought of what old ancestor Xiao had said the other day. I don't know if it's the man with the white jade hand, but he seems human, Yang Kai replied casually. Mi Jing Luen said solemnly, if there is someone there, yet we can't detect him, then his strength is simply unfathomable. Mi Jing Luen glanced at Xiang Shan before suddenly smiling as they both patted Yang Kai's shoulder. You want to know what he is telling the old ancestors? Earlier on, Mi Jing Luen did not know why Yang Kai looked so frustrated and curious, but now he understood. How could Yang Kai be the only one who was curious? Although the old ancestors would certainly reveal some key information to them later, they might not necessarily tell them everything. It was certainly better if they could hear it for themselves. However, none of them dared to do anything rash. Since the old ancestors did not call for them, who would dare to go forward on their own? None of them was able to shoulder the responsibility if something went wrong. Yang Kai had learnt long ago not to get involved in big head me schemes and shook his head decisively no. Old ancestor Xiao once commented that Mi Jing Luen was quite petty and vindictive. Thus, Yang Kai knew he should not try to best him in an argument. In fact, if Yang Kai had the necessary strength, he would have resorted to fists first and asked questions later. After all, the best way to deal with anyone petty was to beat them into submission. Likewise, this same reasoning applied to Xiang Shan. Unfortunately for him, the two big heads were too similar in their thinking. Yang Kai was alerted as soon as Mi Jing Luen spoke, but it was too late. No, you certainly want to. Mi Jing Luen said firmly, taking out a tea set and shoving it directly into Yang Kai's hand before casually suggesting, that old senior must have grown lonely after so many years and long forgotten the taste of tea. Go and brew the old senior a pot of tea. Upon saying so, both Mi Jing Luen and Xiang Shan directly used their hands, which were still on Yang Kai's shoulders, to throw him out. Yang Kai was shocked and wanted to resist, but was unable to do so. In a flash, Yang Kai was hurled out towards where the old ancestors had gathered. Damn you, big head Xiang! Big head me! Yang Kai cursed as he flew across the void. Those two big heads were such bullies. Is this appropriate? Lu Zhiping appeared confused when she saw Yang Kai flying towards where the old ancestors gathered. In fact, she was slightly worried. She could not see where the so-called old sir was. However, she could clearly see that the Ninth Order Open Heaven Masters had their guards up as they surrounded something. Anyone or anything that could cause over 100 old ancestors to act so cautiously must be very powerful. Now that Yang Kai was thrust into their midst, how would he sort out any misunderstanding? It's fine, Mi Jing Luen said with a smile. The old ancestors are all gathered there, so if something really happens, they can also protect him. Moreover, he is only in the 7th Order, so the old ancestors and that old senior should not care if a junior like him barges into their gathering. If possible, Mi Jing Luen wanted to go personally. However, as a peak 8th Order Master, it was less appropriate or believable for him to act like a naive junior rather than a real youngster like Yang Kai. But, look, we can't see that old sir, but Yang Kai can. Maybe there is something unique about him? Xiang Shan continued along with Mi Jing Luen's reasoning. Since he is unique, he should receive preferential treatment as well. After saying that, Mi Jing Luen and Xiang Shan looked at each other and grinned. Yang Lai's face twitched repeatedly as he stared at these two with narrowed eyes. They managed to think up so much sophistry in so little time? How can they live with themselves if they do this every day, all day long? Yang Lai cursed in his heart and then walked away, feeling ashamed just standing with them. Yang Kai also cursed and swore at the two big heads. However, they just smiled back at him encouragingly, which irked him even more. He had already been thrown towards the old ancestors, and was halfway there before he managed to steady himself, so it was far too late to turn back, as that would only be more embarrassing. Thus he emboldened himself to hold the tea set with both hands, keep his head up, and strode forward. The old ancestors obviously saw him and appeared puzzled at his sudden intrusion. With a bull-headed boldness he had cultivated his whole life, Yang Kai ignored them outright and directly flew to the old sir and said with a smile, "Old sir, you must be thirsty. Please have some tea." Upon saying this, regardless of whether he caused the old ancestors to be upset, Yang Kai placed the tea set on the old man's side and got busy. Yang Kai naturally broke out into a cold sweat as Tsang curiously observed him. He came to serve tea and was only in the 7th order open heaven realm. So regardless of whether this old sir was a friend or foe, he would not make a move against a junior thousands of times younger than him, right? Soon, Tsang did not bother about this interesting junior and turned to look at one of the 9th order open heaven realm masters. Let's continue. Yang Kai did not know which old ancestor spoke, but a voice from behind followed. According to the ancient records, the cave heavens and paradises seem to have appeared overnight in the 3,000 worlds. Then a wide range of disciples began to train the next generation to prepare them for the black ink battlefields for each of the great passes. Yang Kai listened for a while and understood that the old ancestor was talking about the founding of the cave heavens and paradises, which happened so long ago that rather than records, it was more like legends and myths that the current old ancestors only somewhat knew of. After all, there was not much written about it in the ancient books. Some time later, the same old ancestor also briefly spoke about the many years of struggles between the human race and Black Ink Clan. It was not until the last few hundred years that the human race gradually achieved the upper hand. Eventually, they decided to launch a crusade and advance to this location. The old ancestor did not say much in detail and just broadly described the events of history. He did not mention anything sensitive such as the purifying light or the evil, purging divine spears. They still had no way to determine whether this old man in front of them was a friend or foe. Though the possibility of him being an ally was very high, it was always good to be cautious. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's had finished his work. He brewed the tea from Mi Jing Luen's treasured tea leaves collection and respectfully presented it. "Old sir, have a cup of tea." Tsang answered with a smile. "You're quite thoughtful, little one." The old ancestor, who spoke just now, glanced at Yang Kai with a frown. He was the one who spoke all the while instead of Tsang, who barely spoke a few words. If anyone needed a cup of tea, it was him. Tsang drank the tea, and Yang Kai took back the cup and refilled it. Yang Kai ignored the glare of the many old ancestors. There were more than 100 of them here, so surely they did not expect him to serve every one of them, right? How could he serve so much tea? It was better for him to serve one person. After drinking 3 cups in a row, Tsang smacked his lips and exclaimed, "I haven't tasted this for years. I've almost forgotten what tea tasted like." "The myriad demons have an old ancestor," softly said. "If Senior wants to drink tea, this brat can stay here to serve Senior as long as you like." Yang Kai suddenly shot a glare towards him. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you so quick to abandon me? Are you all in agreement to isolate me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you taught me some of my secret techniques." He thought. Unfortunately for Yang Kai, he soon realized that none of these old ancestors who had lived for so long cared about niceties with a mere junior. The myriad demon's old ancestor did not even glance at Yang Kai as he continued. Senior, while drinking tea is a small matter, we have many doubts and hope that Senior can answer them. Song nodded and said, This old master knows, but there is so much to cover. I don't even know where to start. How about this? Ask me what you want to know, and I will answer accordingly. The old ancestors were surprised that he was so quick to offer up his knowledge. The old ancestors exchanged glances for a moment before one of them asked, How should we address Senior? In fact, since they arrived, they had been telling him about the history of the 3,000 worlds and had not asked him anything. The old man said with a smile, Tsang. Tsang? As in the song from the sky. The old ancestor raised his eyebrows slightly. Tsang slowly shook his head, the Tsang from common people. Although the words were nearly the same, they had very different meanings. The old ancestors were noticeably less wary. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked, A few years ago when I and several others were trapped in the black ink nest space, was it Senior who rescued us? Tsang nodded and replied, And it was me. Although they had speculated that it was him, this was not confirmed until now. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately cupped her fists. Many thanks, Senior. If Tsang had not broken the black ink nest space trap from the outside, the old ancestors would have died inside. He was their savior. No need to thank me. It could be considered as you having saved yourselves. If not for the leaking of the aura from your battle, I would not have thought to strike at that moment. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before understanding what Tsang meant. On that day, the bright king, cave heaven old ancestor, detonated his soul at the border of the black ink nest space, opening a crack in it in an attempt to open a way out for other old ancestors. It was the bright king old ancestor's efforts that allowed the aura of that great battle to leak out. Otherwise, even if the battle was intense in that enclosed space, how could Tsang have noticed it? How then could he have saved them in time? Regardless, I will never forget this life-saving kindness. If I don't die in the battle ahead, I will certainly do whatever is within my ability to assist Senior when you require it. Tsang smiled and replied, We can discuss the future in the future. In truth, regardless of the result of the war, Tsang did not expect to live much longer. It was already pushing the limits of his endurance to live till today, and he was missing his old friends and felt he should reunite with them soon. His old friends must have been waiting impatiently for him. Another old ancestor asked, So, is the Black Ink clan's mother nest really here? As he spoke, he looked towards the vast darkness before them. When the old ancestors broke out of the black ink nest space with the help of an outside force, they had determined that the person who had aided them must be very close to the mother nest. Otherwise, there should have been no way to break through the black ink nest space from the outside. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5400, Prisoners. Mother nest, Tsang laughed heartily. Is that what you call it? Well, that's apartment. Yes, the mother nest is indeed here, in the darkness, within this restriction. And this is where Black Ink Clan originated from. Yes. Blue Sky Pass old ancestor pondered for a moment before asking, What does Senior call the mother nest? Mother nest was a term that was introduced by the humans of today, but it seemed like it had another name from Tsang's reaction. M.O., Tsang replied. It calls itself M.O., the black ink itself. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters frowned when they heard Tsang's answer. Even Yang Kai, who was still brewing tea, looked at Tsang in surprise. There was nothing wrong with calling the Black Ink Clan's mother nest M.O. What was disturbing was the way Tsang phrased a statement. It calls itself. The blue sky old ancestor looked grim as he asked, Senior, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that the mother nest is sentient? So far, the human race had destroyed many low-rank to high-rank black ink nests. Thus, the human race now had some understanding of black ink nests. Each black ink nest had its own consciousness, and the black ink clan used the black ink nest consciousnesses as carriers to establish black ink nest spaces. These black ink nest spaces were in turn created by the black ink nests which bred them. It was a space which transcended distance and could be used to quickly transmit information. However, whether it was the low-rank, mid-rank, or high-rank black ink nests, their consciousnesses were all blank. Simply put, they had consciousnesses but weren't sentient. From what Song just said, the mother nest seemed to be different from the other black ink nests. Song nodded and said, "It naturally has sentience. In the early years, this old master would chat with it when I was bored, but as time passed, it became angry with this old master and disliked how noisy I was. So it stopped responding." The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were horrified that the mother nest was actually a black ink nest with its own sentience. This was truly shocking. Previously, they had speculated that the black ink nest, having its own consciousness, might one day develop its own sentience, thus becoming a true living being. However, the black ink nests on the black ink battlefield had existed for at least a few hundreds of thousands of years with no precedent of any of them becoming sentient. That led them to believe that the black ink nest could never become fully self-aware. Now, they knew that the black ink nest was truly capable of independent thought, but only the mother nest. However, on second thought, this was the source of the black ink clan, so it was not strange that it was sentient. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked, "If it has a will, then why didn't it attack us when we were trapped in its black ink nest space?" As the source of the black ink clan, Mo's will was definitely extraordinarily powerful. If it had attacked the trapped Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at that time, they would surely have suffered heavy losses. After asking the question, old ancestor Xiao Xiao herself also said, "Is it wary of Senior?" Song smiled faintly and said, "In a sense, yes it is. If it secretly makes some small moves, this old master wouldn't notice. However, once it makes a big move, I will surely notice and make it suffer." Previously, when the Bright King Cave Heaven Old Ancestor self-destructed and ruptured the black ink nest space, it enabled some aura of the great battle inside to leak out. That was when Song took action to tear open the black ink nest space. If Mo took the initiative to attack, it would only have been exposed sooner. It wanted to silently finish off the Ninth Order Masters, which was why it did not take the initiative and only had 50 Royal Lords under its command ambush them in the black ink nest space. What cultivation realm is Senior at now? Have you surpassed the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm? Is there a higher realm above the Ninth Order? An old ancestor finally asked one of the questions that everyone really wanted to know. From the aura revealed by the jade white hand alone, it was inferred that the strike had exceeded the power the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could exert. If not, there would have been no way to tear the black ink nest space open from the outside. The Bright King Cave Heaven Old Ancestor had to detonate his soul to simply crack open the space slightly. The Ninth Order Masters speculated that the person with the jade white hand might have exceeded the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Hearing this, Song smiled, shook his head, and said, "The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm is not so easily transcended. Strictly speaking, this old master's cultivation realm is still in the Ninth Order, just a little further along than you. As for whether there is a higher realm above the Ninth Order, maybe there is, maybe not. Who would know until one reached that point?" So, Song was also a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even though he said that he was in the Ninth Order, but a little further along than the others, that was not enough to explain the immense power of his last strike. Song seemed to notice the crowd's doubts and explained, "The strike you sensed was not done by me alone. This old master did it with the help of the restriction here. This was the condensation of the power of his other 9 old friends. Each of them was as powerful as he was, and when the restriction which contained their strength was guided by him, even if Tsang could not exert all their might, it was still enough to tear open the black ink nest space. Restriction. Tsang had more than once mentioned the restriction here. In fact, the old ancestors were all aware of this enormous restriction. It was the cage that kept the ocean of darkness sealed up. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the mother nest was not shackled by this restriction. Setting all other issues aside, there must be numerous royal lords here in the mother nest. Going on the incident in the black ink nest space alone, there should be at least 50 royal lords here, and who could guarantee that there were not multiple times more royal lords? Once an army of royal lords escaped from this restriction, they could have struck any theater at will, and the human race would not have been able to resist. Tsang had been here, imprisoning Mo for millions of years. All the people in the 3,000 worlds owed him their thanks for his sacrifice. Did Senior set up this restriction? Tsang laughed and shook his head. I just played a hand in it. This restriction to seal Mo was actually set up by this old master and my 9 old friends. Then what happened to the other 9 seniors? They have long since passed away, leaving this old master alone to guard this place, Tsang sighed. Senior, please have some tea. Yang Kai offered another cup of freshly brewed tea. He did not know how many years the senior had been guarding this place, but from the various inferences he could draw, Yang Kai speculated Tsang had been here for at least 2 or 3 million years, perhaps longer. Over such a vast length of time, the human race had lost all knowledge of what had happened here. It was impossible to imagine the loneliness that Tsang had endured, all so the human race could live on. He imprisoned Mo, but had to become a prisoner himself. Yang Kai admired him for his righteousness and sacrifice. This alone was enough to explain Tsang's position on the human race. At this point in the conversation, the old ancestor's vigilance against Tsang was reduced significantly. After finishing his cup of tea, Tsang smacked his lips again as if he was savoring it. When Yang Kai saw this, he suddenly put away the tea set in front of him and instead took out a bottle of wine before handing it over. Senior, it looks like tea is not enough to quench your thirst. How about drinking some wine? Normally, people would sip on tea, but Tsang drank it in gulps. From his mannerisms, it looked like he was more used to draining bottles of wine and feasting. When Tsang saw the wine battle, his expression lit up and he laughed heartily. That's more like a kid. He snatched up the wine bottle, popped open the cork, and drank wildly. After draining 10 bottles, Tsang wiped his mouth and laughed. I'm an uncouth fellow, but I figured I had to act a bit sage-like in front of you juniors. Damn it, you're all killing me here. The 9th Order old ancestors were amused to see this kind of reaction. It turned out that the old man's stately and wise behavior was all just a pretense. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao smiled, reached out, and with a flick of her hand, hundreds of bottles and jars of wine flew towards Tsang as she said, Since Senior likes wine, these are some of the spirits this junior has brewed over the years. Please have them if you don't mind. Tsang laughed, guided the wine with his hand, and stacked them beside him. Another old ancestor followed up. I also have some good wine here. Please accept it. As he said so, he took out a type of gourd bottle and threw it towards Tsang. Although the gourd bottle was small, it was obviously a kind of storage artifact with a vast internal space. This one gourd bottle seemed to contain an endless amount of wine. Many of the old ancestors were connoisseurs of wine themselves, and like old ancestor Xiao Xiao had homebrewed wine or had wine collections that they could not bear to drink. But now, all of them took them out to offer to Tsang. This was not just to please Tsang, though. It was more so them empathizing with his plight. He had been alone, standing guard here over the source domain for uncountable years. This wine was just a token of their appreciation for all he had done. How can you drink wine without meat? One old ancestor laughed, reaching out and taking out a large piece of monster beast meat, which had been his treasure for many years. It still looked extremely fresh and dripping with blood. The monster chi was also quite compelling, so it was obviously not from any ordinary monster beast. Yang, Kai even felt a hint of dragon aura from it. This monster beast had dragon blood in it. Perhaps it was a flood dragon or other dragon descendant. Another old ancestor said, "Now we have wine and meat. Some fruit is a necessity." He reached out a hand, and a plate of crystal-clear spirit fruits appeared. One by one, the old ancestors took out their collections which they had accumulated over the millennia, and within a few moments Tsang had all kinds of delicious delicacies set out in front of him. Even in the void, the aroma was overflowing and the atmosphere was joyous. Tsang laughed continuously. All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from every great pass were shocked to see that the place where the old ancestors gathered had somehow turned into a banquet. They remained dumbfounded and completely did not understand what had happened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded that his simple swapping of tea for alcohol had triggered this change. Unfortunately for him, everyone here was in a Ninth Order Old Ancestor, while he was the only Seventh Order Junior. Thus, it was only expected that he did the hard work of pouring wine for each old ancestor, serving fruit plates, and roasting the beast meat. At this point, Yang Kai was cursing Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang nonstop in his heart. After 3 rounds of wine and food, Tsang shouted loudly. In the primordial era, chaos reigned. When the first primordial light was born into this world, the heavens and earth opened up and the universe was born. It was naturally a glorious and magnificent sight. At that time, the universe was simple, pure, and without many disturbances. Although the environment was extremely harsh, all living creatures' focus was simply to survive. Even if there was fighting and killing, it was only in furtherance of that one goal, survival. Martial Peak, Chapter 5401, Primordial Era, Early Ancient Era, Late Ancient Era. The divine spirits were the first to rule the universe. They were born powerful and had almost no natural enemies except themselves. They were kings in those days, and the vast world bowed at their feet. Tsang began to orate, and the Ninth Order Masters listened carefully. Although they were all top masters who lived for many tens of thousands of years and stood at the pinnacle of the human race, they were considered juniors when compared to Tsang. They knew this, so as soon as they found out about Tsang, they treated him as their honorable senior. The old ancestors never knew these secrets of the primordial era and early ancient era. No one had ever told them these, while the ancient books did not have much in terms of details. Everyone realized that today they would be learning from Tsang things that they never knew before. The divine spirits were proud and undefeatable, but they had innate arrogance that they needed to prove to others. So, the divine spirits fought amongst themselves, and all divine spirits were enemies to all but their own. Such a war soon swept across the 3,000 worlds. As the battle raged on, it shattered the heavens and earth. Countless living beings perished, while even the divine spirits themselves were not spared, as many were killed. The battle of the divine spirits of the primordial era was almost a battle of complete extinction. It was not until millions of years later, when most of the divine spirits were exterminated, and those that survived could barely sustain their clans, that the era of the divine spirits dominating all lives came to an end. That also marked the beginning of the early ancient era. When the divine spirits fought, they created many servants and descendants. As the divine spirits declined, these servants and descendants, who were all essentially soldiers themselves, grew stronger. Their strength may not have been on par with the divine spirits, but they reproduced much faster than their predecessors, and if they grew to the very limits of their strength, they may not be worse off compared to the divine spirits themselves. Those servants and descendants were the monster race. The early ancient era was a period where the monster race ruled the universe. All kinds of powerful monster beasts emerged, and in terms of pure numbers or species, they were far more numerous than the divine spirits. While the divine spirits became dormant, the monster race were the masters of the world. They also attacked and killed each other, along with those of other races as well. As Tsang spoke, the grand images of the primordial era and early ancient era gradually formed in the minds of the old ancestors. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in awe as they listened while Yang Kai stood still, stopped pouring wine, and listened carefully to Tsang's narration. No one would have thought that the primordial era and early ancient era would be such periods where divine spirits and the monster race dominated the world. Senior, what about humans? When was the human race born, and who created it? An old ancestor asked. The monster race was created by the divine spirits. But what about the human race? Everyone was curious who created the humans. The human race, Tsang smiled and then replied, the human race was not created by anyone. When the heavens and earth were created, the human race was born. The human race has existed throughout all the ages, even when the divine spirits ruled the primordial era and the monster race ruled the early ancient era. During both eras, there were traces of human activity. At that time, the human race was separated into many small tribes. The humans were born weak. The divine spirits were born with great power, and the monster beasts were born with strong bodies. So what about the human race? Human infants and children only knew how to cry and would perish without protection from others. The human race was slaughtered during those times of chaos. That was until the dawning of the late ancient era, Tsang said solemnly. Great power felt that the human race had to grow stronger in order to survive the various hardships it had to endure, and 10 people were selected by that great power to travel the universe and teach other humans to cultivate and slowly become stronger. As time passed, the humans became capable of competing with the monster race. Although humans were born weak, they had an advantage compared to the divine spirits and the monster race: the ability to reproduce rapidly. This meant that their population grew at a pace that was orders of magnitude greater than others, allowing the race as a whole to quickly become strong. The human race grew and grew until by the end of the late ancient era, they were strong enough to rule this vast universe. At that time, humans flourished in every great territory and every world. A great power, an old ancestor asked seriously. Senior mentioned about a great power. What is it? Tsang leisurely mused. Perhaps the heavenly way. He did not answer directly, and the crowd was not sure if he did not want to say or really did not know. The old ancestor who asked did not pursue the question, while another asked, the 10 who were entrusted to teach the other humans. Senior, are you one of the 10? The reason why there was such a question was because Tsang had lived for so long. To know what went on during the primordial era, early ancient era, and late ancient era, the only way was to have personally experienced those times. Furthermore, when Tsang spoke about the restriction, he said that the restrictions were set up by him and his 9 other friends. That was exactly 10 people. Tsang smiled faintly and said, sort of, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in awe. They were originally sitting in the void, but now they all rose up and bowed to Tsang in deep respect. An old ancestor held up his jar of wine and roared, "To martial ancestor! Martial ancestor!" If the 10 of them did not go around teaching the human race how to cultivate, it would be unimaginable what state the humans would still be in today. As one of the 10 who originally taught the human race about the existence of the martial Tao, Tsang deserved the title of martial ancestor. To martial ancestor, all the old ancestors proclaimed with utmost respect. The crowd shouted in unison, tilting their heads and drinking the wine in the cups. Tsang reached out and cupped his fist humbly. Back then, when I taught with my 9 old friends, I was only abiding by the will of the heavens. It was the only way the human race could continue to survive, so I do not deserve the title of martial ancestor. Yang Kai diligently poured wine for him and chuckled. The people in front of you are the top masters of the human race. When they say that you are the martial ancestor, then you are our martial ancestor. If not for you and the other 9 martial ancestors, the human race would not be here today. a true martial ancestor. Yang Kai never dreamed he would one day meet such a mythical figure, one of the founders who taught the human race about the great martial Tao. Although this was only a one-sided revelation from Tsang, no one doubted it. Who could have known so much if they had not experienced the events themselves? What about Mo? When did it appear? An old ancestor asked. Regardless of what happened during the primordial era, early ancient era, and late ancient era, the only thing that everyone was now more concerned with was Mo. Only when it was resolved. Would this crusade of the human race be considered a success? It would only be then that there would be no more conflicts to resolve. Mo, Tsang sighed. In the beginning of the universe, when the first primordial light came into existence, darkness was also born. That darkness was Mo. Its existence is even older than that of the divine spirits. The Ninth Order masters gasped. As Tsang mentioned, the divine spirits ruled the primordial era, and the monster race ruled the early ancient era, making them sound like they were the first beings to exist. Who would have expected that Mo was even older than them? Since black ink strength was so invasive, why didn't Mo rise up to dominate everything during the primordial era and the early ancient era, when the divine spirits and the monster race were ruling? If Mo rose up during that time, neither the divine spirits nor the monster race would have had a chance to rule over the universe. No matter if it was in the primordial era or early ancient era, it would have been the Black Ink clan that ruled the world. Tsang shook his head and explained. Although it existed since the beginning of the universe, its sentience formed much later. It lay dormant during the primordial era and early ancient era, and even during the late ancient era, before the human race became dominant, it still remained unaware. It was not until a long time later that it became sentient and began to leave this place on its own accord. This place. The Ninth Order masters paid close attention to Tsang's choice of words. Senior, does it mean that it was born here as well? Tsang nodded and said, This is where the heavens and earth began, and it is also the birthplace of Mo. It can also be considered the end point of the universe. That is why we laid the restrictions here, deceived it here, and sealed it. Deceived, the old ancestors murmured to each other. Tsang said solemnly, In fact, its sentience is not too developed, at least, before it was imprisoned. In fact, Mo's sentience was only equivalent to that of a child. It was a little naughty, but it was not bad in nature. Unfortunately, its existence itself is evil. The old ancestors were surprised to hear his comment. On the other hand, Yang Kai was suddenly reminded of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, whom he met in the chaotic, dead territory. Both of them were also extremely powerful, but their personalities were just like that of children. The old ancestors may not be able to understand Tsang's comment on Mo, but since Yang Kai could associate what he said with his experience with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he could understand the situation better. Upon that realization, Yang Kai suddenly wondered, perhaps in this world, once their strength reaches beyond a certain level, their sentience becomes limited. The late ancient era ended as Mo's sentience began to take form, slowly assuming a form that then left this place. At that time, the human race had already dominated the 3,000 worlds, so you can imagine what it would be like for a child who suddenly arrived in an extremely prosperous world. Someone who grew up in deathly silence, was always alone, and had never had any companions. The old ancestors fell silent, leaving Yang Kai to respond. It must have been very happy and wanted to be part of it. Tsang nodded. Mo did not intend to harm anyone. It just wanted to immerse itself and enjoy its prosperity, to get to know others and feel the bustling world around it. However, it did not know that its power was too overbearing for the mundane world. Thus, everywhere Mo went, all the people were corrupted. Everyone honored it, saw it with reverence, and fulfilled all of its demands. Everywhere that was occupied by Mo became tainted in its color. Every great territory was corrupted by Mo, and its power grew rapidly. Everywhere Mo went became its territory, World force was its favorite food, and the noisy cities became its favorite places. In less than a few hundred years, hundreds of great territories fell. All the world force was consumed, and the lands naturally died. The people living in these dead lands became corrupted by black ink strength. This old master and my 9 old friends came to investigate immediately after we became aware of the news and learned about the strangeness of black ink strength. We knew that if we could not solve this problem, the 3,000 worlds would one day be completely consumed by MO, and by that time, there would be no one else in this world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5402, Primordial Light. This old master and my friends came with hostile intentions, but MO did not realize it at all. Instead, it welcomed us and showed us the beauty of its territory and its achievements with great delight. Looking back, MO truly behaved like a child. It had something that it was proud of, but there was no one to share it with. It was a rare occasion that others could be its guest. Thus, it happily tried to show off to Tsang and the 9 other martial ancestors. The reason why MO liked Tsang and his friends was because they could resist its black ink strength, unlike the others who became subservient to it and obeyed its orders after being corrupted. For MO, what it needed was not a servant, but a friend whom it could share joy and happiness with. Initially, MO considered us friends with completely pure intentions. It was so friendly and honest that we did not know what to do when we were faced with it. We originally thought of killing it, but when it came time to act, not one of us could bring ourselves to be ruthless against a child. Black ink strength was simply the power it was born with. It did not have the intention of wreaking havoc on the 3,000 worlds. It just did not understand what harm it could do to the human race, and that its existence would lead to the destruction of everything. In addition to our own feelings, MO was indestructible, so there was essentially nothing that we could do to destroy it. So, our plans gradually changed. We explored its birthplace and decided to lure it here. Once it was here, we would use our strength and seal it here. We wanted to slowly find a way to understand its power, not only to see if we could find a way to preserve its life, but also to neutralize its black ink strength. Before we did that, we worked together to split apart the great territories occupied by Mo so that its black ink strength would not poison the others that remained uncontaminated. At that time, many masters gathered under Mo's command, so when we imprisoned Mo here, it was furious and ordered its servants to attack the human race. That was how the war began, and the vast void behind you is where the 2 sides fought. Initially, we could still perceive the movement of the battle, but as time passed, the battlefield gradually expanded outward, and we lost track of how the war was progressing. The war suddenly broke out after Tsang and the other 9 imprisoned Mo. The human race wanted to stop the encroachment of black ink strength and protect their home. However, Mo was angry with Tsang and the others' betrayal and ordered its slaves to slaughter all living beings. Thus, the black ink battlefield was born in this new era. It was an era where the human race had experienced many new dangers that persisted to today. At that time, there was a tragic great war where the Black Ink clan and the human race fought to the death across the vast black ink battlefield. For both sides, retreat was not an option. That great war lasted for around 10,000 years. Many human masters were killed and injured. Naturally, the forces under Mo were ruthlessly killed as well. Just when we thought that black ink strength's hidden problems were basically pacified, Mo's power suddenly erupted out from the restriction. It had been accumulating power for those 10,000 years, and the 10 of us were caught off guard and nearly overwhelmed by it. Although it took a lot of effort for us to reseal it, some of the servants it created escaped from this place. If I'm not mistaken, you call those servants royal lords. Yang Kai nodded as the pieces seemed to come into place. When Yang Kai questioned the territory lord who was trapped in Void Crack Guchin, he said that the royal lords came out of the source domain and brought with them their black ink nests. Now, it seemed that those royal lords were the same ones that escaped at that time. Yang Kai was horrified. What kind of power did Mo have to directly create so many royal lords? Then what kind of powers did Song and the other 9 martial ancestors possess to be able to imprison Mo? Song said that he was only in the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. But how could he merely be in the 9th Order? Was it really as simple as him being further along the martial Tao than the current generation's 9th Order masters? Mo's intention was very simple. It could not get out from within by itself. Thus, it hoped that its servant could break it out from the outside. Although the restriction created by the 10 of us was strong, it would not withstand a concentrated attack by numerous royal lords from the outside. Mo might really be able to escape if 500 royal lords bombarded the restriction at the same time. Thus, we were very worried when we saw those royal lords escape. If those royal lords managed to conquer the 3,000 worlds and take over everything, it would be enough for them to create an endless number of Black Ink clansmen. With such numbers, it would not be difficult for them to amass 500 royal lords in time. However, thankfully this never came to be. When not one royal lord returned to help Mo out of the trap, we knew that the human race had pushed them back. This made us very happy. However, as the years passed, it became harder to guard this place. One by one, my old friends could not endure and began to fall. In the end, this old master was the only one left here, waiting for you all to come. Song managed to give the old ancestors magnificent descriptions of what happened during the primordial era, the early ancient era, and the late ancient era. He also revealed a lot of unheard of secrets to the old ancestors and explained to them the origins of Mo. At the end of the late ancient era, the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race was so fierce that even the supreme masters of the human race were killed. With a lack of records or distortions as generations passed, it created a gap in the human race's knowledge of the world's history, which was why even the cave heavens and paradises ended up not knowing much about these ancient events. If the human army had not arrived here today, they still would not understand the origins of their history. Although they were unclear, the tradition of fighting against the Black Ink clan had continued because the human race needed to survive. They had to prevent the Black Ink clan from ever getting to the 3,000 worlds, or it would be the end of the human race. More than 100 theaters and more than 100 great passes continued to resist in the Black Ink battlefield. Countless years and generations of humans gave their lives to ensure this steadfast protection. The battles were grand and glorious. The humans and the Black Ink clan had a long history of fighting since the end of the late ancient era, which continued on to this day. The reason why the Black Ink clan invaded was because they needed to use the resources to breed more royal lords so that they could return to this place to free Mo. The old ancestors were silent after Tsang finished speaking. What they heard today was beyond their imagination, and they needed some time to process all the new and alarming information. After a long time, an old ancestor asked, "Senior, our crusade force has arrived. What can be done to completely destroy Mo? We have around 2 million soldiers, pledged to fight to the death. Is this enough to clear all the evil that lies within?" Song slowly shook his head and replied grimly, "Mo was born with the universe itself. Its existence is special. The 10 of us could only seal and weaken it, but we could never completely destroy it." The old ancestors listened with trepidation. It could not be completely destroyed. If there was no way to completely destroy it, then was this not a true immortal and indestructible existence? The great battle, cave heaven, old ancestor quickly noticed something, however, and asked, "The 10 of us could only—" "Did you mean that there is a way? Senior, please enlighten us. Since we came here, we will not just turn around empty-handed." Song pondered a little and said, "There is a way, but this old master cannot guarantee whether it will work or not. This solution was discussed by all my old friends when they were still alive, but this idea had never been proven." The 9th Order masters listened carefully. Previously, this old master said that when the world first began, the primordial light came into existence together with darkness, which later became Mo. Therefore, we believe that the primordial light and the darkness are in a symbiotic relationship. If we want to completely eliminate the darkness, perhaps we need to find the primordial light in this world. Perhaps, with the power of the primordial light, we can eliminate black ink strength once and for all. The primordial light. The Ninth Order Masters' jaws dropped while Yang Kai was dumbfounded. How were they supposed to find that? When the world was created, light was born. How could they know how to find the first light in existence? How do they find the primordial light that existed since the dawn of time? It was totally unimaginable. Song noticed what they were wondering and said, "There may be a way. Since Mo was born when the darkness achieved sentience, then when the primordial light achieved sentience, someone or something must have been born from it. This entity must be somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. However, it could be a person, a monster beast, or even a tree or a blade of grass on the roadside. If you can find it and bring it here, then the problem with black ink strength would be resolved, as its power should be enough to restrain Mo." When he said this, all the Ninth Order Masters suddenly turned their heads towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered the two supreme beings he was acquainted with, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If there was any power in this universe that could truly restrain black ink strength, it was the purifying light, which Yang Kai could produce by using the two marks granted to him by those two and fusing the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer's power, which was contained in the yellow and blue crystals. Were Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan once the primordial light? Yang Kai was also a bit confused. If they are the primordial light, how did they become two beings? Could it be that the two could fuse into one? That doesn't sound right either. These two represented the extremes of yin and yang, and they have been fighting each other for countless years in the chaotic, dead territory. How could they ever fuse together as one? Whether or not it was Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, these two were avatars of destruction whose mere presence annihilated the world around them. So how could they possibly be brought here? Seeing the reactions of the old ancestors, Tsang asked, "Does this little friend know something about the primordial light?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm not sure if those two are the incarnations of the primordial light, but Senior, I had received some power from them." After saying that, he activated the two marks, drawing power from the yellow and blue crystals to merge into purifying light. As the white light blossomed, Tsang's eyes glowed brightly as he concentrated on perceiving the light for a moment, only to shake his head and say, "This light is not pure enough, and far from matching the primordial darkness. However, it should have some relationship with the primordial light. Where did you get this power, little friend?" Yang Kai told him about the chaotic, dead territory. Tsang softly murmured, "Burning light, serene glimmer. So it's them." He obviously knew about these two as well. The burning light and serene glimmer had existed for a very long time and were known as the two legendary ancestors of all divine spirits. It was because of them that there were divine spirits. The divine spirits existed during the primordial era, so these two supreme beings must have existed even earlier than the divine spirits. Since Tsang was from the late ancient era, how could he not have heard about them? Marshall Peak. Chapter 5403, Terrible News. Tsang didn't know that the powers of those two could be combined. The human race of the late ancient era did not have a very good opinion of the divine spirits and rarely wanted to come into contact with them, let alone the burning light and serene glimmer, who were the supposed progenitors of the divine spirits. Furthermore, the chaotic, dead territory was a forbidden zone for the human race. Although Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors were from that era, they had never set foot in the chaotic, dead territory and did not know much about Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Even if they did come into contact, they might not be able to consider the two being able to help. After all, it was only thousands of years after Tsang and other 9 martial ancestors got locked up here to guard Mo that they considered how they could completely defeat Mo. That was when they first thought of the primordial light. Now, it seems that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan most likely had something to do with the primordial light. It might really be the case that those two could really merge, but who could bring them here? Considering that the primordial light might also be eliminated when MO was destroyed, who could force those two to sacrifice themselves if they were unwilling to? The old ancestors were faced with a conundrum. Although they had learned from Song that there was a possible solution, it was still too difficult to implement. Senior, in that case, is our human race's crusade, here pointless? An old ancestor asked gravely. Without a way to completely eliminate MO, the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan would never end. Did the 2 million soldiers of this mighty army brave through all those dangers for nothing? Song shook his head and solemnly said, "It's not useless. To tell you the truth, you came just at the right time." Senior, please elaborate. Song sighed and said, "Back then, when we laid the primordial heavens, source grand restriction here, it was because it was Mo's birthplace. As the years passed, Mo's servants turned this huge void into a spiritless land. So, we simply had no way to replenish our own strength. Even my old friends passed away one by one, until this old master was the only one left. If you came even 1,000 years later, this old master would have followed in the footsteps of my friends. Even if this old master doesn't die, though, MO would still be able to get out of this trap on its own one day. During the countless years of being trapped in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, MO was not just waiting for death. It was secretly building up its strength and testing the restriction from the inside. In its first real attempt, it almost succeeded, but in the end it was once again resealed by the 10 martial ancestors. That incident had led to more than 100 royal lords escaping with their black ink nests. Those 100 or so royal lords who escaped were the root of the major theaters. Today, even if Tsang did not know how powerful MO had become, after suffering a few losses, it undoubtedly became smarter and more patient. Although Tsang had tried several times to dig up information from it, MO would never reveal how powerful the force it was amassing had become. It was lying dormant, waiting patiently for the moment when Tsang became weak enough for it to attempt to break out again. That was why Tsang said that they came at just the right time. If they arrived some years later, he might have been unable to hold on. By then, MO would escape and bring disastrous for the universe. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked with great concern, "Senior, how strong is MO compared to you?" Tsang pondered a little and said, "MO itself is not too strong. If we really fought, it might not be this old master's match. However, it cannot be completely destroyed. I can defeat it once or maybe twice, but I will be the one who dies in the end. Its real strength is not in itself, but in the servants it creates. Being an immortal entity, even if it was inferior in raw strength, it could still kill its opponents who are much stronger than it by simply persisting through the ages." This was why Tsang and the other 9 did not directly attack MO. They knew they could not destroy MO, so they did not waste their strength. The Ninth Order Masters suddenly realized something, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, "Does Senior mean that over the years, MO may have created many Black Ink clansmen inside the restriction?" Tsang quickly answered, "Indeed. Probably more than you can imagine, including many, many royal lords." The Ninth Orders all looked very grave. This was terrible news. Not only was the source of the Black Ink clan close to breaking free of its seal, but there were also many royal lords trapped inside along with it that would break loose when the time came. Thinking about the scale of the restriction, just how many royal lords could be hidden in this huge area? That number was unimaginable. Setting aside all other things, if there was even just 200 royal lords inside, that would be a huge problem for the human race. However, right now, they could not even tell how many were inside. There must be at least 46, as there were originally 50 that ambushed the old ancestors in the Black Ink space. Though some had died, there were bound to be many more than 50. MO had been imprisoned here for millions of years, after all, and it had nothing else to do but to create servants. Mo cannot possibly create black ink clansmen out of thin air. It must need to consume energy to do so. Since it is imprisoned here, where does the energy come from? An old ancestor asked. The main reason for this question was because the people knew that black ink clansmen were born from black ink nests, but when a black ink nest spawned black ink clansmen, it had to consume a lot of resources. Although Mo was the source of the black ink clan, it still had to draw its energy from somewhere. Song smiled bitterly and replied, "This could also be considered our blunder. This place is the primordial heaven's source, the origin of both the universe, the primordial light and primordial darkness. When we tricked Mo into coming here, we wanted to harness the vast energy here to suppress and seal it. We thought that the unlimited energy of the primordial heaven's source could strengthen the restriction. After all, it is the origin of all things, even Mo. But it seems the heavens are truly fair in all things. Mo can also extract the power of the primordial heaven's source for its own use while it is here." The old ancestors gasped audibly as they listened. Mo could draw the power of the source of the 3,000 worlds with the help of this special place. In other words, since the 3,000 worlds were infinite and indestructible, Mo's strength was inexhaustible. Song and the other 9 could initially refine and absorb starlight strength or other forms of energy from the void to maintain the restriction. However, when the royal lords escaped and turned a huge swath of the void into a spiritless land, they could not do so anymore. Instead, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors had to draw from their own strength, weakening themselves day by day as they had no means to replenish their power. Before the 9 martial ancestors died, each of them directed all their remaining might, sacrificing their core essence to the restriction to enhance its strength. Otherwise, Mo would have escaped out of this restriction long ago. After all his old friends had departed one after another, Song would be next if the crusade force had not arrived. After his death, the restriction might still be able to suppress and seal Mo for some years, but it would not last for long, and Mo would eventually be able to get out of the trap. That was why he said that the human race army came at the right time. Even such an ancient supreme being would have felt desperate after waiting for millions of years. Who knew how excited Song was when he perceived the aura of that battle a few years ago? When he realized that someone was fighting in the black ink nest space, he decisively took action. Since you have come here, you must have the intention to get rid of Mo, and it just so happens that this old master needs your help. The old ancestor all looked solemn as the great battle heaven old ancestor said, "We do not know Mo as well as Senior does. When we led the crusade to this place, we thought that we could ruthlessly kill whatever was here. We did not expect things to turn out this way. Perhaps Senior can instruct us on what to do now." The other old ancestors all nodded in unison. Song was the first to cup his fist and said, "This old master thanks all of you in advance. To be honest, if a fight breaks out, you will lose a lot of the 2 million you've brought here." The old ancestors laughed as one of them replied, "Senior, the founding purpose of the cave heavens and paradises was to fight against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Over the years, many of our ancestors have died to fulfill that purpose. If they did not have the will to fight and die, they would not have dared to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield to kill the enemy. Senior, not to mention if we had large numbers of casualties, even if this entire army perished here, it would be worth it if we could destroy the Black Ink clan. As for thanking us, we should be the ones to thank you, Senior. Without Senior's great devotion to guarding this place, the 3,000 worlds would have been lost, and we would not be here today." Song looked at the crowd and saw that the many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not flinch, even though they were aware of the power and evilness of Mo. He began to smile with relief. This generation of warriors is indeed competent. Otherwise, it would not have taken the human race more than 1,000,000 years before they came. Just as Song was about to speak, a voice echoed, You all want to listen to this old man's nonsense and become my enemies." The voice was so indistinct that none of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters knew where it came from, but all of them soon turned pale. Mo was the only one who would say such words at this moment. No one expected that Mo, which was suppressed and sealed in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction where the heavens and earth were created, could still communicate with them. What made things worse was from the tone of its voice. It had heard everything that was said here. Yang Kai looked very odd. Moments ago, Tsang said that Mo's personality was like a child. Furthermore, it seemed that its voice was also that of a child. It was practically the same as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. When he thought about it, Mo, Big Brother Huang, and Big Sister Lan seemed to actually have a lot in common. Perhaps the solution to resolving the crisis of the Black Ink clan really depended on those two. This Supreme One cannot be killed. What the old man said about the primordial light is pure nonsense. This place is the birthplace of the Supreme One. What primordial light could be found here? Mo sarcastically said, "You are only seeking your own doom if you listen to this old man's nonsense." Tsang slowly shook his head and retorted, "Mo, just because you do not know about something does not mean that it does not exist. Or perhaps are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Mo raised its voice and replied, "Why would this Supreme One be afraid of you? I hate you. I hate that I trusted you so much. I hate how I was tricked into coming here, only to be imprisoned for countless years. Old man, once I get out of here, you will be the first one to die." Tsang chuckled and said, "Rest assured there won't be such a day." Mo ignored him and said to the old ancestors, "It's surprising that you've made it this far. However, your efforts are pointless. How about this? Why not make a deal with this Supreme One?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5404, A Determined Battle. The Great Battle Heaven Old Ancestor looked up at Void, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "What kind of deal?" Mo replied, "If you help me kill this old man, this Supreme One will promise you that after I get out of this cage, I will rule alongside your human race. Black Ink Battlefield is what you call this stretch of void. The Black Ink clan and I will never set foot outside of Black Ink Battlefield or bring harm to your lands." Unlike Tsang, Mo knew a lot about the humans of today. The bizarre nature of the Black Ink nest allowed Mo to monitor every theater at all times. The Great Battle Heaven Old Ancestor snickered. How could we possibly sleep in peace? There was no guarantee that Mo would keep this agreement. Even if it did, how could the human race be at ease? Who knew if Mo changed its mind? After all, it was the source of the Black Ink clan. The human race and the Black Ink clan had fought with each other for countless years. The countless dead soldiers had forged an eternal blood feud. This was not a matter that could be so easily resolved. All the old ancestors wanted to hear was Mo's proposal, but they had no plans to take it seriously. Even Tsang knew that the human race would not accept this proposal, which was why he chose to remain quiet and not interfere. Mo sighed and said, "You humans keep saying that you want to kill this Supreme One for your own survival, but you have not achieved this even after so many years. You have lost a lot of people, just as I have lost a lot of my servants. No one has the upper hand. Didn't that old man say that this Supreme One was born when the heavens and earth began? If the heavens and earth were destroyed, how can this Supreme One live on? I would be alone. When I first became sentient, I didn't know anything and could not control my own power. That is why I caused such a great disaster. Now that I know the seriousness of what happened, I will not let it happen again. I promise. If this Supreme One says that the Black Ink clan will never step out of the Black Ink battlefield, the Supreme One will definitely not go back on my word. This Supreme One swears by its soul that if I lie, may the heavens smite my soul and end my life." Tsang was slightly moved and remarked, "Looks like you are determined." An old ancestor looked at Tsang and asked, Senior means that this guy can be trusted. Song nodded and said, the most important thing to Mo's existence is its own soul, or in other words, its sentience. Since it swore by its soul, it should be true. If it violates its oath, even if its soul does not get destroyed, it would suffer a fate worse than death. Song did not try to exaggerate or lie, and just spoke straightforwardly. Hearing what Mo said, there was no doubt that it was extremely eager to get out of this trap. For this reason, it was even willing not to step out of the black ink battlefield. Not only do humans desire a prosperous future, so does this Supreme One. I naturally desired to go somewhere most bustling and alive. The disaster that happened eons ago was unintentional, and for it I have been trapped here for so many years. Isn't that punishment enough? Song sighed slightly and said, it is not a question of if it is enough. Mo, you should know that yourself. Mo replied indignantly, then you want to ruthlessly kill me simply because I was born with this power. Song remained silent. Was Mo wrong? Its power was simply what it was, and what happened back then was not intentional. It wanted to be part of the human race's prosperity, and was driven by instinct to feel the splendor of a world it had never felt before. But was it right? Its presence resulted in the decimation of hundreds of great territories and the death of all living things in those lands. Countless human race masters became corrupted by black ink strength, their original personality annihilated as they were reduced mere slaves. This was no longer a question of right or wrong. In the silence, the great battle-heaven old ancestor coldly snorted and said, you were ignorant back then, but don't you understand now? For countless years, the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield have been trying to invade the 3,000 worlds. Your words sound sincere at first, but they are dishonest. Mo said leisurely, if you had been trapped here for millions of years, wouldn't you try to find a way to get out? There is only one way for this Supreme One to get out of here, but that was the past. Now, as long as you are willing to help me, this Supreme One naturally does not need to do that again. This Supreme One can even promise you that after I get out of this trap, this Supreme One can retract all my black ink strength. Then, there would not be any black ink clansmen in this world except for this Supreme One. That certainly sounds tempting. An old ancestor chuckled. If Mo was true to its word, it would remain in the black ink battlefield and take back all its black ink strength. This was undoubtedly a good outcome. However, could it keep its word? Even if it could keep its promise for a short time, what about in the long run? If it could never step out of the black ink battlefield, it meant that it was still imprisoned. The only thing that changed was that it had gone from a small cage built around the primordial heaven source to the big cage of the black ink battlefield. Did it not just say that it sought for prosperity? Perhaps it could endure loneliness for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. But what would happen after 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years? How could an entity that had been imprisoned for millions of years, once freed, agree to be imprisoned again? They certainly could not believe everything it said. Thus, none of the old ancestors took its word seriously. Mo's sincere-sounding oath could only be taken superficially, and anyone who believed in it was a fool. Mo had sensed the old ancestors' thoughts towards its proposal, and it began to fume as, regardless of how long it had lived, its thoughts were still like those of a child. It now felt upset and aggrieved that even its willingness to compromise could not satisfy the greedy human race. Do you really want to be the enemy of this Supreme One? Mo raged. Years of blood feud can only end in death. The great battle heaven old ancestor's aura turned sharp as it pointed to the void. Mo gloomily said, consider carefully. You may not be able to win if you really want to fight. This old man has also said that this Supreme One created countless servants over these millions of years. You may have a 2 million strong army, but that is still not enough to be this Supreme One's opponent. How can you win? What will be the final outcome? Since you cannot kill the Supreme One, are you going to continue to imprison me? An old ancestor said with a smile. Originally, I did not have much confidence in this battle when I heard what martial ancestor said. However, now that I have listened to you, I think we can win. Perhaps we can even kill you. You must be tired of living. Mo shouted angrily. The old ancestors did not bother to say anything else. They were all masters with firm wills who had led their armies to this place. Thus, they would not be swayed by what Mo said. No matter how tempting Mo's promises were, its very existence was a huge threat to the 3,000 worlds. The only way to solve this problem was to completely annihilate it. Although there was no way to find the primordial light for the time being, they could not just leave Mo alone. Song was already dying, and to relieve his burden, they must first weaken Mo. Once the situation stabilized here, the human race could then search for the primordial light. Looking around at the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Song asked, "Have you all thought it through?" The old ancestors all nodded. The myriad demons' old ancestor smiled and said, "Senior, tell us what we should do. Honestly, we had not expected things to turn out this way, so we hardly know how we should proceed." Song nodded and said, "Since you and the others are determined to fight, then the matter is very simple." He did not try to hide what he was going to say from Mo. In fact, he could not hide it even if he wanted to. Although Mo was not particularly strong in terms of raw combat power, its divine sense was exceptionally keen. Thus, Mo could sense whatever he was about to say, no matter how he tried to conceal it. When you are prepared, this old master will open the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Once the restriction is open, you and the army must kill the Black Ink clansmen as soon as they emerge, Song explained. An old ancestor asked with worry, "Once the restriction is open, won't Mo take advantage of the opportunity to escape?" Song shook his head and said, "This old master will use the power of the restriction to restrain it. It will not be able to get out." Song was confident about this point. Otherwise, he would not dare to open up the restriction. But you must be very careful. Mo has an innate ability which also can be said to be a secret technique. Even if Mo does not have direct contact with you, the secret technique might cause you and the others to be corrupted and turn into servants. An innate divine ability. An old ancestor bellowed. Song nodded and said, "So to speak. So, be sure to protect your souls. This old master will try not to let it have the opportunity to strike you, but you should also protect yourselves." "We understand." The human race was no stranger to such abilities of the Black Ink clan. In fact, the royal lords had such an innate divine ability, which the humans simply called the royal lord secret technique. As Tsang said, even without direct contact, once their soul was hit by such a secret technique, it would be corrupted by Black Ink strength. As the source of the Black Ink clan, how could Mo not possess such a skill? Over the years, this old master was not sure of how many servants Mo had created, so this battle will most likely be very difficult. If you and the others can't hold on anymore, you should inform Old Master immediately, and I will close the gap. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Senior can both open and close the restriction? Can we keep repeating this so that we can keep wearing down its strength?" As long as Tsang had good control of this gap, the human race might even be able to kill the entire Black Ink clan army without any damage. Tsang, however, smiled and replied, "No. Opening and ensuring that the gap does not expand and closing it requires much time and strength. Furthermore, doing it too many times would make the restriction unstable. If Mo breaks out from inside, even this old master might be powerless to suppress and seal it." Yang Kai understood. He also knew that it could not be that simple. In addition, Tsang appeared slightly grave as he said, "Over these years, Mo seems to have hidden some kind of power. When he first used that power, he almost broke out of the restriction. Unfortunately, I still do not know much about this power. All of you must be extremely careful." The old ancestors all listened solemnly. If Mo nearly broke out of the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, and even Tsang, who had been here guarding this place for millions of years, did not understand how, then this power was obviously Mo's trump card. Martial Peak. Chapter 5405, Don't Throw a Tantrum. Millions of years ago, when Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors sealed Mo, the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, was not so large. At that time it was at most a small piece of the void, hardly 1,000th of its current size. As time passed, though, Mo drew on the power of the 3,000 worlds. Through this primordial heaven source, and its own power fiercely rose. Thus the grand restriction also expanded along with it. By now, the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, had almost reached its limit. The greater the size of the grand restriction, the more difficult it was for Tsang to maintain it, and when the scope exceeded a certain threshold, the restriction would naturally burst. That was also why Tsang said that the human race army came just in time. Even if he did not die, he would be unable to maintain the seal if they came more than 1,000 years later. Now, in order to relieve his burden, they had to wear down the black ink strength inside. If he could get better control over the restriction, then there would not be any concerns about Mo breaking out of the trap. By then, the human race masters would be free to search for the primordial light. Thus, no matter what, a battle was inevitable. The human race would fight to weaken the black ink strength, while Mo would try to use this opportunity to escape. Mo had been suppressed and sealed here all this time, but even Tsang did not know what the situation inside the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction was. Mo completely isolated the inside with its own power, and its divine sense was extremely powerful, so it intentionally prevented anyone from sensing what was going on. Even Tsang was unable to peek into it. However, when Mo nearly broke out of the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction long ago, there was indeed an extremely powerful force that blew up from the inside. Even when Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors quickly suppressed it, some royal lords still managed to escape. Those royal lords first took this surrounding area, where the heavens and earth was formed, as their target and managed to turn this huge stretch of void into a spiritless land so as to cut off any source of power for Tsang and the others. They then took their black ink nests across the dangerous ancient battlefields to search for suitable locations to create royal cities. Thereafter, they began to spawn large armies so that they could invade the 3,000 worlds, gain more resources, breed more black ink clansmen, and then return to rescue Mo. In fact, back then, more than 200 royal lords had escaped the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. But in that era, the restrictions and residual divine abilities that remained on the ancient battlefields were far more powerful than the ones the human crusade experienced along their way here. Thus, many royal lords fell, leaving just over 100 survivors. Those restrictions and residual divine abilities were from the first great war between Mo's servants and the great experts of the late ancient era. Tsang had mentioned that the battle raged for 10,000 years. The royal lords who moved to create their royal cities did so too far away for Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors to monitor their movements. At that time, the human race and the dragon and phoenix clans of the divine spirit ancestral land joined forces to guard the only path that connected the black ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. After all, when the royal cities first appeared, it naturally alarmed the human race. In order to cope with the future black ink clan invasion, the human race also built their great passes, one for each royal city, forming the basis for the various war theaters. The human race masters then returned to the 3,000 worlds to prepare. They chose cultivation paradises with abundant resources and world energy to foster new talents. It was these cultivation holy lands that later became the cave heavens and paradises. From there, they recruited disciples widely and trained elite masters for the coming war. Hence, the layout of the black ink battlefield was formed step by step. However, Tsang and the 9 martial ancestors did not know these details. After all, they had long joined forces to imprison Mo and were trapped alongside it to maintain the Grand Restriction. It was because they managed to suppress and seal Mo that the late ancient era's shocking war between Mo servants and the human race could even occur. The ancestors of those who created the cave heavens and paradises only knew to fight against the Black Ink clan. They did not even know where they originated from. The great experts who knew the full story had all been killed by the end of the late ancient era in the Battle of Extinction against Mo's servants. Millions of years then passed with neither side being able to make a true breakthrough. The Black Ink clan never managed to take down the Great Passes en masse, settling for recklessly attacking and retreating, not caring if they incurred huge losses each time. They were all spawned from Black Ink nests rather than being born and raised by parents. As long as there were sufficient resources, they could endlessly continue to create more Black Ink clansmen. It was only in recent centuries that the human race had gradually turned from its defensive position to an offensive one. Now, the 2 million-strong army crusade had finally marched to this point with the means to threaten Mo directly. A great war was inevitable. This old master needs some things to restore himself, Song requested. Although he had used Shur's power to steal some of Mo's power from time to time over the years, Black Ink strength was still corruptive by nature, and he did not dare to use it indiscriminately. Even Shur was at risk of being corrupted by Black Ink strength because he devoured too much of it. He eventually could not sustain himself and had to sacrifice himself to the restriction. Thus, over the years, Song had always been in a state of malnutrition and was barely able to maintain the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction. That was why he became skin and bones, much like a living dead. The only reason why he now had a somewhat normal physique was because he did not want to frighten these juniors. It was naturally not an issue to help provide Song with some resources, as while most of the old ancestors only carried a few on them, Yang Kai had plenty. Yang Kai immediately took out a space ring, filled it with all kinds of resources, and handed it to Song. "Senior, see if this is enough. If not, Junior still has some more." Song took the ring and looked before smiling lightly. "It's enough." After saying that, he looked at the old ancestors and said, "Go and prepare yourselves first. After this old master restores himself, I will open the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction." Some Ninth Order masters asked, "Senior, where is the best place for us to assemble?" They knew nothing about this spiritless land, so it was natural to ask for Song's instructions. Song looked around for a while before pointing in a certain direction. Over there is where Mo tore open a crack, and those royal lords managed to escape from back then. Relatively speaking, that position is easiest to open, and due to some old setups by my friends, it is also the easiest to close. The old ancestors looked in the direction he pointed and naturally had no objections. "Then we will go and prepare." The old ancestors flew away, and Yang Kai followed. Soon, all the army commanders of the Great Passes quickly understood the situation after receiving instructions from the old ancestors. Orders were given, and all the soldiers began to make preparations for battle. For so many years, the human race had mostly been in a passive and defensive state, repeatedly invaded by the Black Ink clan while forced to repel them. Countless Black Ink clansmen were killed when the royal cities were pacified. Thereafter, the Great Passes crossed the late ancient era battlefield, which had many residual dangers, and finally arrived here. It was only today that they could finally take the fight to Mo. Such an opportunity was scarce. As Tsang said, the objective here was for the human race to kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen who tried to escape the gap as possible after he opened the restriction, who could withstand a combined attack of more than 100 Great Passes and a 2 million-strong army. Even royal lords would be annihilated in an instant before such power. The human race was completely confident in this battle, which aimed at weakening the Black Ink strength. Another good thing was that the battlefield was in the void. If it was a flat land, it would be impossible to properly arrange the 106 Great Passes. Even so, it still took the humans a full month of work before battle lines were formed. More than 100 great passes were divided into layers, with each layer consisting of some 30 great passes. Inside each of the great passes, the soldiers were all busy preparing and repeatedly checking their artifacts, formations, and warships. Various pills were also distributed. It took them about 1.5 months before everything was ready. Song had consumed a large number of resources by now and was close to being fully restored. Mo angrily snapped, "Song, do you really want to do this? What happened back then was unintentional. I've already been imprisoned for millions of years. I've suffered a lot. Can't you let me live?" All this while, Mo continued to chatter into Tsong's ears. Sometimes it threatened, other times it intimidated, and at times it softly begged. However, Tsong remained unmoved. He knew better. The dangers that Mo could bring to the 3,000 worlds were too great. What happened during the late ancient era was still fresh in his mind, so how could he allow history to repeat itself? All his old friends had already perished to suppress and seal Mo, leaving him alone to stand guard here. How would he allow his friends' sacrifice to be for nothing? This had nothing to do with whether Mo did anything wrong. Its existence itself was harmful, so it could not be allowed to live. Mo was indestructible, so if he was released, this vast world would never have peace again. "Old man, do you think that what you do now will really wear me down? You can't weaken me unless I allow it," Mo angrily scolded. Although it was venting, it was also telling the truth. Even if Tsong opened a gap in the primordial heavens, source grand restriction, if Mo did not command its servants to fight, the humans could not do anything about it. Tsong finally responded with a light chuckle. "Mo, you have existed for so long and you are no longer a child, so please don't throw a tantrum. Don't you want to get out of here after so many years in captivity? When this old master opens a gap, it will be both a crisis and an opportunity for you. Don't you want to take advantage of this chance to get out of this seal? As long as you can kill all these people and then let your servants kill this old master, no one else will be able to stop you." "You liar! Liar, liar, liar!" Mo screamed angrily. "You even told them before that you could close the gap at any time. Do you think that I didn't hear you?" Song laughed but did not say anything. Mo said again, "You've been lying to me all this time. You bully! What have I done wrong for you to treat me like this?" "Song, old man, let's not fight, okay? You let them leave and I will withdraw all my black ink strength. You can then seal the black ink strength within this grand restriction. As long as this restriction does not break, my black ink strength will not escape. So it will not endanger the others." Song said softly but seriously, "Mo, stop pretending. This might be possible if you had cooperated back then, but it is too late now. You have chosen this path, and you must bear the consequences of your actions. What's more, you know that Mu proposed to make the primordial heavens source grand restriction to seal off your black ink strength, but even she could not be sure of whether it would work or what risks it would carry. Mo's memory must have been evoked, and it angrily cried out she died, right in front of me. You killed her." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5406, Black Ink Torrent. When Mo became friends with Song and the others back then, it was completely sincere with them. Among the 10, it was most fond of Mu, who was always gentle and amiable. Compared to the others, Mu was also more friendly to Mo. When the primordial heavens source grand restriction started taking effect, Mu suggested planting the restriction inside Mo's body so that it could internally suppress its black ink strength. That way, they didn't have to restrict Mo's freedom. As long as the restriction wasn't broken, its black ink strength wouldn't leak out, and Mo wouldn't have to bear the suffering of being imprisoned. By then, they could bring Mo with them and monitor it at all times. However, no one could guarantee that the idea was feasible. Everyone would be happy if it worked. But if it didn't, Mo wouldn't let them suppress it again when it was aware of their intentions. In the end, Song and the others didn't dare to take the risk. Mu passed away pretty early on when Mo flared up for the first time after it was suppressed. To appease Mo, she ignored the others' dissuasion and entered the primordial heavens' source grand restriction on her own. No one knew what happened to her while she was inside, but when she returned, she was horribly wounded. Before her death, she blended all her power and her body into the restriction to strengthen it. That day, Tsang and the others were heartbroken, while Mo's wails reverberated across the entire universe. Among the 10 of them, the gentle and compassionate woman was the most talented. It could be said that the others were not comparable to her. She was the one who came up with the idea of the primordial heavens, source grand restriction, and Duan personally crafted it while the rest assisted from the side. Mu was also the most powerful among them. Tsang even suspected that she had found the path that led beyond the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, she passed away when she was still fairly young. Given her aptitude, she could have ascended to a realm that was beyond the Ninth Order. Tsang turned solemn when he heard Mo mention Mu and grimly said, "You're fully aware of how Mu was killed, Mo." A furious Mo roared, "Do you think I killed her? It wasn't me. I'd never kill her. Why would I do that to her?" Tsang snorted. She passed away after returning from inside the restriction. Why had she fallen into such a state if not for you? It really wasn't me. Mo refuted. Enough. Whether or not it was your doing no longer matters. Now that 2 million human race soldiers had arrived, they had to weaken Mo's power even if they couldn't destroy it. Tsang couldn't persevere any longer. Like a child who had been wrongly accused, Mo cried, "It really wasn't me." When Mu entered the restriction, Mo indeed ordered his servants to attack her because it was mad at her betrayal. However, Mu was extremely powerful, so how were his servants supposed to be a match for her? While they were able to slightly injure her, killing her was simply impossible. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Mu passed away after leaving the restriction. Even after all these years, Mo had never been able to explain why. In fact, Tsang and the others initially thought that it was Mo's doing and were furious after Mu passed away, but after giving it some thought, they realized that might not be the truth. Mu was just that strong. Even though the servants that Mo had created were formidable, they couldn't possibly cause enough injury to her for her to fall. Moreover, Mu was the one who came up with the primordial heavens source grand restriction. If she wanted to leave it, there was no way Mo could stop her, and there was certainly no reason for her to fight with Mo to the death. As they recalled the scenes from back then, they realized that Mu's injuries were not a result of fighting against someone. There was some other reason for them. At that time, she was critically injured and on her last breath. Before her death, she passed them a piece of jade and left for the next world without saying anything more. Now that jade was in Tsang's hands. He had examined the jade over and over again, but was never able to figure out what it was for. He just felt that the jade had something to do with the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to try it out lest the restriction was affected. The incident in the past remained a mystery. Perhaps Mo knew something about it. However, it might also know nothing. Everything is prepared, Senior. The great battle heaven old ancestor landed beside Tsang, causing him to snap back to the present. Tsang looked up and saw over 100 great passes hovering in the void. On the great passes, the determined humans were filled with murderous intent. He pulled himself together and nodded gently. "Let's begin, then." The great battle cave heaven old ancestor turned around and nodded at the people in the distance. "Prepare for war." A roar reverberated across the entire void as world forces started exuding from the great passes. The arrays and the artifacts all lit up. They were ready to strike. Seeing that, Tsang shouted, "Open!" In the next instant, his figure expanded rapidly. He soon became enormous as a powerful aura exuded from his frail body. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' eyes brightened when they felt that aura. Previously, when they asked Tsang what realm he was in, he only told them that he was still in the Ninth Order, just further beyond the old ancestors. The old ancestors' asked nothing more. However, at this moment, they could clearly feel that this old man who had been guarding the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, for millions of years, had an aura that none of them could match. The entire void seemed to be trembling as his aura spread out. It was apparent that he wasn't just further ahead of them in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. These Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters couldn't help but think that Tsang might have broken through the Ninth Order and reached a realm that they were not aware of. As such, these Ninth Order masters were thrilled. It had come to a point where they had reached the end of their cultivation journey, and they still hadn't managed to find any new path forward. However, as they observed Tsang's aura now, they realized the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm was not the peak of the martial Tao. There was still a higher summit to reach. They were just incapable of discovering it. As Tsang's aura undulated, ripples started spreading across the primordial heavens, source grand restriction, and began gathering at a particular spot. In front of that spot stood the human formations. It was also where Emo formed a crack with its strength back then. As the ripples spread, a gap appeared in the originally flawless restriction. In the beginning, it was just a small gap, but it soon expanded rapidly. Tsang roared and surged his power to control the size of the gap. Soon, the gap became as large as a lake, with space itself seemingly having been torn apart. An extremely malevolent aura exuded from the opening, and despite having the protection of many grand arrays, those on the great passes could still clearly feel that chilling aura. As they stared intently, they could see impossibly thick darkness sweltering in the gap. They could also faintly hear growls coming from within. Seeing that, the humans quickly put their guard up. A long time later, the darkness still never spilled out of the gap, nor did any black ink clansmen appear. But eventually there came a moment when Mo's roar sounded. "It really wasn't me, you old fart! You're all pompous people who never listen to me explain. Why, it wasn't my fault. Since you don't even care to listen to what I have to say, I'll destroy everything and kill everyone." Following Mo's howl, darkness gushed out of the gap like a flood bursting through a dam. It wasn't really darkness, though. It was a torrent made from countless black ink clansmen. Kill. Following the army commander's order, arrays on the great passes thrummed and the powers of the secret techniques and artifacts shot forth. The first batch of the black ink clansmen who stormed out of the gap hadn't even managed to see what the outside world looked like before they were vaporized. The place where the attacks from over 100 great passes landed instantly turned into a living hell. More and more black ink clansmen were destroyed. However, since their first appearance, the black ink clansmen had never stopped flooding out of the darkness. They stepped on the corpses of their clansmen and fearlessly charged forward. Just a moment later, they were struck by the secret techniques and artifacts and killed. Their black ink strength burst forth, and their corpses were then stepped on by the ones behind them. This stretch of void, which had remained silent for millions of years, suddenly erupted with light and sound. The humans never stopped firing at the enemy, while the black ink clansmen marched forward without pause. Regardless of the danger ahead, they didn't even hesitate. The gap was soon shrouded with black ink strength. Above the wall of Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai was hovering in the void as he stared coldly at the front and remained still. It wasn't the right time for him to make a move yet. This was a war that was unlike anything the humans had experienced before, a fight that would be remembered by all future generations. If the humans won, they could ensure some peaceful days for the 3,000 worlds, but if they lost, the 3,000 worlds would descend into chaos as Mo had threatened to destroy everything. Even though there were a lot of soldiers and countless masters on the human side, they didn't dare to make rash moves. Those that were attacking the enemies were the cultivators who were in charge of their rays on the walls of the great passes. The rest were conserving their strength. It would take a long time before the war ended. Therefore, they needed to ration their energy. 3 rotations of soldiers were arranged to control and activate the arrays to ensure that they would be able to fire continuously. The artifact refiners and array masters were also on standby to repair the artifacts and arrays at any moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although the war had just started and he hadn't participated in the fight, he could feel immense pressure washing over him from afar. Even though the humans managed to destroy these black ink clansmen without getting hurt, the enemies who gushed out of the gap were all very weak. According to the Black Ink Clan's own classification, those enemies were just serfs, even weaker than low-rank clansmen. As long as there were enough resources and a black ink nest, they could produce an infinite number of such black ink clansmen. Although Mo appeared infuriated, it didn't let its fury get the better of it. It knew it had to use these weak soldiers to drain the humans' strength first. In fact, it wasn't so surprising. The Black Ink Clan and the human race had been fighting against each other on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, and as the source of the Black Ink Clan, Mo was able to monitor what was going on in every theater. Therefore, it was familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of the human race. Its way of dealing with the humans now was the best solution available. Martial Peak, Chapter 5407, Endless Strength. Even though the Black Ink Clan soldiers gushing out of the gap were weak, they came in an enormous quantity. They would be a threat to the humans if they were allowed to roam freely. Therefore, the humans had no choice but to kill them. What surprised Yang Kai was that most of the Black Ink Clansmen rushing out of the gap looked like monster beasts, which was something new to the humans. For as long as the human race could remember, even though the Black Ink Clansmen in every theater came in all different shapes and sizes, they mostly had a human frame. The human race had never seen Black Ink Clansmen that looked purely like monster beasts before. Now, however, there were a large number of such creatures. They were apparently created by Mo using black ink strength after it was confined in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. Even though these monster beast-like creatures were weak, they came in a larger number than even ordinary Black Ink Clansmen, and after they were killed, the black ink strength in their bodies gushed out and filled a vast swatch of space. The war unfolded just like the humans had expected, as Tsang was able to control the size of the opening in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. Therefore, there wouldn't be too many Black Ink Clansmen who could dash out through the gap. As over 100 great passes joined forces, they could ensure they killed all the enemies who emerged. As long as they never stopped attacking, they wouldn't have to worry about the Black Ink Clansmen breaking through their defense. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. Although they were unable to get an accurate count, it was roughly estimated that over 1 million Black Ink Clansmen had rushed through the gap in just half a day. All the Black Ink Clansmen and Black Ink beasts were killed the moment they left the gap, so they were unable to move any further. Regardless, a torrent of these creatures still continuously gushed out from the darkness. Seeing that, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. 1 million Black Ink Clansmen and Black Ink beasts was about how many casualties there would be in a major war, but only half a day had passed so far. How many Black Ink Clansmen and Black Ink beasts were still hiding in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction? How many servants had Mo created over the past several million years? No one knew the answer. Perhaps only Mo was aware of the exact number. Half a day later, another 1 million of Black Ink Clan soldiers were killed, and after another half a day, the same thing happened. A few days later, over 10 million Black Ink Clansmen and Black Ink beasts had been slaughtered, but other than the fact that some of their artifacts and arrays were damaged from overuse, the humans hadn't suffered any kind of damage. Despite being in an advantageous position, none of them were happy. Mo didn't seem concerned about losing over 10 million soldiers. The subordinates it had been summoning were still the weakest Black Ink serfs and Black Ink beasts. These cannon fodder were simply meant to wear down the human race army strength, and there seemed to be an infinite number of them hiding in the depths of the darkness. By this point, everyone realized that something was off. Regardless of whether there was really an infinite number of Black Ink Clan soldiers, the humans' defense would collapse in a month, given the fact that they had been using the artifacts and arrays with such intensity. The artifact refiners and array masters were unable to make repairs as quickly as damage was accrued. Without the help of these artifacts and arrays, the human race would have no choice but to personally stop these Black Ink Clan soldiers from advancing further. By then, there were bound to be casualties. What the humans found amiss was that since over 10 million Black Ink Clan soldiers had passed away, the entire region should have been filled with the Black Ink strength from the dead Black Ink Clansmen, and there should have been innumerable Black Ink clouds around them. In past wars, the Black Ink Clan always left behind a lot of Black Ink clouds after suffering a large number of casualties. Those clouds would then merge together into Black Ink oceans. However, at this moment, almost all the thick Black Ink strength hovered around the opening in the Grand Restriction, concealing it from sight. Not much of it had even spilled through the gap. Realizing the crux of the problem, Song shouted loudly, "It's been retrieving the Black Ink strength to recycle it. Stop it. Otherwise, its strength will be endless." Only then did Yong-kai realize what was wrong. It was no wonder that Mo had been sending these weak Black Ink Clansmen out so recklessly, and why it didn't seem to care despite so many of them being killed. The Black Ink strength left behind from these corpses could be reused by it. That way, it would have an infinite supply of Black Ink strength. Perhaps it could fight until the end of time itself using this method. The reason the humans hadn't discovered it earlier was that it was chaotic at the opening. Black Ink Clansmen continuously passed through the gap and got killed as the Black Ink strength concealed it, and hid the traces of Mo retrieving its power. Although Tsang had been guarding the primordial heavens, source Grand Restriction for a long time, it still took him several days to figure out what was happening. Upon hearing Tsang's warning, the humans promptly came up with a solution as squads were dispatched from the Great Passes to the battlefield. Soon, the squad summoned artifacts that looked like fishing nets and began to dredge the battlefield with them. Every net could capture a lot of Black Ink strength, which the squads would then haul away and discard. These artifacts that looked like fishing nets were specifically developed by the humans to clean up Black Ink strength. They could also be used to trap enemies, but they were much less effective at this. Therefore, the humans usually wouldn't use these artifacts when dealing with the Black Ink Clan and only bring them out after the fighting was over. After Yong-kai experienced his first major war back in Blue Sky Pass, he received Zhong Liang's order to clean up the battlefield. At that time, he also experimented with this kind of artifact. Over 1,000 squads moved around the battlefield to capture the Black Ink strength left behind by the dead Black Ink Clansmen. However, it was still an inefficient process because after seizing the Black Ink strength, they had to bring it somewhere far away and discard it, which was quite time-consuming. After observing for a bit, Yong-kai turned to the rest of Dawn's members and said, "Give me some spare space rings." Realizing his intention, they fished out the space rings they did not need and passed them to Yong-kai. Seeing that from a nearby place, old ancestor Xiao knew what he was trying to do, but she didn't stop him, only giving him a reminder, "Be careful. Even though all those Black Ink Clansmen are weak now, that doesn't mean there won't be masters hiding among them." Understood. Yong-kai nodded lightly before charging towards the battlefield. Behind him, the Great Passes continuously fired at the Black Ink Clansmen gushing out of the gap, but they cleverly ensured Yong-kai and the other human squads wouldn't be struck. Soon, Yong-kai arrived at the place where the Black Ink strength came together. Flying around, his divine sense surged and large quantities of Black Ink strength disappeared. The idea of putting Black Ink strength inside space rings wasn't something revolutionary and had already been proven possible, but the prerequisite was that one had to wrap the Black Ink strength with their divine sense before they could do so. The average cultivator, even if he or she was an eighth order master, wouldn't dare to recklessly do such a thing. The black ink strength's corruption had no limitations, so it was able to affect both a human's body, small universe, and soul. A powerful eighth order master could resist the black ink strength's influence for a while, but they still would be corrupted in short order if they actively tried to handle it. It was a different matter for Yang Kai, as he had a world tree clone to protect his small universe from any external invasion. There was also the soul-warming lotus to safeguard his soul. He just had to put the black ink strength inside the space rings without the need to go somewhere else to discard it. Therefore, he was more effective than several hundred squads combined. The space rings were soon filled with black ink strength, so he was unable to capture more. In just half a day, he had used up all the space rings that he had collected. If possible, he wouldn't mind storing the black ink strength inside his small universe. However, there was simply too much of it. Even though his small universe was safe from any corruption, it couldn't take in so much black ink strength. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only return to Great Evolution Pass. Fortunately, Xiangshan was well prepared, as he had collected a lot of space rings for Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the battlefield and continued collecting black ink strength. The efforts of over 1,000 squads and Yang Kai proved to be useful, as a large amount of black ink strength was soon swept away. Enraged, Mo's roar sounded from the depths of the darkness. "You all court death! I'll kill you! I'll kill you all!" As its screams reverberated across the void, the black ink clansmen became increasingly savage, and other than the weak serfs and beasts, there were now also low-rank and high-rank black ink clansmen leaving the opening. Even a few feudal lords were hiding amongst the crowd. Some of the unsuspecting squads that were cleaning up the black ink strength were caught off guard by the stronger black ink clansmen. Fortunately, none of them lost their lives, as they had their worship's protection. Nevertheless, as the black ink clan soldiers' power increased, the attacks from the humans also appeared insufficient. Initially, the arrays and artifacts on the Great Passes were good enough to deal with the weak cannon fodder, and no black ink clansman that dashed out of the gap was able to leave very far. However, the black ink clansmen appeared now were powerful enough that the humans' long-range bombardment was unable to immediately destroy them all. The black ink clansmen were marching forward, while the squads that were cleaning up the black ink strength had to move backwards. It was the same case for Yang Kai. Several hours later, the humans were no longer able to stop the black ink clansmen from taking ground, and the enemies gushed out of the opening and flew towards the Great Passes. Even though they were still unable to get anywhere near the Great Passes, as they were intercepted far from the walls, a new phase in the war had begun. Everyone knew that this was just the beginning, for MO hadn't fully exhibited its power. It was still sending out mostly weak servants with a few low-rank, high-rank clansmen, and a tiny number of feudal lords. No territory lords or royal lords had appeared yet. No one knew how many of such top masters were hiding in the darkness. MO had been accumulating its power for millions of years, so it probably had a staggering number of black ink clansmen with it. The one-sided slaughter lasted for half a month, as innumerable black ink clansmen had been killed in the void. The squads and Yang Kai seized every chance to clean up more black ink strength. Nevertheless, the black ink clan army was steadily getting closer to the humans. Then came the moment when a truly powerful aura bolted out of the gap. The first territory lord had appeared. The territory lord was gigantic, and his entire figure was covered in an armor that seemed to be made from bones. Even his head was protected by a bone helmet, as an eerie light radiated from his eyes. All of the human masters were stunned, as they had never seen a territory lord in such a form before. The territory lord's appearance suggested that he had thick skin and strong flesh. He was the kind of soldier who would clash with the opponents head-on. Apparently, MO had specially crafted this territory lord. It must have expected this day to come. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created such a creature. After the first, more and more territory lords that seemed to be cast in the same mold appeared among the Black Ink Clan soldiers. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5408, The Human Army Strikes. The moment these huge territory lords in bone armor appeared, they spat black ink strength that formed into bone shields in their hands so that they would have an even stronger defense against the humans. The territory lords' auras suggested that they were innate territory lords. These powerful beings were much stronger than the acquired territory lords that the humans had mostly encountered before. Basically, they were about as strong as Che Kong. The attacks from the Great Passes became less lethal as they struck the bone shields. As these territory lords roared, they dispersed and charged towards the Great Passes. The Black Ink clansmen following behind them were like a rushing river. The hum of the arrays on the Great Passes intensified. The walls shook, and the Great Passes started trembling. More and more bone shields were shattered as the territory lords behind them staggered upon impact as sparks flew from their bone armors. They could only persevere for a short moment before they were killed. Faced with continuous attacks from over 100 Great Passes, even royal lords wouldn't be able to last for long, let alone these territory lords. Without the protection of the territory lords in bone armor, the Black Ink clansmen behind them were killed the moment they were exposed. However, things were not looking good for the humans, as the powers of their arrays and artifacts were no longer sufficient. With the sacrifice of those territory lords in bone armor, the Black Ink clan army managed to close much of the gap between the opening in the Great Restriction and the Great Passes. Countless Black Ink clansmen were killed in the process, but that did not soothe the human race's worries. Mo had clearly been preparing for this day for over 1,000,000 years, so the heritage it had built up was unimaginable. From the looks of it, even though the humans currently held the advantage, no one knew what the outcome would be as the war dragged on. After several more days of intense battle, it was impossible to count the number of corpses of weaker Black Ink clansmen, while the humans estimated they had killed over 1,000 territory lords. This was an astounding number, especially when all these were innate territory lords directly created by Mo. They were gifted with sturdy defense and extraordinary power, each of them equivalent to a top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There weren't a lot of human 8th Order Masters to begin with. On average, there were only 40 to 50 8th Order Masters in every Great Pass. In other words, there were fewer than 5,000 8th Order Masters in the entire human race army. Over 1,000 territory lords was equivalent to the number of 8th Order Masters in more than 20 Great Passes. They were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, and if not for the fact that the humans held an advantageous position, they would have had to pay a huge price to kill these enemies. Territory lords clad in bone armor and Black Ink clan soldiers continuously gushed out of the opening and charged forward fearlessly. Their only purpose was to help Mo break free of the restriction, so their deaths were predestined the moment they were created. The humans were no longer able to clean up the Black Ink strength, for the entire battlefield was now engulfed in chaotic energy fluctuations. If the squads continued moving about on their own, either the Black Ink clan would kill them or they would be hit by friendly fire. Even if that did not happen, it was simply too hard for them to do their job. Mo was still recycling Black Ink strength. That was clear due to the scale of the Black Ink ocean around the opening not having expanded much. Fortunately, even though it was able to easily create those weak cannon fodder, it couldn't possibly replace those territory lords, feudal lords, or even the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen that had been killed as it pleased. Therefore, every territory lord or feudal lord that the humans killed was a loss for Mo. The royal lords were still nowhere to be found, though, most likely still hiding in the dark, making the humans feel wary, as though a blade was hanging above their heads just waiting to fall. 1 month after the war broke out, a territory lord in bone armor roared and condensed a spear in his hand using Black Ink strength. The next moment, he hurled the weapon at a Great Pass in front of him. The black spear easily cut across space and struck the Great Pass defensive barrier, causing ripples to spread across it. Even though the territory lord was soon blasted to pieces, this attack served as a breakthrough for the Black Ink clan's advancement. A Ninth Order old ancestor ordered grimly, "It's time." The defensive barriers around the Great Passes and the attacks from the arrays and artifacts were no longer able to stop the Black Ink clan soldiers from marching forward. If the situation was allowed to continue like this, the Black Ink clan soldiers would soon be able to attack the Great Passes. It was time for the human army to make a move. Following the order, auras that seemed able to shake the entire void undulated from the Great Passes as countless dazzling lights were shot from the warships. Wherever the light struck, those territory lords in bone armor were unable to endure and were swiftly dispatched, leaving behind black blood where they fell. The divine abilities and secret techniques cast from over 100 Great Passes then resumed firing, forming trails of vacuum in the void. Along the way, the Black Ink clansmen were either injured or killed. For a moment, the originally clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence. The old ancestors had made a move. Seizing the chance, the well-prepared humans drove their warships out of the Great Passes. The vessels formed into rays of light as they coordinated with each other and sailed towards the battlefield. As the warships set off, the Eighth Order Masters also charged towards the battlefield. They targeted the territory lords and cast their secret techniques in an attempt to tie down the enemy masters. Dawn from Great Evolution Pass also darted forward. In fact, they were the ones leading the charge. The other squads didn't have a lot of members, and their warships were not particularly robust. So on such a battlefield, they had to group up to be effective. However, as a special operations squad, Dawn was used to charging around the battlefield on their own. Yang Kai was at the front, while Shen Ao and Blood Crow protected the warship from both sides. Rin Bingbai, Yu Ziyu, and Miao Fei Ping were at the rear of the warship. Meanwhile, Bai stood at the bow, channeling her world force into her longbow to the point where the weapon radiated a glow. They had experienced countless life and death battles together in the past. So on such a battlefield, there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to give any orders. All of them knew what they were supposed to do. These close-knit members were ready for war. As Yang Kai summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, he took a deep breath and ordered loudly, "Kill!" A dragon roar sounded as the Azure Dragon Spear transformed into countless spear shadows which engulfed the Black Ink clansmen in front and blasted them to bits. As for the Black Ink clansmen who managed to escape, they were slaughtered by Shin Ao and Blood Crow. Aboard Dawning Light, the arrays and artifacts started buzzing as flashes of light shot in all directions. They didn't even need to aim as they were surrounded by enemies. Bai Yi's arrows split into countless streaks of light which struck the swarming Black Ink clansmen, splattering them into blood mist. Meanwhile, Rin Bingbai, Yu Ziyu, and Miao Fei Ping brought up the rear, making sure the Black Ink clansmen couldn't get anywhere near the back of the warship. As Dawning Light soared out of Great Evolution Pass, it turned into something akin to a blade and cut across the Black Ink clan army. Wherever it went, the enemy was consigned to the Yellow Springs. After the human soldiers appeared on the field, the Black Ink clan soldiers changed their tactics. They stopped charging towards the Great Passes and instead focused on besieging the human warships. Mo knew that if it wanted to get out of its cage, it had to destroy the humans who were here on a crusade against it. As long as all the humans were killed, the Great Passes would be rendered useless. After just 1 hour, the vast battlefield had become a clamorous melee. But even though everything seemed to be chaotic, there were still tactics and strategies being employed. Although the human warships didn't maintain a formation to kill the enemies, they were constantly on the lookout for each other so that they could ensure their safety. More and more Black Ink clan soldiers were killed. Over the past month, the humans had made use of their arrangements on the Great Passes to stop the Black Ink clan soldiers from marching forward and had killed many enemies this way. Regardless, Stationary arrays and artifacts were inflexible. Now that over 1 million human soldiers had moved forward to engage the enemy on the battlefield, there was no doubt they were more efficient at killing than the fixed emplacements. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan didn't have any experience with coming together in formations. Although they had enormous numbers, they appeared crowded and disorganized, which made it easier for the human warships to butcher them. After the initial charge, the humans essentially fell into a bloodlust. The battlefield was covered with broken limbs and hashed meat, making it look extremely horrifying. Finally, a long howl sounded from the rear. It was a signal for the human army to retreat. The humans, who were still slaughtering the enemies, promptly and in an organized fashion fell back with their warships. At the same time, another group of warships in peak condition set out from the Great Passes. This was going to be a long fight, so there was no way the higher-ups would let all the soldiers join the battle at the same time. Even though they would be able to destroy more Black Ink clansmen in a shorter time by doing so, they would be powerless to counterattack if all their strength was used up. Only half of the human army had left the Great Passes in the first round, while another 1 million stayed back. Now it was time for them to go to war. The high-spirited 1 million soldiers dashed out of the Great Passes to replace their fellow brothers and sisters on the battlefield. They brushed past each other as the Black Ink clansmen were intercepted and killed. The battered warships soon returned to the Great Passes, where array masters and artifact refiners, who had been waiting for quite a while, hurriedly made repairs. Somewhere on the battlefield, Yang Kai turned around and ordered, "All of you, retreat!" Shin'eo guffawed. "There's no need for that. We still can fight." They were an elite squad, after all. Even though this battlefield was stressful for the average squad, the members of Dawn could still persevere. Just like Shin'eo had said, it hadn't come to a point where they needed to go back and recuperate. However, Yang Kai shook his head. "All of you should withdraw. We don't know how long this war will last, so maintaining your peak states is more important." Shin'eo decided to stop insisting as he nodded, "Be careful, squad leader." Since Yang Kai had told them to retreat, Shin'eo knew that he was going to stay on the battlefield. The heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was far more ample than average, and he had the World Tree clone to further refine his power. Moreover, the living beings in his small universe would continuously provide world force for him. There was no denying that Yang Kai had a much greater stamina than the ordinary Seventh Order Master, allowing him to remain energetic when others in the Seventh Order would feel exhausted. Soon, Shin'eo and Yang Kai exchanged places as the former led Dawn to return to Great Evolution Pass. Seeing that, some of the Black Ink clansmen pursued Dawning Light while some of them pounced on Yang Kai. Earlier, this bigger-than-normal human squad had rendered them powerless to counterattack, but now that Yang Kai was on his own, the Black Ink clansmen naturally wouldn't let him off. Despite being surrounded by the enemy, Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he put on an eerie grin as he prepared for a massacre. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5409, The Royal Lords Emerge. Yang Kai had always felt that he was best suited to fight on his own. He had a power that far surpassed that of those in the same order, and even if he was faced with a territory lord, he was able to transform into an ancient dragon to do battle. He also had space secret techniques that allowed him to come and go freely, as well as several other advantages that were unrivaled among Seventh Order Masters. Only by fighting on his own could he maximize his advantages. Of course, he would be exposed to less risk when he fought alongside Dawn, but it was also a kind of restraint for him. The others were unable to match his speed and quick reflexes, so he had to coordinate with them when making a move. Now that Dawning Light was gone, all restraints on Yang Kai were lifted. Wielding the supreme limitless spear art, innumerable spear shadows spread out in all directions, and by the time they faded, all the surrounding the Black Ink clansmen burst into blood mist. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai charged towards places where the Black Ink clansmen were most concentrated. Wherever he went, the enemies collapsed like straw amidst a storm. As a dragon roar reverberated across the void, Yang Kai transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He let out a dragon breath and swept his dragon tail across the swarm of enemies, clearing out large spaces on the battlefield. However, he wouldn't dare to remain in his dragon form for extended periods. Although he was able to battle against the territory lords as an ancient dragon, his figure was too big and it was hard for him to move around. Not to mention, in his dragon form, he made an obvious target and was wounded by the attacks coming from all directions in short order. Even though most of them were flesh wounds, Yang Kai couldn't ignore them if they continued to pile up. His dragon form abruptly disappeared and the Black Ink clan lost their target. After turning back into human form, Yang Kai rampaged around the battlefield again. As he alternated between human form and dragon form, he attracted the attention of lots of Black Ink clansmen. Although many enemies were chasing after him, he fearlessly dashed forward and silently destroyed his opponents. All of a sudden, space principles undulated as Yang Kai abruptly disappeared. When he reappeared, it was in the middle of an intense battle. It was a battle between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a territory Lord in bone armor. At that instant, Yang Kai's eyes reflected the figure of the territory Lord in bone armor. As time principles spread, the world seemed to have frozen for a moment. He pushed out his spear and stabbed it right into the back of the territory lord's head. Even though the bone armor that this territory lord was wearing was thick and nigh impenetrable, it was not without any weaknesses, and the crack at the back of this territory lord's head was one of them. The azure dragon spear accurately penetrated the crack, and sparks instantly flew. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt an immense force of resistance, making it impossible to push his razor-sharp spear any further forward. He was stunned, for it never crossed his mind that he wouldn't succeed even though he had targeted his opponent's weakness while he was distracted. Madly surging his world force, he roared, "Die!" Exerting even more force into his thrust caused more sparks to fly, and eventually, the crack in the armor broke, and the spear penetrated the territory lord's head. However, Yang Kai wasn't able to push his spear out from the other side, as the opponent's hard skull stopped him from doing that. Having succeeded, Yang Kai immediately tried to retreat, but it was too late. The moment the territory lord was attacked, he swung the bone shield in his hand at Yang Kai, and a violent force swept across his stomach. Instantly, Yang Kai felt half of his body turning numb, and a huge gash opened on his abdomen. Golden blood gushed out of the wound as his squirming organs could be seen. The territory lord wanted to kill Yang Kai ruthlessly, but the latter actually activated purifying light and engulfed the enemy with it. The light could restrain Black Ink strength, so there was no way Yang Kai wouldn't use it now that its existence had been exposed. He just hadn't come across any opponents that left him with no choice but to use the purifying light until now. Facing a powerful territory lord, he naturally wouldn't keep this trump card rotting. The territory lord was unfazed even when his head was struck by the azure dragon spear. However, when the pure white light engulfed him, he wailed in agony as though he was experiencing the cruelest torment in the world. As though having a spirituality of its own, the purifying light snuck into the territory lord's body through his wounds and clashed with his Black Ink strength, causing both forces to fizzle and vaporize. While the territory lord was stunned, a saber light flashed across his neck and shattered his bone armor, sending his head flying away as black blood gushed from his neck. Well done! Su Ling Gong praised the other man while holding a large saber in his hand. If not for Yang Kai's help at the critical moment, he would have been killed by this territory lord. After all, it had only been a short time since Su Ling Gong ascended to the 8th Order, so his heritage wasn't comparable to those of the experienced 8th Order masters. On the other hand, these powerful innate territory lords in bone armor were specifically created by MO to endure large amounts of abuse. The instant Su Ling Gong clashed with the opponent earlier, he fell into a disadvantageous position. He had even used an evil, purging divine spear, However, the Territory Lord only had a small number of weaknesses to exploit, and Su Lingong was unable to shatter the other party's armor. So even the evil Purging Divine spear became useless. The most effective method of using the evil Purging Divine spear's power was to stab it right into the opponent's body, letting the purifying light explode inside their body so that it could directly grind down their black ink strength. Now that these Territory Lords were all equipped with robust armor, it was hard for evil Purging Divine spears to play any role. On the other hand, Yang Kai could pose a bigger threat to these Territory Lords in bone armor by directly channeling purifying light against them, because he could guide the purifying light to pass through the bone armor's gaps and enter their bodies. Before Su Lingong could ask whether Yang Kai was all right, the latter had disappeared and re-entered the chaotic battlefield. Su Lingong was rendered speechless at that. Regardless, he knew that Yang Kai had a powerful Dragon Clan bloodline, so even though he looked battered, he was supposedly fine. Therefore, Su Lingong decided to ignore him and shifted his attention to another territory lord before darting forward. The battlefield was a mess, and there seemed to be an infinite supply of black ink clan soldiers to replace those who fell. Since the opening appeared, the torrent of darkness had not stopped spilling from it. More and more feudal lords and territory lords appeared. Fortunately, the humans were quick to destroy the enemies, so they were able to maintain a balance. After helping Su Lingong kill a territory lord, Yang Kai went on to make several more contributions. Using the disorderly black ink clan soldiers as cover, he swiftly yet stealthily approached the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords. When he was close enough, he would directly activate space principles and launch a sneak attack. He had learned his lesson after the setback earlier. He no longer summoned his Azure Dragon Spear to attack the enemies, and instead used instantaneous movement to appear behind a Territory Lord and cast a bolt of purifying light at them. Ignoring the furious Territory Lord, he then directly disappeared. Many Territory Lords suffered a setback because of this tactic. The purifying light was able to restrain black ink strength, and their bone armor couldn't fully cover the Territory Lords up. Once they were struck by the purifying light, their powers would significantly weaken, and the Eighth Order Masters naturally wouldn't let such a chance slip through their fingers. As Yang Kai stealthily moved around and struck the Territory Lords in bone armor, they inevitably faltered. As such, the Eighth Order Masters were able to kill these Territory Lords with ease. The Black Ink clansmen soon noticed Yang Kai's action, and more of them began chasing after him. Wherever he went, a chaotic storm followed. Even Tsang, who had been guarding the primordial heavens' source grand restriction, couldn't help but have his eye drawn to him. After all, it was rare for a Seventh Order Master to be able to make such an impact on this kind of battlefield. As a thought flashed across his mind, Tsang parted his lips and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai. After being startled for a moment, Yang Kai was elated as he became even more reckless. Earlier, he still wouldn't dare to move further into the battlefield, for he was worried that he might not be able to escape should he come across a powerful enemy. Upon hearing Tsang's transmission, though, his worries disappeared. His high-pitched dragon roar reverberated across the void again, and his 70,000 meters ancient dragon's figure reappeared in the void, while his dragon scales radiated a golden glow. As he let out a dragon breath, the Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him melted like snow under the hot sun. Throughout history, perhaps only the war in the late ancient era was comparable to the magnificence of the war today. Over 100 great passes, and all the elites of the human race had come together. It was a war that would determine the future of all humans, so they couldn't afford to be negligent. As time passed, the number of these 2 million soldiers decreased, as they were no longer able to make use of the great passes to ensure their safety. As the humans had to fight with the enemies on the battlefield, deaths were inevitable. Everywhere on the battlefield, small universes ruptured and human masters passed away. Besides the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Masters, even the Eighth Order Masters were not spared the fate. About 2 million human soldiers had been taking turns to strike the enemies, but things were still not looking good. All the same, no one faltered. In the great passes, the old ancestors had only made a move once before falling silent. It wasn't that they were not willing to act, but that they didn't dare to. The strongest black ink clansmen that had streamed out of the gap so far were territory lords, while the royal lords were still nowhere to be seen. None of them knew how many royal lords were hiding in the dark, but since the royal lords hadn't appeared, the old ancestors could only remain unmoving. Otherwise, their weaknesses would be exposed to the enemies. It had come to a point where even a slight mistake could cost their lives. The battlefield was filled with chaos, but invisible undercurrents were also stirring as the humans and Black Ink clan were also waging a contest of patience. Whether the old ancestors or the royal lords appeared on the battlefield first would play a large role in determining the outcome of the war. Seeing that so many human soldiers had been killed, the old ancestors were naturally heartbroken. Nevertheless, they knew that they could only grit their teeth and hold their ground, lest their plans all be derailed. Presently, Yong Kai was badly wounded. Even though the living beings in his small universe continuously replenished the world force for him, he realized he would not be able to persevere for much longer. While the other cultivators took turns to return to the great passes to recuperate, he had not rested once since he joined the battle. He had managed to kill over 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, and even though he hadn't personally killed a territory lord, a few dozen of them had been harassed by his purifying light and subsequently been eliminated. Still, this made only a minimal impact on the overall battle. It seemed like this war would never end at this rate. It was then that an imposing aura was felt coming from the gap that changed everything. The Black Ink clan's attacks intensified while the humans felt their chests tightening. All of them realized that the royal lords, who had remained patient all this time, had finally made a move. This was the change the humans had been longing to see. If the royal lords still refused to appear, and the Black Ink clan just kept sending more territory lords and weaker soldiers to fight, the humans would descend into a state of despair. Now that the royal lords had appeared, it showed that the Black Ink clan could no longer bear the loss of Black Ink strength. It had come to a point where the royal lords had no choice but to take to the field. A majestic figure stepped out of the darkness through the gap, and a royal lord's savage aura swept across the void. Before he even left the gap, he darted his gaze around in a condescending manner. But at that instant, over 10 figures abruptly appeared near the gap, as though they had always been there, yet no one knew when they had appeared. Marshal Peak. Chapter 5410, Tacit Balance. Just then, a seemingly thin and powerless sword light appeared and slashed across the royal lord's head. A palm pushed forward gently. A bamboo cane tapped on the royal lord's skull, and several other divine abilities of different forms appeared. The smug royal lord was frozen in place. After he was struck by the divine abilities, his body started trembling violently. Then the bamboo cane tapped on his skull again and formed a black, bloody hole. As the sword light faded, what was left of the royal lord's head was sent flying away before extremely thick black ink strength that mixed with black blood gushed out of the fresh corpse. A royal lord had been killed. Before the royal lord even stepped out of the gap, he had been struck by over 10 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and killed. It wasn't that the royal lord wasn't powerful. It was just that the humans had devised such a plot in advance, and their reaction was swift. Furthermore, the royal lord had to step through the gap if he wanted to leave. Hence, he was unable to dodge the attacks from the Ninth Order Masters. Any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have suffered the same fate if they were faced with the attacks from a dozen royal lords. The gap was the greatest edge that the humans could make use of, so it was expected that the old ancestors would try to maximize the advantage. Before the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could rejoice, though, more royal lords stepped through the gap. Their companions' sudden death didn't deter them from advancing. Despite knowing that they were faced with mortal danger, they still boldly streamed out of the gap. Certainly, the dozen or so Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the opening wouldn't go easy on them. They cast their divine abilities in quick succession and killed another 2 royal lords the moment they stepped through the gap. Regardless, even more royal lords rushed out of the opening. Leveraging the sacrifices of their companions, they soon broke through the Ninth Order Masters' defenses and charged towards the battlefield, ignoring the human old ancestors behind them. There were even more royal lords who had to leave the gap. So the Black Ink clan knew the battlefield couldn't just be at the mouth of the opening. That was the reason the Ninth Order Masters had to be lured away. More Ninth Order Masters flew out of the Great Passes to meet the royal lords who had broken through the first defense line. Royal lords continued to be killed at the opening, but even more of them managed to break through the siege. In such a situation, even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to go all out, directly using their most powerful moves to try to stem the flow of enemy reinforcements. Everywhere on the battlefield, magnificent auras appeared in battles that the average cultivator wouldn't have a right to approach. Within just half a day, over 100 royal lords had rushed out of the opening, and even though 20 of them had been killed before they could do anything, there were still about 80 of them who had managed to break through. It required the same number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to restrain these 80 royal lords. There were only a small number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left in the Great Passes at this point, and all of them sported solemn expressions because there were still royal lords flooding out of the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. No one knew how many royal lords were hiding in the darkness. If there were too many of them, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't be able to deal with them. If the number of royal lords exceeded what the Ninth Order Masters could handle, the human soldiers would fall into a perilous situation. 1 hour later, the defense of the dozen Ninth Order Masters at the opening was finally broken. All of them were wounded and powerless to stop the enemies from leaving the opening. So while they were retreating, more than 10 royal lords bolted out of the gap and chased after them. Tsang, who had been guarding the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, sported a grim expression. He had been comparing the differences in powers between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the royal lords. If things came to a point where the humans were no longer able to manage, he would immediately close the opening. At this moment, the humans had reached their limits, as all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had left the Great Passes to engage in life-and-death battles with the royal lords. The humans were unable to deal with more royal lords. If another 5 royal lords appeared, the balance on the battlefield would be shattered. So Tsang was ready to seal the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction at any moment. At this point, Mo had released quite a lot of the power that it had accumulated over the years. But while Tsang felt less pressured, it still wasn't enough. Even so, that was the last of his concerns now. If the humans were destroyed, his efforts to guard the grand restriction over the past few millions of years would all be wasted. To his surprise, though, no more royal lords emerged from the opening, causing him to furrow his brow. He didn't think Mo had released all of its royal lords, as Tsang could still feel some powerful auras lurking in the dark. Apparently, quite many royal lords remained hidden. Nevertheless, Mo didn't release any more royal lords at this moment, and after giving it some thought, Tsang realized the other party's intention. Presently, he wasn't the only one who wanted to retain the balance of the battlefield. Mo shared the same sentiment. It was fully aware of Tsang's intentions and knew that once it released even more royal lords, the humans would lose any hope of winning the war, and the gap of the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction would be closed. By then it would no longer be able to escape. While Tsang wanted to maintain a balance, Mo was trying to do the same. Even though more and more of its servants were killed, it seemed it thought the sacrifice was worth it. But what's the point of Mo doing all this? This kind of balance won't help it get out of the trap. What is it really up to? Tsang was unable to figure out the reason behind it. Initially, Mo was indeed as gullible as a young child. But certainly, Tsang wouldn't really regard Emo to be a child after the latter was imprisoned for millions of years. Although Emo had been trapped inside the primordial heavens source grand restriction, it was able to make use of the black ink nests to find out everything that was going on in the outside world. Millions of years had passed, so even the most gullible child would have grown cunning. Since Tsang was unable to figure out Mo's intention, he decided to push it to the back of his mind. At any rate, things were still within his control. Even though no more royal lords stepped out of the gap, there were still a large number of black ink clansmen, including territory lords and feudal lords, emerging. Despite their best efforts, the humans were unable to gain the upper hand on the battlefield, for the Black Ink Clan army was continuously replenished. The human race couldn't hope to reclaim their advantageous position if they were unable to cut off the enemy's flow of reinforcements. However, this war's objective was to alleviate some pressure on Tsang. Although a large number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, Tsang still hadn't closed the grand restriction. In other words, it still wasn't time to do so yet. Left with no choice, the humans could only grit their teeth and soldier on. At this moment, Yang Kai was in a difficult spot as well. It seemed that because of his frequent use of purifying light, he had been targeted by a female territory lord with a curvy figure. It had come to a point where the territory lords streaming out of the gap were no longer clad in the same bone armor as before. They now came in all different shapes and sizes. Unlike the territory lords in bone armor who had an impenetrable defense, these territory lords in different forms had their own unique characteristics. This alluring territory lord who had targeted Yang Kai had a special trait. She was extremely agile. She was able to move at lightning speed, and even though Yang Kai had repeatedly used instantaneous movement to dart around the battlefield, he was unable to shake her off. The territory lord ignored everyone else as she locked onto Yang Kai and relentlessly pursued him. If Yang Kai was still at peak strength, he could have transformed into his ancient dragon form and fought it out with her. Unfortunately, he had exhausted himself by moving around the battlefield earlier, so he wasn't a match for this alluring territory lord at this point. Powerless, he repeatedly fell into danger. Seeing that the situation he was in was increasingly perilous, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and charged towards a particular direction. A moment later, he appeared beside Tsang and instantly felt a force engulfing him. It was the primordial heavens, source grand restriction's power. Then Yang Kai turned around and glared at the territory lord who had followed him to this place. Tsang teased him, saying, "Does she have her eyes on you, or something?" Yang Kai grinned. "Well, she has fine taste when it comes to men." Tsang was stunned, for he hadn't expected this little brat to be so thick-skinned. "Kill her, senior," Yang Kai urged. Hearing that, the territory lord appeared flustered and instinctively took a few steps back as she warily stared at Tsang. If someone like Tsang made a move on her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Nevertheless, Tsang shook his head. "I can't. I can only make a move within the bounds of the restriction. Anything outside the restriction is beyond my control." Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is there such a restraint?" Tsang appeared helpless as well. "There's no choice. I've practically become part of the grand restriction. The restriction is me, and I am the restriction. Only by doing so could I maximize my control over it. That's the trade-off." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai replied, "I see. It's fine then. I'll just get some rest here and kill her later." The reason he came all the way here was that Tsang had sent a divine sense transmission some time ago saying that he could seek his help when he was in danger. Tsang was unable to help the human army kill their enemies, but he could make use of the primordial heavens, source grand restrictions, power to protect some of them. It was because of Tsang's assurance that Yang Kai had the guts to act recklessly on the battlefield. If he didn't have a nearby sanctuary, he wouldn't have been so audacious. Then, Yang Kai turned to glare at the territory lord and ran his fingers across his neck. "Wash your neck and wait for me." He conveniently ignored the fact that he was just a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and that even if he was at full strength, he couldn't defeat the other party. Enraged by Yang Kai's arrogance, the Territory Lord sported a dark expression and lifted her hand to summon her black ink strength, which turned into a dark flood dragon. As it widened its jaws, it came charging towards Yang Kai. Idiot! Yang Kai snickered, was unfazed, as he was now protected by Tsang in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. No one else could harm him. Therefore, he didn't even bother to blink when he was faced with this ferocious strike. All of a sudden, Tsang chuckled and performed a different hand seal. About 10 meters before Yang Kai and Tsang, the dark flood dragon was stopped by an invisible barrier. A turn of events took place suddenly. The dark flood dragon instantly turned around. As its body expanded, it reached for the Territory Lord and opened its mouth wide. While the Territory Lord was flabbergasted, the flood dragon swallowed her before shaking its head and flicking its tail smugly. Yang Kai was equally astounded. The next instant, Yang Kai shot out with his spear in hand as a great sun rose from behind him. This time, no golden crow was heard cawing, nor was there any scorching heat, for this great sun was formed from flawless purifying light. Martial Peak. Chapter 54:11. Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. The dark flood dragon exploded and the battered Territory Lord appeared. Even though the secret technique was powerful, she was the one who activated it after all. Tsang managed to hijack it and send it back against her, but even though the flood dragon had been strengthened, it couldn't possibly kill her. However, it was inevitable that she would be hurt since she was caught completely off guard. The moment she extricated herself, a great sun exploded in front of her and made her unable to open her eyes. At the same time, she was engulfed in a great sense of danger. Instantly, this Territory Lord screamed as her black ink strength madly left her body and was dispelled by the purifying light. As though having a spirituality of its own, the white light streamed into her body through her 7 orifices and freshly opened wounds. In an instant, her expression turned hideous, and she howled in agony. At that moment, she did not only feel that her black ink strength was being destroyed as though it had come across an arch nemesis, but also that her very body was melting like snow under a scorching Sunday. Her alluring face literally began to warp like a burning candle. Just then, the azure dragon's spear stabbed right between her eyes. Black blood spattered as she instinctively threw a palm on Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't bother to dodge it, taking the blow directly as he infused all of his strength into the azure dragon's spear and thrust it forward. Fall! The spear penetrated the Territory Lord's head, and a violent whirled force exploded, causing her skull to shatter to pieces. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying away as he plunged back beside Tsang and gasped, clearly in pain. Tsang looked down at him, and upon seeing his chest caved in, he was surprised as he commented, "You were almost killed." In that moment earlier, the Territory Lord didn't just land a palm on Yang Kai once. In fact, she had struck him several dozen times on the same spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so horribly injured, given the fact that he had an extremely powerful dragon vein. Any other Seventh Order master would have lost their life if they were in Yang Kai's shoes, as not just anyone could kill an opponent that was far more powerful than themselves. In Tsang's eyes, the battle between Yang Kai and the Territory Lord was no different from 2 small children fighting with each other. But to those involved, given their powers, it was truly a life-and-death contest. The moment the Territory Lord suffered a backlash of her own divine ability, Yang Kai directly charged forward, which went to show how determined he was. When he saw a chance, he did not hesitate to seize it. Not many could be as determined and ruthless as he was. Any hesitation at that moment would have cost him the chance to kill his enemy. Even faced with the counterattack of an enemy much stronger than he was, he didn't back down and instead risked being further injured in order to end the enemy's life, which showed how ruthless he was to both his enemies and himself. Even though the process was short, it was a life-and-death moment that even somewhat surprised someone like Tsang. Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed and spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. I certainly had to do my best to kill the enemy. If the human race had backed down at any point, we would have lost the fight long ago. Then he gulped down some healing pills and started recuperating. The reason he came to Tsang's side was to seek his refuge and restore some strength. It never crossed his mind that the territory lord would be so relentless, or Tsang would create a chance for him to turn things around. Tsang had never expected that his nonchalant move would lead to such an outcome. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, though, he turned to look at the battlefield in silence. Everywhere on the battlefield, he saw human soldiers clashing with the Black Ink clan, the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spreading across the void, and even the 9th Order Masters fighting with everything they had. They were all risking their lives to destroy the enemy. At that instant, Tsang fell into a dazed state to the humans of the current generation. It was because of their willingness to sacrifice themselves that they managed to reach this place. Tsang had been waiting for millions of years, and only this generation of humans allowed him to see the silver lining. The battlefield was filled with chaos, and with every breath there would be powerful auras withering. Both the humans and Black Ink clan suffered immense losses. Even some of the royal lords lost their lives. Earlier, several royal lords were killed the instant they left the gap, not because they were weak, but because of the circumstances they had to deal with. If they wanted to escape out of the gap, they had to bear the attacks from the 9th Order Masters lying in ambush for them. In such a situation, it was expected that some royal lords were killed. However, once they managed to leave the gap, they became much harder to kill. Even so, as the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they managed to kill 4 more royal lords. However, the situation didn't change at all. After 4 royal lords were killed, another 4 royal lords appeared from the gap to replace them. There were no longer any more 9th Order Masters outside the gap, so the royal lords could leave at will. At this point, the human race masters realized that Mo was trying to maintain balance on the battlefield. There were surely even more royal lords hiding in the darkness. However, Mo didn't release them all at once. Instead, it had been replacing the dead royal lords with new ones in an attempt to make it look as though both sides were equally matched. Regardless, even Tsang was unable to figure out Mo's intention, let alone the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fortunately, this was the situation they hoped to see. If the Black Ink clan soldiers were so powerful that the humans were unable to deal with them, it was bad news to the human race as a whole. Tsang had been paying close attention to the movements in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. He was wary of Mo's plans, thinking it must be up to something. However, he was unable to figure out what since it wasn't the right time yet. Now he could only keep his guard up. If something went wrong, he would immediately seal the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, and stop Mo from getting out of the trap. Heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai turned to Tsang with a doubtful expression. While Yang Kai was restoring his energy, Tsang wasn't just sitting idly by either. Previously, Yang Kai had passed him a lot of resources to recuperate, and Tsang had been refining them in order to replenish his losses this whole time. Tsang was able to refine resources extremely quickly, which was understandable as he was a powerful cultivator. But the real crux of the matter was that Yang Kai detected traces of the heaven-devouring battle law in the way the old man refined the resources. Yang Kai had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law before. However, he hadn't mastered this secret art, so he wasn't comparable to Wu Kuang in this regard. With that said, he understood this evil art more than anyone else aside from the latter. Therefore, the moment he detected similar traces of it, he was stunned. Initially, Yang Kai thought that he was mistaken, but as he observed Tsang for a while longer, he confirmed that the latter was indeed using the heaven-devouring battle law. If that wasn't the case, even though Tsang was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he couldn't have refined resources so quickly. Moreover, he wasn't just refining the resources that were given to him. If one paid close attention, they would realize that Tsang was even devouring the black ink strength left behind by the nearby dead black ink clansmen. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. The heaven-devouring battle law was a secret art that Wu Kuang had personally created, and it was probably the most extraordinary and evil one in history. So why was Tsang able to use it? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Tsang was also startled for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face, and he asked, "Do you recognize this secret art?" Yang Kai replied with uncertainty, "Perhaps I'm mistaken." There were countless secret arts in this world, and even though heaven-devouring battle law was quite possibly the evilest secret arts in existence, Tsang was someone who had lived for millions of years, so it shouldn't be surprising that such an unrivaled master knew some amazing secret arts. Perhaps his secret art only shared some similarities with heaven-devouring battle law. Tsang said, "It's fine. Look closely." Saying so, he openly used his secret art again. In order to let Yang Kai see clearly, he exhibited the movements of his aura and the fluctuations of energy in detail. Yang Kai's expression turned more and more stunned as he watched. Although this secret art was slightly different from the one he knew, it was indeed the heaven-devouring battle law. The two secret arts shared more than 90% of the same circulation paths, while the remaining 10% seemed to be due to some kind of personal abstrusity that he couldn't quite grasp. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior know the heaven-devouring battle law?" He was even more perplexed at the fact that Tsang appeared so thrilled at this moment. What's so exciting about it? He didn't seem this exhilarated even after so many royal lords were killed. Instead of answering his question, Tsang asked, "You call this heaven-devouring battle law? Who do you know who uses this secret art?" After giving it some thought, Yang Kai replied, "There's an old fart named Wu Kuang who cultivates this secret art. As far as I knew, he was the creator of this secret art. I had a chance to cultivate this secret art in the past, and even did so for a time in a sense, though not anymore. Supposedly, there should be no one else who has cultivated it. Oh, I also taught the Stone Spirit clan this secret art long ago." The heaven-devouring battle law was too wicked, and even though it could help a cultivator increase their strength rapidly, its drawbacks were simply unbearable for most people. Even Yang Kai was unable to resolve those drawbacks. Therefore, the moment he realized something was wrong back then, he stopped cultivating it. Wu Kuang was different, for he had the flawless, purifying golden lotus, so he could recklessly devour external powers without worrying about any backlash. However, there was only one flawless, purifying golden lotus in existence, so no one else could imitate him. Hence, there was only one heaven-devouring great emperor in the world. The reason the Stone Spirit clan members were able to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law was that their physiques were unique. Their bodies were not made from flesh, and they had an innate ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. Therefore, they were best suited to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. "Wu Kuang," Tsang muttered. "Tell me more about that guy." Although Yang Kai was puzzled at the fact that Tsang seemed interested in Wu Kuang, he still told him everything he knew. Honestly, he had mostly learned about Wu Kuang through rumors and stories. Yang Kai hadn't even been born when Wu Kuang was first active, so he wasn't sure of the details of the war in the Shattered Star Sea back then. He only knew that many great emperors of the Star Boundary were killed in that clash, while they managed to kill Wu Kuang in the end. In truth, Wu Kuang faked his death and escaped. Then he waited for a chance to resurrect. It took 20,000 years or so, but Wu Kuang's wish was eventually granted. Although he had managed to escape from the Shattered Star Sea, his cultivation had plunged. At that time, he occupied bustling world Great Emperor's body and spent quite a long time sharing it with the body's original owner, Duan Hongqin. Then, Wu Kuang appeared on Dragon Island and kicked up a storm before vanishing into thin air again. When he reappeared, it was when the great emperors of the Star Boundary joined forces to deal with Great Demon God. The Star Boundary was almost destroyed in that war, and after the death of great demon god Mo Sheng, Wukuang seized the former's body and fully resurrected. Then he broke free of the star boundaries restraints and headed out into the outer universe to seek greater heights in the martial Tao. Yang Kai had no idea what Wukuang went through after the latter left the star boundary. Martial Peak. Chapter 54:12. Ways to Save Itself. Yang Kai knew that he could cultivate pretty quickly, but Wukuang wasn't any slower. When they met again after that day, both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm. Then Wukuang hid inside the new great territory for a while before Yang Kai brought him to the shattered heaven. Someone like Wukuang could only be in his own skin in a place such as the shattered heaven. After that, Yang Kai never heard from him again. Sometimes Yang Kai wondered what would have happened if he hadn't defeated Blood Crow, who was later brought away by the fisherman uncle from Bright King Cave Heaven. He imagined that when Wukuang arrived at the shattered heaven, there would have been a fierce battle between two evenly matched opponents. Both the heaven-devouring battle law and the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture could absorb and refine other people's powers, so they shared some similarities. It would surely be an interesting fight if Wukuang and Blood Crow encountered one another. In a straightforward comparison, there was no denying that the heaven-devouring battle law was more powerful, as there was nothing that the heaven-devouring battle law could not refine as long as it had some energy. On the other hand, even though the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture could devour another person's strength, it was mainly focused on refining their blood essence. In that sense, it was inferior to the heaven-devouring battle law. With that said, Blood Crow had been subdued and brought back to Bright King Heaven a long time ago. When Wukuang arrived at the shattered heaven, only the stories of Blood Crow remained. Yang Kai reckoned that if the two of them ever met, there was no doubt Blood Crow would be at a disadvantage. Several hundred years had passed since then, and he wondered how Wukuang had been doing in the shattered heaven. Given the wickedness of his secret art, he must be the focus of much ire and contempt. At that moment, Yang Kai even felt a bit sorry for him. "Wukuang," Song muttered before he started guffawing. He appeared so exhilarated that he almost broke into tears of joy as he chanted, "Wukuang!" Yang Kai was astounded. "You know Wukuang, Senior?" Song shook his head. "Nope. It's the first time I've ever heard his name." At that, Yang Kai was baffled. "Since you don't know Wukuang, why are you so happy to hear about him?" Unbeknownst to him, even though Tsang wasn't aware of who Wukuang was today, he knew someone else similar to him. In fact, the heaven-devouring battle law was the primary secret art that other person cultivated. There was no denying that this secret art was evil. With that said, there was no such thing as right or wrong when it came to secret arts, only people who could be divided into good and evil. Whatever secret art it was, the person using it would determine whether it was just or malevolent. Part of Shur's plan succeeded. Otherwise, the heaven-devouring battle law wouldn't have been passed down to someone else. However, looking at the matter from another perspective, his plan also seems to have failed. Although Tsang had never come into contact with Wukuang, through Yang Kai's words he could tell that Wukuang never inherited all of Shur's memories. Perhaps after Shur left this place back then, his soul was gradually worn down after encountering many different crises. As such, Wukuang had no idea what had happened in his previous life. He only retained knowledge of the wondrous secret art named the heaven-devouring battle law. Regardless, this was the best news Tsang had heard in the past few millions of years. "Have you been to the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Tsang suddenly asked. Yang Kai was caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, but he was even more astounded by the old man's question and couldn't help asking, "How do you know, Senior?" Tsang replied with a smile, "I can feel the world tree's aura coming from you." Only then did Yang Kai understand. "I saw you running around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength. It's apparent that you have a world tree clone protecting your small universe." Yang Kai nodded. "You have sharp eyesight, Senior. There's indeed a world tree clone in my small universe, but I didn't get it from the grand ancient ruins boundary. I acquired it from a universe cave heaven that was left behind on the battlefield. The world tree clone he had obtained from grand ancient ruins boundary was planted in the star boundary, an action that saved the star boundary from collapsing and also transformed it into the open heaven realm cradle it was today. Then Yonkai realized something and asked in shock, "The world tree and the grand ancient ruins boundary existed in your era, senior?" Tsang had been guarding this place and separated from the outside world for millions of years, so it surprised Yonkai that he was aware of the world tree and the grand ancient ruins boundary. Tsang chuckled. "The world tree and grand ancient ruins boundary are far more ancient than you think. I heard that the world tree was born the moment heaven and earth split apart. It was born with the universe itself. Recently, Yonkai had learned quite a number of secrets that were previously unknown to him. As for the grand ancient ruins boundary," Tsang frowned, "no one knows how exactly it was formed. I told you all that in the late ancient era, a mighty force realized that the humans were suffering in hardship. So it gathered together 10 humans to spread the martial Tao. Only then did the human race truly learn to cultivate." Yonkai nodded as Tsang had told them about it before. Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were those 10 people who had created the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. Millions of years had passed since then, and the other 9 people had all passed away. Only Tsang was left guarding this place. At that time, an old ancestor asked what the mighty force was, but Tsang only replied with a smile that it was the will of the heavenly way. Presently, the battlefield was in chaos, but the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction was completely unaffected. The Black Ink clansmen didn't bother to attack the 2 of them because they knew they were unable to break the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. Tsang went on to say calmly, "The 10 of us managed to ascend to the open heaven realm after we were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary." Hearing that, Yonkai was astounded. Before that, even though the humans could gain some power through simple cultivation, we could only reach somewhere below the open heaven realm. At that time, the realm below the open heaven realm was the end of martial Tao. Yonkai hurriedly straightened his back. He had a feeling that he was about to hear some incredible secret. The 10 of us were not born in the same place. Rather, we all came from different great territories. We managed to gain the acknowledgement of our homelands and became venerables in our own lands. Only then were we able to shake off our universe, world's restraints, and head out into the vast void to explore a higher martial Tao. He went on to say, "At that time, monster beasts were everywhere, with all of them possessing the bloodlines of divine spirits, though the purity of those bloodlines varied greatly. Their cultivation was unhindered, as the powers of their bloodlines alone allowed them to grow into formidable beings. The humans were unable to defend themselves from the monster beasts. In order to solve this crisis, we had to seek a higher martial Tao. However, no one managed to succeed." After a pause, he continued, "One day I was swept away by a rolling fog and brought to the grand ancient ruins boundary. In that place, I came across the other 9 and became friends with them. Just like me, they had left their homelands in search of a higher martial Tao. A long time has passed, so I can't remember many of the details. But with that said, I will never be able to forget the strangeness of the grand ancient ruins boundary. While we were there, we experienced countless crises, but by working together, we eventually resolved all of them. Looking back now, I realize that those were all trials for us. In the end, we arrived at a place where there was an enormous tree, the world tree." Yonkai nodded, for he had seen the world tree as well, though it wasn't a pleasant encounter. Still, he had gained some benefits from the world tree. Otherwise, the 7th order would have been his limit in this lifetime. The tree gave us 1 fruit each. Hearing that, Yonkai was surprised. The world tree was so generous. At that time, he had gone through the trials of different worlds before he acquired some low-rank and mid-rank world fruits, and the only reason he obtained a root was because the world tree sacrificed it to throw him out. However, Song and the other martial ancestors were just given world fruits without doing anything. What's more, the achievements of Song and the others suggested that the world fruits they had acquired were high-rank world fruits. Perhaps they were even superior to high-rank world fruits. In comparison, what Yang Kai had obtained was nothing worth noting. He had the urge to head to the grand ancient ruins boundary again and rob the world tree. Song went on to say, after we consumed the fruits, we were able to open small universes in our bodies and step into the open heaven realm. Only then did we comprehend the cultivation method of the open heaven realm. After leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, we taught everyone this cultivation method, and the humans were finally able to oppose the monster beasts. Yang Kai said solemnly, "It was thanks to Sir and the other seniors that the human race was finally able to cultivate. Your contributions should be remembered by all." With a smile, Song waved his hand. "The reason I'm telling you all this is that over the years, I've faintly detected something. Please enlighten me, Senior." After a moment of deliberation, Song continued, "Back then we came from different great territories and universe worlds, but we were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary by the rolling fog all at the same time. The crises we faced seemed to be the trials to test our temperaments. In the end, the fruits given to us seemed to be the world tree's rewards." He paused for a moment. Initially, we didn't read too much into it. Since we had acquired greater powers, we decided to teach the other humans how to do the same so that we all had the capital to gain a footing in the vast universe. Later, we created the primordial heavens, source grand restriction, and confined MO to this place. Only then did we have time to ponder on certain issues. The world tree's existence seems to have something to do with the entire 3,000 worlds. To be precise, the world tree might be the source of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai was astounded. "You mean the 3,000 worlds are just a reflection of the world tree's power?" Song shook his head. "That's not what I meant. There's a reason the tree is named the world tree, and it must have something to do with the 3,000 worlds. The 10 of us were swept into the grand ancient ruins boundary and given the fruits by the world tree, thus allowing us to create a complete martial Tao system. Rather than saying it was our opportunity, it was more like a method the 3,000 worlds used to help itself." "Help itself?" Yang Kai muttered. "You mean the 3,000 worlds has a consciousness of its own?" "Perhaps not a consciousness, or at least one that we would understand. Think of it as there being some rules that we're unable to comprehend," Song explained. "At that time, most sentience had just awakened, and black ink strength started spreading across the great territories. If left unhindered, the entire universe would have been taken over by black ink strength. Therefore, someone had to stop it. Even if it was not us, there would have been another 10 to take up that role." Song stared fervently at Yang Kai. "What's more, there must have been more than one attempt to help itself. The world tree gave you a clone. If I'm not mistaken, you're also one of the ones selected by these rules." It was because of that realization that Song paid extra attention to Yang Kai and sent a transmission to him, telling him to seek refuge next to him when he fell into danger. It was also because of this realization that Song told Yang Kai so many things. In the late ancient era, Song and the other 9 were just a means the rules tried to use to save themselves. Now, Yang Kai could very well be those same rules' trump card. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. Even though the clone he had obtained in the grand ancient ruins boundary was subsequently planted in the star boundary, he inadvertently acquired another to shelter his small universe at a later point. Rather than it all just being a big coincidence, Song's speculation made more sense. Was Yang Kai also one of the ways the unfathomable rules tried to save themselves? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5413, Mo's Trump Card. As Yang Kai looked back, he realized it was inconceivable that he even managed to snatch a root from the world tree. At that time, he was pretty weak, as he wasn't even an open heaven realm master yet. He had only condensed his Tao seal and had yet to even refine all the necessary powers. On the other hand, the world tree was an ancient existence born with the universe. As time passed, it must have developed spirituality of its own and grown into a powerful being. How was an Emperor Realm Master supposed to snatch a root from the world tree? After he acquired the root, the world tree just swept him to a faraway place, which showed that it was fully capable of dismissing him. It just didn't bother to do so until after the fact. If Tsang's speculation was right, Yonkai was also one of the ways the unfathomable rules tried to save themselves, which explained everything. The grand ancient ruins boundary was where the trials took place, and the root and the world fruits were the rewards granted by the world tree. Millions of years ago, Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were selected and given world fruits by the world tree, thus allowing them to enter the open heaven realm and teach the others how to do the same. When the humans grew stronger, they were able to fight against the monster beasts and Mo itself. Millions of years later, Yonkai arrived at the grand ancient ruins boundary and obtained a root from the world tree. Even though the outcomes were different, they were both methods the 3,000 worlds used to help themselves when they found themselves in crisis. In that case, the original owner of the world tree clone in Yonkai's small universe was likely also one of the ways the rules had selected to save themselves. Unfortunately, that senior passed away on the black ink battlefield, and his or her small universe was left behind as a universe cave heaven. Countless years later, Yonkai had the opportunity to enter it and obtain the world tree clone. Perhaps there were other people just like them over the eons. However, Yonkai didn't have a way to find out who they were, nor did he know whether they were even still alive. Tsang's words were too shocking, but believable. After all, he had lived for millions of years, and his life in this place gave him ample time to ponder on some deeper issues. Even though Yonkai found his words inconceivable, it could very possibly be the truth. "You must be careful," Tsang suddenly said. A puzzled Yonkai asked, "What do you mean, senior?" With a solemn expression, Tsang explained, "Many years have passed, and Mo might have also realized what I've come to understand. Perhaps it even knows things that I don't. If my speculation is right, you are in a perilous situation." Yonkai was startled for a moment, but he soon realized what Tsang meant. If he was indeed one of the ways the rules had selected to save themselves, he must be special in some way. As long as Mo noticed his presence, he wouldn't let him off. "You swaggered around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength, so perhaps you've already caught Mo's attention." Yonkai replied, "The 4 universe pillars are also able to protect one small universe and fend off black ink strength. It might not realize that I have a world tree clone." Tsang nodded. "You have a point, but you still have to be careful. Also, even though you have the world tree clone, which makes you immune to the black ink strength of ordinary black ink clansmen, that might not be able to drive off Mo's source strength. Its strength is far greater than that of ordinary black ink clansmen. Perhaps it might be able to break through the barriers of your small universe." Yonkai said with a smile, "With you around, Mo won't be able to get out of the trap. So how is it going to make a move against me? If even Senior is unable to suppress Mo, the human race won't be far from extinction either way." Tsang replied, solemnly, "I'll do my best." The next moment, Yonkai got to his feet and lifted his azure dragon spear. "I've got enough rest, Senior. I'll kill some more enemies before coming back to chat with you." Then he directly charged towards the battlefield. Half a day later, Yonkai returned, covered in blood. The territory lords chasing after him appeared furious, for the moment Yonkai landed beside Tsang. They had no choice but to leave. This time he was in a better state than before, so it took him less time to recover. After getting some rest, Yonkai continued battling against the enemy. As he repeated this over and over again, the black ink clansmen grew annoyed. Some of the territory lords now directly waited outside the safe zone on the primordial heavens source grand restriction so that they could kill Yonkai the moment he left Tsang's shelter. However, Yonkai was a master of the Tao of space, so as long as the space around him wasn't sealed, these territory lords had no way to capture him. Eventually, the Black Ink clan stopped bothering with him, and without any restraints, Yong-kai was able to kill even more enemies. Nevertheless, he was the only one capable of such things, as the other humans were unable to imitate him. As they were not experts in the Tao of space, they couldn't cross the vast battlefield quickly and safely. Therefore, only Yong-kai could run to Tsang's side to seek refuge and recuperate. Although he had made significant contributions, he was unable to single-handedly change the tide of battle. Several months had passed since the war started, and 30% of the original 2 million human soldiers had been killed in action. In other words, some 600,000 human soldiers had lost their lives, all of them in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and above. The losses they had suffered were simply staggering. There is no denying that the losses that the Black Ink clan had suffered were dozens of times greater than those of the humans, as innumerable territory lords and royal lords had lost their lives. Still, even more Black Ink clansmen continuously poured out from the opening and entered the battlefield to make up for the losses. All the humans were exhausted, and even the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters appeared weary. The two races had been fighting against one another on the Black Ink battlefield for many years, and although some wars lasted for months or even years, it was always a process of intense battles, followed by a period of rest and recovery before they clashed once again. This time was different, as the two races had never stopped fighting since the war started. The chaos on the battlefield was constant. Fortunately, the various army commanders had already expected that this war would be a long one, so the 2 million soldiers were divided into two groups that took turns to battle the enemy. If not for this rotation of troops, the humans would have been defeated by the Black Ink clan long ago. At this point, the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand. Although it wasn't conspicuous, they were indeed in a favorable position. This was the balance Mo had been trying to sustain. Had it recklessly released all its servants to the battlefield, the humans would have been defeated long ago. Tsang's expression became increasingly solemn as he felt that it was time to seal the gap in the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. If this dragged on and the humans were routed, the situation would surely get out of hand. After months of releasing Black Ink strength, he could feel that the pressure within the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, had been alleviated somewhat. Although it wouldn't be as much as he hoped for if he stopped now, it was still acceptable. At the thought of this, he hesitated no more. As he performed a different hand seal, the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, started vibrating. All of a sudden, Mo, who had remained silent all along, said, "I thought you were going to wait for a while more." Tsang snorted. "You'd better quickly show us what tricks you still have. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to do so soon." Since the beginning, Tsang had realized that Mo must have been holding something back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to maintain the balance of powers between the two sides. It knew that once the balance was broken and the humans were defeated, Tsang would immediately seal the gap, giving it no chance to escape. While the balance was being sustained, Tsang was more than happy to weaken Mo's power. It could be said that the situation on the battlefield was a tacit coordination between the two races, with the 2 million human soldiers and the tens of millions of Black Ink clansmen serving as chess pieces. Tsang also knew that once he started sealing the opening, there was no way Mo would sit idly by. There was bound to be a fierce fight where both sides did everything they could to gain the upper hand. "You've grown old, Tsang." Mo let out a sigh of pity. Even a cultivator as powerful as Tsang had grown old after staying here for millions of years. As Mo recalled the days when it and the 10 humans were still friends, it couldn't help but feel rueful. Those were the best days of its life. It could talk with his friends, travel with them, and share tea and wine together. It was carefree. Those days were gone for good, once it was confined to this place. There wouldn't be another Mu or Tsang in this world. It was fully aware that they didn't hold any malicious intent trapping it in this place, but it was unresigned. It was born the way it was. It didn't acquire its strength through cultivation. Since the heavens had given it a power to turn others into the same beings as it was destined to rule over the universe. As all its friends were gone for good, so it stopped having any pity for this world. Everyone was bound to be subservient to it. All of you have underestimated me. As Mo roared, an immense force burst out of the endless darkness. A magnificent aura spread out and shocked both the Black Ink Clansmen and the humans on the battlefield. It was a power that was so overwhelming that even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were dazed by it. Song's expression changed, for he realized that the resistance coming from the opening was making it impossible for him to reseal it for the time being. With that said, he wasn't flustered. He wouldn't think that Mo didn't even have the capabilities to do such a thing. Everything was well within his expectations. This wasn't Mo's trump card. He must have another trick up his sleeve. All of a sudden, Song had a bad premonition. After several months of intense fighting, countless Black Ink Clansmen had lost their lives on the battlefield. Black blood, black ink strength, and severed limbs were everywhere in the void. The moment Mo's will spread out, these miscellaneous scraps on the battlefield started squirming and shooting towards the same place as though they had been guided by a mysterious force. The expressions of all of the humans changed. That was because these miscellaneous things were moving towards the opening. In just a moment, the black blood, black ink strength, and the hashed flesh left behind from fallen Black Ink Clansmen formed a colossal dark tide. The dark tide crossed the battlefield, and along the way, some human soldiers were accidentally swept into it and killed. The entire universe trembled as the primordial heavens' source grand restriction shook. Even more dark blood, black ink strength, and smashed meat joined the dark tide and fortified it. Besides that, even the Black Ink Clansmen, who had been dealing with the humans, abandoned their opponents and dashed towards the dark tide before disappearing. The turn of events stunned the humans. They had been in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield when they suddenly lost their opponents. "Damn!" Song exclaimed as he hadn't expected that Mo was able to use such a move. In fact, even though the 10 of them were close friends with Mo in the past, and they subsequently confined it to this place for millions of years, they didn't really know its capabilities very well. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5414 Mu. Song had never seen Mo use this secret technique before, nor could he figure out what the other party was about to do. With that said, he finally realized why Mo had been trying to sustain the balance on the battlefield, even letting so many of its servants get killed. It had all been to prepare for this moment. Despite not knowing what Mo was about to do, Song reckoned that he had to immediately stop it. Otherwise, the humans would be in grave danger. He madly surged his power in an attempt to reseal the primordial heavens' source grand restriction. However, from the depths of the darkness, a violent force burst forth to resist it, stopping the gap from closing. As this competition unfolded, Song eventually gained the upper hand because he had the restrictions help. But even though the gap was closing, it was extremely slow. Kill! A Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' roar reverberated across the entire battlefield. Everyone knew that they had reached the most critical moment. Regardless of what Mo was up to, if they couldn't stop him, they would lose the war. Several 100,000 human soldiers who had been recuperating in the great passes charged towards the battlefield. All the human soldiers were ready to strike. Even the soldiers guarding the arrays drove their warships towards the battlefield. In an instant, the 106 great passes became empty. The Black Ink Clan soldiers also divided into 2 groups, the first group leaving to intercept the humans, while the other group joined the dark tide to strengthen it. The competition between Song and Mo was still ongoing. Having said that, Song was apparently in an advantageous position as the speed at which the opening of the primordial heavens' source grand restriction was closing had increased. Just then, a force that was as immense as a tidal wave gushed out from the depths of the darkness and penetrated the gap before joining the squirming dark tide. Then, The dark tide contorted and wiggled before forming into an arm. The arm was made from countless limbs, black blood, and black ink strength, but it wasn't engulfed in death chi at all. Instead, it was as vibrant as a real arm. The bulging muscles of the arm suggested that it was full of strength. It was so gigantic that everyone could see nothing else, and the aura billowing from it shook all beholders to the core. The arm was connected to the force coming out from the gap. Looking from afar, it was as though a giant was sticking a hand out from the opening. In fact, Song could indeed feel a horrifying aura coming to life from the darkness, where a giant was rapidly taking shape. The arm that penetrated the gap became a force that stopped the restriction from sealing. Song's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Have you reached that realm?" The realm that was beyond the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. In the past, Song and the other 9 had been trying to ascend to that realm, but none of them succeeded. Even though Tsang was more powerful than the average Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master, he still hadn't broken free from the Open Heaven realm. He believed that beyond the Open Heaven realm was the creation realm that no humans had ever reached. However, Mo's voice sounded dispirited. That realm? Maybe. I don't know. Do you think I've reached that realm? I don't think so. Song was flabbergasted as he recalled the turmoil that took place in the restriction back then. At that time, Mo almost managed to break free from the trap. It seemed that Mo had already reached the creation realm at that time, as in the endless darkness, it had created a lot of powerful beings. After giving it some thought, though, Song realized it wasn't surprising. Mo was able to create innumerable servants. All the black ink clansmen were created from its black ink strength and given its innate power and years of accumulation. It shouldn't be shocking that it had reached the creation realm. In truth, Mo didn't directly create black ink clansmen. It was fundamentally the initial darkness of the heavens and earth. What it had created were the black ink nests, and all the black ink clansmen were nurtured in those black ink nests. It was Mo's innate ability. However, this time this powerful being in the darkness was indeed created by Mo. All of a sudden, Song turned calm and let out a sigh. Mo, you were born alongside the universe with unrivaled gifts and incredible capabilities. You're supposed to be free from any restraints, but your strength dictates that you'll not be accepted by everyone else. Mo asked hesitantly, "What are you trying to do?" Song replied impassively, "Millions of years have passed, so this matter should come to an end. I'm worried that my friends have grown anxious from waiting for so long." All of a sudden, Mo had a bad premonition and shouted, "Don't do anything silly!" Song guffawed, "You're the one who's doing something silly." Saying so, he flicked his fingers as a ray of light broke through the air. Wherever the light went, it penetrated the black ink clansmen and destroyed them. Previously, he told Yang Kai that while he was part of the primordial heavens source grand restriction, he could only make a move within the restriction. He was unable to have a hand in the affairs outside the grand restriction. That wasn't a strict rule, though, but there was a huge price to pay for breaking it. In order to send this ray of light out of the restriction, he had no choice but to put himself at stake. The moment he made a move, the entire primordial heavens source grand restriction seemed to have become unstable. Seizing the chance, Mo exerted more force to expand the gap. The arm that spanned the gap was shaking in an attempt to enlarge the opening. "Stop it!" Mo's divine sense spread across the void. Even though it had no idea what the ray of light was, it couldn't let Song achieve his goal at this point. A royal lord extended his hand to catch the ray of light, but before he could even grasp it, his arm exploded. The power within the light was unimaginably horrifying. Seeing that the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had been chasing after this royal lord, immediately summoned his divine manifestation that turned into a hideous giant beast and swallowed the royal lord whole. Then the Ninth Order Master cast several seals at the royal lord and directly refined him. Driven by Mo, the other black ink clansmen along the way tried to stop the ray of light. However, even a royal lord was unable to intercept it. So how were the other Black Ink clansmen supposed to achieve anything? The ray of light crossed the void and left behind a vacuum in its wake before it actually penetrated Yongkai. Upon impact, Yongkai's figure shook, and before he could figure out what was going on, he saw countless Black Ink clansmen savagely coming at him from all directions. He promptly retreated and dashed towards the place where the human race soldiers gathered together. The Black Ink clansmen chased after him, but they were soon intercepted. Both parties clashed in the void as their blood spattered. On the other hand, after casting that ray of light, Tsang extended his hand into the void and pulled out a rough, uncut jade. "Mu!" Mo exclaimed. It could feel Mu's aura coming from this uncut jade. This was definitely something Mu had left behind after her death. Among the 10, Mo was most fond of Mu, and it was also closest to her. However, in the end, it was confined to this place because of her. Millions of years had passed, but it didn't hold hatred for her. Nevertheless, when it felt the familiar aura again, it couldn't help but have conflicted feelings. Mo soon pulled itself together and roared in a voice that still sounded childlike. "Ah! What do you plan to do, Tsang?" As it spoke, another hand stuck out from the opening and clenched the edge. The other arm that had originally penetrated the gap retracted and grasped the other side. Both hands exerted themselves and pushed the gap open as though they were opening a door. A horrifying aura streamed out of the gap, and at the same time, a gigantic head stuck out from the chasm. Its dark eyes reflected the entire battlefield, as though it was going to devour everything in sight. The world trembled as the universe seemed to have been turned upside down, and countless cracks started appearing in the void. "I don't know what is going to happen either." Tsang's voice sounded helpless. His words sounded perfunctory, but he indeed had no idea what was about to happen. The uncut jade was the last testament left behind by Mu. She told them that they just had to summon this uncut jade at the most perilous moment. Back then, Mu entered the Grand Restriction and arrived at the depths of the endless darkness. When she returned, she was already on her last breath. After passing the uncut jade to them, she blended herself into the restriction to fortify it. She didn't explain anything about the uncut jade. However, Tsang and the others never doubted her decision or judgment. Now, it had come to the most perilous moment, just like what she had said. Perhaps she had seen something in the darkness back then and expected this day to come. After the uncut jade was summoned, it rose into the sky and shone brightly. From the light, a slender figure appeared. The figure was so colossal that she seemed to cover the entire sky, but no one could make out her face. Nevertheless, the moment she appeared, she became the center of the universe. Everyone stopped fighting on the battlefield as their attention was drawn to her. It was the most immaculate figure in the world, as though everything good and beautiful had been condensed within her. No one would ever have any evil thoughts about her. "Mu." Tsang looked up with a conflicted gaze. "Mu," Mo muttered. There seemed to be a smile on Mu's face as she spoke in a gentle tone. "We haven't met for ages, Mo. Are you still alive?" There was a hint of pleasant surprise in Mo's voice. Mu shook her head. "I'm dead. You know that I passed away a long time ago." Mo let out a sigh and replied in a dejected tone, "Yes, I know. I thought you were still alive. But since you're dead, what are you trying to do now?" All of a sudden, Mu said in a mischievous tone, "I'm going to play your favorite game with you for the last time." Mo was torn between tears and laughter. "You're such a good friend." Mu refuted. "Call me big sister. I'm not that old." Saying so, she swept her hand across the darkness and muttered under her breath, There. When you wake up, there'll be games to play and food to have." Following her movement, the entire primordial heavens, source Grand Restriction, started shining brightly and pulsing rhythmically. On the battlefield, both the humans and Black Ink clansmen became sluggish as a sense of sleepiness washed over them, making them feel dizzy. Besides the 5th Order, 6th Order, and 7th Order Masters, Even the 8th Order and 9th Order masters were unable to fight off the sleepiness. At that instant, a strange scene appeared on this violent battlefield. The weaker soldiers of both races fell into a peaceful sleep all of a sudden. In general, the Black Inclansmen were most heavily affected as the humans had their warship's protection, so they still had some power to resist the mysterious force. Yang Kai was sleepy as well. He felt his eyelids threatening to shut against his will, but at the most critical moment, a sense of coolness coursed through him, making him come back to his senses. It was the soul-warming lotus. Even though he had no idea what move Mu had used, it was apparently a technique that affected the soul, so the soul-warming lotus protection helped him endure it. Martial Peak. Chapter 54:15. Have a good sleep. Without hesitation, Yang Kai stimulated his dragon source and transformed into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He then swiped his dragon claw in a particular direction. Over there, a royal lord was staggering while exchanging moves with an equally sleepy 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Unlike the violent fight earlier, they now looked like two kids haphazardly slapping at each other. Yang Kai directly grasped the royal lord in his claw and clenched. The royal lord's figure was huge, but while he was in Yang Kai's claw, only his head was shown outside the iron grip. The royal lord struggled hard, but couldn't get out of the trap. As he felt intense pressure from all directions, his bones cracked and his dark blood gushed out of his body. "You're pretty tough," Yang Kai grumbled. After all, this was a powerful royal lord. Yang Kai was unable to squeeze him to death and hadn't even managed to severely injure him. At most, he had slightly wounded the royal lord. As a sharp pain shot through him, this royal lord showed signs of regaining his senses. Instantly, Yang Kai felt an immense force of resistance coming from his grip, and his claw was forced to expand as the royal lord was about to free himself. At the critical moment, though, a flash of sword light repeatedly cut across the royal lord's throat. His head was sent flying away, and dark blood spurted out of his neck as his vitality swiftly drained away. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master struggled to keep himself awake as he smugly lifted his sword and said to Yang Kai, "Kid, you're still too weak." Yang Kai refuted through clenched teeth. "You'd better not fall asleep, senior." This person was none other than the 9th Order Old Ancestor from Blue Sky Pass, so Yang Kai was naturally familiar with him. The Old Ancestor had been tangled up with the Royal Lord for a long time, with neither side able to deal critical damage to the other party. But with Yang Kai's help, the Old Ancestor finally managed to kill his opponent. Hearing Yang Kai's mockery, the Old Ancestor did his best to stay awake as he retorted, "Why would I fall asleep? Are you mocking me?" Saying so, he turned into a sword light and dashed towards the battle between a nearby 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a royal lord. Yang Kai shook his head and charged towards the vast battlefield. Presently, both the humans and the Black Inclansmen, regardless of their cultivation, had been affected by Mu's soul technique, and their combat effectiveness plummeted, while Yang Kai was safe and sound with the soul-warming lotus protection. On the entire battlefield, he was probably the only one who was still wide awake and fully able to use his power. Therefore, it was time for him to deal a fatal blow to the enemies. As he let out a dragon breath, his dragon form zigzagged across the battlefield. He wielded his dragon tail and easily slaughtered countless Black Inclansmen along the way. Soon he approached the battle between a royal lord and a 9th Order master. With the previous experience, he directly extended both claws this time and shouted, "I'm here to assist, Old Ancestor." As the royal lord saw the claws closing in on him, he felt his face twitching. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that the space around him had become viscous. Unable to escape, he was grasped by Yang Kai with both claws, leaving only his head exposed outside the grip. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened when he saw this and immediately launched a series of divine abilities. Upon impact, the dragon scales on Yang Kai's claws were blown off and his skin started bleeding. He was in so much pain that he roared at the top of his lungs. Above the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, Mu's colossal figure shone even more brightly, as though she was radiating the last gleam of light in her life. She was singing a song in a language no one could understand. No one knew what the lyrics meant, but as they listened to it, they realized they could barely keep themselves awake. While still singing, Mu suddenly turned to Tsang and said, "Thanks for everything." Tsang let out a sigh. At this point, he finally figured out what Mu's plan was. He replied, "Don't mention it. I'm finally able to feel relieved. It's a shame that you passed away so early." Mu's talent was unfathomable. Among the 10 of them back then, even though she was the only woman, none of the other 9 were comparable to her. If not for the fact that she passed away so early on, given her intelligence and skill, she may very well have come up with a real solution to the problem. Mu replied with a smile, "The moment we were chosen back then, the outcome was determined. There's nothing to feel regretful about. We've done our best, and the rest is beyond our control." All of a sudden, she turned to the battlefield, her eyes reflecting the 70,000-meter ancient dragon. "Is he also a chosen one?" Tsang nodded. A glint flashed across Mu's eyes. "He's not bad." Despite her seemingly perfunctory remark, Tsang knew that she had acknowledged Yang Kai to be a capable youth. "All of you are so noisy," Emo muttered under its breath from the darkness, as though it was talking in its sleep. It seemed to have returned to millions of years ago when it was taking a nap on Mu's lap, but it was helplessly disturbed by the discussion among them. "You're making it hard for me to fall asleep." Mu said gently, "We'll be quiet." Then she turned to Tsang. "We're still not there yet. I need to borrow some power." Tsang nodded solemnly. "I've been waiting for this moment." Saying so, he performed a different hand seal and yelled, "Take my body and strengthen the restriction." Following that, all the power in his body dissipated as he assimilated his very essence into the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction. The restriction was originally invisible and intangible, but after it absorbed Tsang's power, the barrier became obvious to all. The barrier covered a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers and didn't seem to have an end to it, while inside was only endless darkness. Tsang's aura gradually withered and eventually disappeared. Even his figure turned into motes of light and dissipated. Above the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, Mu's figure solidified to the point where one could almost see her unrivaled beauty. The vitality she had hidden within the restriction many years ago exploded at this moment. With the help of Tsang's power, it infused into her illusory phantom, making her look vivid and lifelike, as though she had really resurrected. She turned to look at the void with her dark gaze, as if she was trying to take in the entire universe. The next instant, she leaped into the darkness. "I can finally have a good sleep," Emo muttered from the darkness, which shook all of a sudden. There seemed to be an ominous monster hidden within the darkness that turned over in its sleep, and a hush fell abruptly. The void trembled as though it was mourning for the death of these powerful beings. The moment Mu leaped into the darkness, all the humans and black ink clansmen who had been affected earlier snapped back to their senses in an instant. The battlefield, which had become calm due to Mu's soul technique, turned violent instantly. However, everyone sensitively detected that 2 powerful beings' wills were missing. One of them was Emo, and the other was Tsang. With that said, there was now another powerful will. In the darkness, the enormous creature was still prying open the edges of the gap, with half of his body having been revealed. Even though it hadn't fully revealed itself, even half of his body was enough to give off indescribable pressure. Mu's soul secret technique had a huge impact on this giant as well, and it had stopped moving earlier. However, the moment Mu leapt into the darkness, the influence of her secret technique disappeared. As though having received an order, the giant struggled even harder to get out of the darkness. But it was too late. Tsang had sacrificed himself to strengthen the restriction, and Mu had used a trump card she had left behind years ago. Not only had MO fallen asleep, but the gap of the primordial heavens' source grand restriction was closing rapidly as well. Regardless of how hard the giant tried, he was unable to stop the gap from closing. In just 3 breaths of time, the wide gap was shut. However, the giant still hadn't fully crawled out of the gap. The primordial heavens' source grand restriction was like a razor-sharp blade that cut across the giant's waist, splitting him in half. No black blood streamed out of his body, only black ink strength gushed out of his wounds. The dark giant roared in pain as his voice spread across the universe. Yang Kai took a glance at the giant and became startled. A giant spirit god! Earlier, he had been assisting the Ninth Order Masters to kill the Royal Lords, so he didn't have time to look at the primordial heavens' source grand restriction. Now he was stunned by what he saw. The dark giant was actually a giant spirit god. Were giant spirit gods created by MO? No. Yang Kai soon dismissed the idea, for the creature was not a real giant spirit god. He believed that it was a creature that MO had created based on the giant spirit gods. The giant had the size and appearance of a giant spirit god, and perhaps even the power of one, but he certainly wasn't a member of the amiable giant spirit god clan. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the black ink giant spirit god that he came across in the black ink sealing land in the divine spirit ancestral land. Back then, he thought that a giant spirit god had been corrupted by black ink strength. Now, it seemed to him that it wasn't the case. Perhaps that black ink giant spirit god was also created by MO. At the thought of this, Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. Giant spirit gods were incredibly powerful beings that even the divine spirits were no match for. He had also personally witnessed a giant spirit god's power. In the past, air brought him to barge into the chaotic, dead territory. But despite being surrounded by mortal danger, air was completely at ease. The chaotic, dead territory was a place where even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to remain for long. In other words, giant spirit gods were more powerful than Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Perhaps they were as strong as Tsang and the other martial ancestors. The heavens didn't give the giant spirit god clan a very high level of intelligence, but with that said, they were gifted with unrivaled powers. Now, Yang Kai wondered how powerful this black giant spirit god was. What made him relax slightly was that the primordial heavens' source grand restriction had cut this giant figure in half, causing his strength to plummet. On the battlefield, more auras soon disappeared for good. In the short moment when Mu's secret technique had affected the entire battlefield, Yang Kai had helped the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters kill 5 Royal Lords. Initially, after 5 Royal Lords were killed, there supposedly would be another 5 Royal Lords who would step out of the darkness to make up for the losses. Nevertheless, the primordial heavens' source grand restriction had been closed, and MO was now sound asleep. There wouldn't be any new Royal Lords. In the battles between the Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords, the humans had gained the upper hand, and as time passed, this advantage would be increasingly enhanced until the Black Ink clan were no longer able to resist. If not for the Black Ink giant spirit god's appearance, the humans would be guaranteed to win this war. However, with the Black Ink giant spirit god's existence, no one could tell what the outcome would be. Following a roar, the Black Ink giant spirit god stuck out a hand and grasped somewhere on the battlefield. Faced with the giant hand, both the human warships and Black Ink clansmen found it hard to dodge. Warships exploded apart, and before the humans could even flee, they were vaporized by the impact. It was the same case for the Black Ink clansmen. Without any warships to protect them, they were killed even before the humans. The hand then swept across the void, and although it seemed sluggish, that was only because it was too colossal. Space itself was torn apart wherever the hand swatted. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5416, targeted by a Royal Lord. A Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who happened to be available, activated his world force and transformed into a giant. However, this giant still looked like a child in front of this black ink giant spirit god. There was that huge of a difference between their sizes. Even as the giant rained attacks on this black ink giant spirit god, he was unable to harm the other party at all. On the other hand, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master trembled after he was struck by the black ink giant spirit god. In the far ancient past, a single black ink giant spirit god had wreaked havoc on the divine spirits in ancestral land. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation who made use of the sacred treasures of the different clans, along with burning their entire blood essence and vitality to finally suppress and seal the rampaging black ink giant spirit god. This resulted in the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress passing away, and as the void itself collapsed, the Dragon Emperor source and the Phoenix Empress source were lost for millions of years, eventually being acquired by Yang Kai and Su Yan. Since they were both black ink giant spirit gods, they were supposedly equally powerful. However, the one before their eyes only had half of his body left after the primordial heavens source grand restriction sliced him in two. As such, he wasn't nearly as powerful as the one who had kicked up a storm in ancestral land in the past. Even so, a single Ninth Order master still wasn't a match for him. Although the black ink giant spirit god didn't have a lower body, he was still pretty agile. Soon he left the primordial heavens, source grand restriction, and barged into the battlefield to begin a slaughter. In his eyes, there were no friends or foes, be it the humans or the black ink clansmen. As long as they were in his way, they were targets to be destroyed. Within moments, many from both races lost their lives, while the flesh and blood of the dead humans and black ink clansmen, as well as the black ink strength on the battlefield, all seemed to be drawn to his figure. As he absorbed more and more, the black ink giant spirit god's lower body showed signs of taking shape again. He was already so overwhelmed with just his upper body, so if he managed to form a complete lower body, the situation would only become more dire. More Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charged towards him. But it wasn't until the 13 old ancestors joined in that they managed to pin down the black ink giant spirit god, an almost inconceivable reality. For a very long time, the Ninth Order Masters were thought to be the most powerful beings in the world that only the Royal Lords were a match for. Now, it required 13 of them to stop a black ink giant spirit god who was missing half a body. It was unimaginable how powerful he would be if his body was whole. The humans had initially gained the upper hand in the battles between the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Royal Lords. However, with 13 old ancestors needed to restrain the black ink giant spirit god, the momentum of the battle had shifted again. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to deal with 2 Royal Lords on their own, while some of them even had to fight 3 at once. Only by doing so could they stop the Royal Lords from slaughtering the human soldiers. The appearance of a black ink giant spirit god with only half a body destroyed the advantage that the humans had accumulated. Even though the humans were still in an advantageous position in the battles below the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, their edge would disappear if this dragged on. Yang Kai had kept his dragon form and returned to his human form. With the azure dragon spear in his hands, he charged around the battlefield. The turn of events at the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, happened too suddenly. Song wanted to seal the restriction, but his actions triggered Mo's trump card in the process. Then Mu, who passed away eons ago, appeared and sang an unknown lullaby as she stimulated the restriction's power. Now, Song's figure was nowhere to be found, and the auras of Mu and Mo had disappeared. The primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, had become as flawless as it used to be. Yang Kai knew that Song had passed away, Mu was gone for good, and Mo had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Now the primordial heavens, source, grand restriction, had been resealed, which meant that there would be no more black ink clansmen leaving it. The ones left on the battlefield were all the soldiers that the black ink clan had. As long as the humans could wipe out these black ink clansmen, they would win the war. However, that was an extremely difficult task. Besides the black ink giant spirit god that was able to go against 13 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the same time, it was also hard to kill the remaining Royal Lords. In fact, quite a number of Royal Lords had been killed so far. Since MO had deliberately tried to sustain the balance on the battlefield, the humans managed to destroy a lot of Royal Lords. Before the black ink giant spirit god's appearance, at least a dozen Royal Lords had lost their lives. On the other hand, the humans had also paid a huge price as several old ancestors had fallen in battle. When everyone on the battlefield was affected by Mu's soul secret technique earlier, several Royal Lords were suppressed by Yang Kai and subsequently killed by the old ancestors, leading to there being more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters than Royal Lords. Nevertheless, the black ink giant spirit god's appearance negated that advantage and even reversed it. With that said, none of the human soldiers backed down as they still fearlessly clashed with the enemy. All of them knew that if they couldn't win this war, there wouldn't be another chance for them. All the Ninth Order, Eighth Order, Seventh Order, Sixth Order, and Fifth Order Masters were going all out. They didn't care if their warships were shattered, as they could summon their spare warships and continue fighting. Even if all their warships were destroyed, they would clash with the enemies and kill as many as they could before their death. There was no time for rest or recuperation. If they held back any of their powers, they would fall into the abyss. Yang Kai darted around and killed all the enemies he could with his azure dragon spear, sending black blood splattering everywhere. He was looking for Dawn. However, the battlefield was chaotic, so it was hard to find anyone. A while later, Yang Kai finally spotted Dawn as a large, swirling blood sea was a clear sign of Blood Crow's presence. Before he could even get near them, though, Yang Kai felt alarmed all of a sudden. The next instant, he detected a violent force coming at him from the side. Before he knew what was happening, Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. He still hadn't gotten out of danger, though. As he extended his spear to the back, a golden crow cawed and a great sun leaped into the air before it shone brightly. Then, a hand gently gripped the great sun and extinguished it. The next instant, a fist came at Yang Kai. Flabbergasted, Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attack. The next moment, he shook as if struck by lightning before he was sent flying again. While tumbling, he sprayed out more blood. It wasn't until this moment that he made out the person who was attacking him. It was a royal lord with a sheep head and human body. Just like Mo Zhao from Great Evolution Theater, this royal lord had a pair of dark wings extending from his back. As their eyes met, a hint of surprise flashed across the royal lord's eyes. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to kill Yang Kai after striking him twice. Although he hadn't used his full power, he was certain Yang Kai wouldn't stand a chance to survive, given the fact that the latter was just a Seventh Order junior. Regardless, that was indeed what had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a metallic taste in his mouth as he choked down the blood in his throat. While bearing the pain, he kept his guard up. He had just escaped from death's door. The moment he detected danger earlier, he drew upon his dragon source madly and covered himself with dragon scales. If not for that, he would have exploded upon impact. Even though his dragon scales were sturdy, though, they were still smashed through after being struck twice. What he had been most worried about eventually happened. Since 13 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to deal with the black ink giant spirit god, the humans, who were in a favorable position earlier, had completely lost the advantage. Some of the royal lords were now available to deal with the weaker human soldiers, and this particular royal lord had set his eyes on Yang Kai. Having said that, Yang Kai wasn't surprised that he was being targeted. Song had told him to be careful because he had been charging around the battlefield without worrying about getting corrupted by black ink strength, perhaps drawing Mo's attention. What's more, in his last moments, Song had cast a ray of light which then penetrated Yang Kai's body. The black ink clansmen all saw this and were certainly concerned about what that ray of light was. Since this royal lord was unrestrained, he naturally had to hunt Yang Kai down and find out what the ray of light was. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. He realized that all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already locked in intense battles with the Royal Lords, and the Eighth Order Masters were occupied with the Territory Lords. All the warships were dilapidated, and the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Masters on the vessels were in danger of dying at any moment, while the Seventh Order Masters around the warships were soaked in blood. Meanwhile, the black ink giant spirit god's aura seemed to be growing with each moment. His lower body continued to absorb the black ink strength from the battlefield and showed signs of taking shape. Suddenly, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He gave up on the idea of seeking help from the Ninth Order Masters or the other humans. As he wielded his spear, he bolted towards the Royal Lord. A hint of contempt and mockery flashed across the Royal Lord's eyes as he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. His nonchalant manner made it look as though he was trying to swat dead an insect. As a Royal Lord, he indeed didn't have to exert himself to deal with a Seventh Order human. Even though he didn't manage to achieve his goal earlier, he had severely injured the other party. This time he had the confidence to kill Yang Kai. All of a sudden, he was dazzled by a pure white light, which expanded and dispelled the black ink strength around them before it engulfed the Royal Lord. The sheep-headed Royal Lord was enraged. He was certainly aware of the purifying light, which was the arch-nemesis of black ink strength, but all else aside, he was still a Royal Lord. Even though the purifying light could harm him, it couldn't kill him. Therefore, the instant he realized Yang Kai's intention, he didn't dodge the attack and instead directly extended his hand into the purifying light. Yang Kai skirted past the Royal Lord, whose black blood spattered from a wound on his face. The Royal Lord turned around and saw the battered Yang Kai running away. Without hesitation, he raced after him. While coughing up blood, Yang Kai felt that he had never been so severely injured before. After he was struck by the Royal Lord 3 times, half of his bones were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were a mess. If not for the fact that he had a potent dragon vein, he would have already been killed. On a nearby battlefield, when a Ninth Order Master saw that Yang Kai was in danger, he intended to lend him a hand. However, his opponent suddenly flared up and held him down. Left with no choice, the Ninth Order Master could only watch as Yang Kai fled. Along the way, several Ninth Order Masters wanted to save him, but the Royal Lords turned even more ferocious and refused to allow them to do so. All the same, Yang Kai never intended to seek the Ninth Order Master's help. He had seen the big picture after scanning the battlefield and knew if he lured the Royal Lord behind him to any old ancestor, the latter would be at risk of losing their life. It wasn't fun dealing with 2 equally powerful opponents on your own. Yang Kai couldn't pin his hopes on the Eighth Order Masters either. Perhaps they couldn't even persevere as long as he did. Therefore, he could only find a way to save himself. He had no idea if he could escape from a Royal Lord, but Yang Kai knew that the humans were now in a disadvantageous position on the battlefield. As such, he couldn't bring trouble to the top masters. Furthermore, if he could lure a Royal Lord away, he could lift some pressure off the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters despite not being able to influence the war in any way. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5417. Life and Death Tribulation. 2 figures dashed across the bloody battlefield that looked like a living hell. While Yang Kai never stopped fleeing, the Royal Lord relentlessly chased after him. Just a moment later, the distance between them shortened, and without hesitation, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and disappeared from the spot. The sheep-headed Royal Lord behind him was evidently startled. He had lived his entire life inside the primordial heavens, source Grand Restriction. Even though he was able to learn about the humans through the black ink nests, he had never come across an opponent like Yang Kai, so it was the first time he witnessed a space secret technique. Soon, he detected Yang Kai's aura and turned to look in a different direction. Over there, a blood-soaked Yang Kai appeared inside a human great pass. While standing on the wall, He eyed the royal lord from across the battlefield and pointed his spear at him in a provocative manner. Running away wasn't his sole intention. On such a vast battlefield, Yang Kai couldn't just focus on his own safety. Since this royal lord had set his eyes on him, Yang Kai had to come up with a way to lure him away from the others. He had no idea which great pass he was in, as all the humans had left to attack the enemy, so all the great passes were empty with not even a single person remaining behind. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about luring the royal lord to this place. Seeing how smug Yang Kai looked, the royal lord was enraged and charged towards him. On the wall, Yang Kai settled his spear on the floor and sat down on a large array. The array core was an artifact that looked like a giant crossbow. Usually, it required 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to activate such an array. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his hands into dragon claws and clutched the giant crossbow before madly infusing his world force into the array. The patterns on the array lit up, and all the energy entered the crossbow. Despite being strong, Yang Kai realized he almost couldn't control this crossbow. He activated his divine sense and locked onto the royal lord with his aura, a hideous expression on his face. Following a buzz, the entire wall started shaking, and the next moment, a gigantic light column condensed into an arrow and shot towards the royal lord. This violent attack was equivalent to an 8th-order master's all-out strike. There were only a small number of arrays of such powers in the Great Passes, and they were the most powerful and lethal ones the humans could refine. Most of the artifacts and arrays could only cast attacks that were equivalent to a 7th-order master's attacks. The arrow formed from the light column was not only intimidating, but also rapid. In the blink of an eye, it was about to strike the royal lord. However, he didn't seem to have the intention of dodging it. The black wings on his back folded in front of him to cover his body as he withstood the light arrow and dashed towards the great pass before shattering the array and artifact on the wall with a punch. A large part of the wall collapsed, and as his force spread, leveling many buildings in the Great Pass. It didn't matter if the attack was equivalent to an 8th-order master strike. He was a royal lord, so why would he be afraid of such a blow? However, he soon frowned as Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. In fact, right after Yang Kai fired the arrow, he disappeared. Detecting something, the royal lord turned to look at a nearby great pass and saw Yang Kai standing on the wall. Again, he was trying to activate the power of an artifact. Enraged, the royal lord pounced on his opponent once again. The same thing happened again. However, this time, what shot out of the great pass wasn't a light arrow but a rain of sword waves. The royal lord surged his black ink strength and blocked all the sword waves. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to jump to another great pass, he locked onto him with his aura, which then burst and caused Yang Kai to stagger as he fell out of the void. Yang Kai clenched his teeth as he retreated and concealed his aura. He directly entered the great pass and used the buildings as cover. Booms were continuously heard from behind him as the royal lord hunted him down and destroyed countless buildings along the way. The entire Great Pass soon turned into ruins. Finally, Yang Kai found a chance to manipulate space principles and escape. The moment he reappeared, the royal lord locked his aura onto him and pursued him like maggots on rotting bones. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he realized he couldn't go on doing this. The royal lord hadn't dealt with someone who was a master of the Tao of space before, which was why Yang Kai managed to escape from him earlier. Now that the royal lord had a way to deal with him, though, Yang Kai was no longer able to use instantaneous movement as he pleased. At this rate, he would be cornered sooner or later. After glancing at the chaotic battlefield, Yang Kai grit his teeth, turned around, and charged towards the depths of the void. It had come to a point where the Ninth Order Masters were all engaged in life-and-death battles against the Black Ink Clan Masters. With that said, the human race masters below the Ninth Order still had a slight advantage against the Black Ink Clan. As long as they could enlarge that advantage, they would be able to influence the battles between the Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords. When the Eighth Order Masters were free from restraints, they would be able to lend the Ninth Order Master's assistance. Nevertheless, it remained hard to deal with the black ink giant spirit god. All the same, this wasn't a problem that Yang Kai could solve. He was in a perilous situation himself, so he had to focus on staying alive first. Yang Kai's action surprised the Royal Lord. As he looked in the direction Yang Kai was fleeing, he hesitated for a bit before chasing after him. Even though no one knew anything about the ray of light that Song had cast into Yang Kai at the last moment, it was obviously something important. That was why the Royal Lord decided to personally deal with him. He initially thought that he could easily achieve his goal, so it surprised him that there were so many twists and turns. Certainly, he wouldn't let this Seventh Order brat flee from the battlefield as the latter clearly intended. The black wings on his back flapped before he turned into a flash of light and shot towards Yang Kai. On the battlefield, when the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw this, they wanted to help, but they were unable to shake off their opponents. Only a few Eighth Order Masters managed to break free from their entanglements and rush towards Yang Kai from different directions. While running across the void, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and even consumed a low-rank world fruit that he had kept in storage for years. At this point, nothing else mattered than restoring his reserves. He had consumed too much of his world force, and only a bit of power was left in his small universe. It was inefficient to refine open heaven pills, so he needed a world fruit to replenish his energy quickly. He knew that this was a life and death tribulation for him. Everything would be fine if he managed to shake off this Royal Lord. However, if he was captured, he would be doomed despite being able to transform into an ancient dragon. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could escape. After all, the Royal Lord could move much faster than he did. The only thing he could rely on was space principles. Yang Kai had quite several experiences when it came to fleeing from masters who were more powerful than him. But in such a situation, he could only do his best and let the heavens decide his fate. He was aware that several Eighth Order Masters were trying to aid him. However, they were no match for a Royal Lord. Once both parties clashed, those Eighth Order Masters would certain die. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to stop. Yang Kai madly pushed his world force and Dragon Clan secret techniques as he moved across the void at the speed of lightning, soon leaving the battlefield behind as he escaped further and further away. However, the threat behind him was only getting closer. In less than an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. This sense of danger suggested that he was already within the range where the Royal Lord could strike him. He wanted to manipulate space principles to teleport away, but the Royal Lord had locked his aura onto him. Once he made a move, that aura would explode and destabilize the surrounding void. When that happened, his instantaneous movement would be disrupted and he would be killed. Silently, he flicked a bead out as he wanted to use a space beacon to save his life. However, the Royal Lord was extremely vigilant and didn't even let something as small as a space beacon off. From a distance, he cast an attack and destroyed the space beacon. Yang Kai secretly cursed at the Royal Lord. Since he was unable to make use of space beacons, he could only try to cut off the aura on him if he wanted to make use of space principles. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai decided to engulf himself in purifying light. There was no doubt that purifying light was the arch-nemesis of black ink strength, but he wasn't sure if this power could cut off the Royal Lord's aura. Aura was invisible, but strictly speaking, it was also a form of divine sense. Since purifying light could restrain the Black Ink Clan's power, it could also theoretically cut off a thread of aura. What disappointed Yang Kai was that as he was covered in the purifying light, the aura wasn't thrown off. However, he was pleasantly surprised at the fact that even though the aura locked onto him, he was able to isolate himself from it temporarily. The next moment, he pushed space principles and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a brutal force came at him from a distance. Apparently, the Royal Lord wanted to kill Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was about to flee. When a battered Yang Kai reappeared in a place that was a few million kilometers away, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was hampered at the most critical moment of activating instantaneous movement and failed to cross a distance that was as far as he'd hoped and instead landed in the wrong place. Even though he was injured, he had gotten rid of the threat for now, at the very least. However, before Yang Kai could catch a breath, the purifying light around him dissipated. As soon as that happened, the Royal Lord's aura locked onto him again. Bastard! Yang Kai cursed. He felt his own aura trembling and his power becoming intermittent. At that moment, he was unable to manipulate space principles again, so he had no choice but to fly forward. He had suffered several setbacks because of this Royal Lord, and even though he had consumed a lot of spirit pills, his wounds had only gotten worse. Fortunately, being an ancient dragon, he had a robust body. Given enough time, his injuries would heal themselves. A moment later, the small advantage he had gained by using instantaneous movement to move across millions of kilometers was wiped out. The distance between them was shortening fast. Feeling the Royal Lord's black ink strength undulating behind him, as though a secret technique was about to be cast, Yang Kai once again engulfed himself with purifying light and isolated himself from the other party's aura. Then he did the same thing by activating instantaneous movement. The Royal Lord had no choice but to stop using his secret technique and detonate the aura which was near Yang Kai, forcing the latter from the void a few million kilometers away. Again, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The same thing repeatedly happened to the point where Yang Kai was infuriated. On the other hand, the Royal Lord, who had been relentless, was also cursing nonstop. He had never expected that despite being a Royal Lord, it would be so hard for him to end the life of a puny seventh-order human.